amount. Can't even run the fucking discount promo. Wow, they're actually making it do a horizontal and a vertical for your stream on the side now. What the fuck? Since when, Twitch? What a crazy way to over fucking complicate things for broadcasters. Ironically. Carl's Mustache was your most used emote across other channels in the last 30 days, used 25 times by other people. Interesting. It only shows me my own viewer engagement, not other people's engagement. Curiouser and curiouser Twitch. Curiouser and curiouser. Hello, Pipcat. It is the last day of the year. And I still have those 3 videos to go through from yesterday. Had another one.
In my opinion, the worst thing about this new age of conspiracism is that it's the dumbest conspiracies that are making a comeback. At least the crazy ones about Jewish capitalist lizard men using space lasers to cause wildfires and buy up all the property after the resulting economic downturn are so incredibly retarded that they're entertaining. But no, nowadays we're also seeing the boring old conspiracy theories that aren't even fun to indulge in Ancient Alien style. They're literally just the most low IQ shit imaginable, like the flat earth.
Yeah, that is not the move, Dev. That is not the move.
Welcome to sunny Minnesota, where the daycares are empty and the abortionist is full. Once characterized by being a satellite campus for Canada, as typified by the phrase Minnesota polite, today it looks like the second act to Black Hawk Down. Over the past month, members of the Razor Force will recall us reporting a whistle being blown on a mass welfare fraud scam whose revenue, after passing through a winding knotwork of shells and shills, wound up in the hands of Al-Shabaab, a Somali Islamic terror organization fresh from the headlines after one of their number was sentenced to 2 concurrent life bids in federal Palmy in the Dumper Penitentiary after he tried and failed to direct a 9/11 Netflix reboot, or as Tucker Carlson calls it, a Mossad false flag. But the flags ain't looking so false this week, as no sooner had the Al-Shabaab link been uncovered than an in-depth investigation by YouTuber turned citizen journo Nick Shirley commendably went daycare to daycare, door to damn door in downtown Minneapolis, investigating a sprawling network of fraudulent Somali-run write-offs, pulling down millions in welfare funding annually.
These Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They have destroyed Minnesota, okay? That beautiful land, that beautiful state. It's a hellhole right now. And the Somalians should be out of here.
I would not have necessarily expected him to respond today of all days, but I guess it doesn't beat a college try. Can't really get angry at him. It only was what in the news cycle for the last week and a half. Hi, Horror.
Minneapolis. Food, folks, and fatwa. Though perhaps now we should add a fourth F. Fraud! If you're not yet apprised of the story, allow me to furnish the cliff notes. Somali community opens daycares in Minnesota. Daycare applies for welfare assistance for said daycare, as it technically falls under the state's clearly over-subsidized healthcare system. Depending on everything from location to quantity of kids under their purview, they then rake in between hundreds of thousands and millions of taxpayer pesos. And best of all, not a single kid need ever enter the fucking premises. Nary an ass-me be wipe nor a single snotty nose staunched on site. Cut, print, welfare fraud.
What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. So this is Quality Learning Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
How can there be nobody here and it's like this every single day?
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
But if that's so depressing it makes you want to knot your bed sheets and give the hairy eye to the nearest ceiling fan, is that local Minnesota Republicans, all 12 and one-half of them, have been blowing the whistle on Tim Walz's Wunder fraud for a piping hot minute. Yet in an indictment of the American attention span, it took a viral video by a YouTuber to finally smash the dam. Shout out to Nick Shirley, who in the absence of action on this issue, clipped on a lapel mic, brandished his handycam, and did, well, the same shit journalists used to do not too damn decades ago. But while the locals gave Nick a welcome worthy of a downed Black Hawk helicopter, it wasn't until he pressed the politicians that shit went pear-shaped.
If you look at United Health, currently is being charged with defrauding Medicare. You know who runs Medicare? President Trump. Medicaid fraud is a 50-state issue. And so, again, it is not a partisan issue. There are Democrats and Republicans who are sitting in that committee talking about it. But what you did here was the Republican chair say she's not turning information over to the one person in government who can stop payment. And I hope you print that. Thank you for coming today.
If I bleep when I speak, that's because I just got fucking fleeced.
Hey, have I mentioned lately that the Minnesota politician assassinated by an Agent 47 looking fuck in a face mask a while back was a Tim Walz appointee, and then most recently championed the issue of welfare fraud in Minnesota, even opining at one point that she, quote, feared for her life as a result? Just freestyling out loud here, folks. The short-term result, a full-on freeze of welfare funds towards daycares of any kind, but the long-term cost, swing a dead cat and guess, folks. The present price tag now falls between $2 and $6 billion taxpayer dollars the last time I checked, and that's just the lazy-ass Somalis. Those people, aware they're very much an ethnically protected class, covered their tracks about as well as a centipede in the snow, so they were comparatively easy to nab. What about the white-collar comm intern who are actually aware of the merits of an offshore Swiss bank account? In the days since the shit blizzard began to roil, we would learn that some of these kid-deficient daycares were not only known to government regulators, they were investigated over a dozen times, and yet we're still somehow sucking millions out of the taxpayer tit. I will make a prediction right here and now to the Razor Force. Not only will analogous malfeasance and fraud be uncovered in other states, only the ethnicity of the perpetrators of said fraud will be remotely fucking variable. Granted, when I make this prediction, I'm cheating harder than Jude Law on ecstasy. It's already been reported that a similar investigation in Washington state has already turned up nearly 600 state-funded care centers sans a physical fucking address. But cling fast to your happy ass, folks, because Governor Tim Walz is on the case.
Look, it's not law-abiding citizens. If that were the case, there's a lot of white men should be holding a lot of white men accountable for
all these fucking gaff quotes
for the crimes that they have committed. So I think it's asking us then, you know, for every crime, which of course the majority being committed by white men asking us to do more about that. I think it's crime in general.
And in this, Timbo, I am in complete accord. After all, why demonize when you can deport? Look, when Obama began loading up the Sapien siege engine and raining Somalis down on Minnesota, he didn't do it out of the goodness of his heart or an abundance of largesse. It was a directed effort to upend Minnesota politics permanently and flip said state from a lean left battleground to Minnesota-Dishu. Minneapolis was a test market for the DNC's demographic conquest strategy, one which has only recently been forestalled by an oft-bemoaned entity, the Electoral College. When one populous megacity has an outsized influence, effectively charting the entire political course of an entire sovereign state, when farmers and factory owners outside the city walls must subsidize socialism within those walls, this is in effect reascendant feudalism, with all the commie corruption attendant to such an arrangement. And so I enjoin my prior remarks by repeating the title of a rant that is aged like Cindy Crawford. State Electoral College now! You will not ameliorate this issue until 10 medium to intermediate sized counties in, say, Illinois can abrogate the decidedly tyrannical Chicago shogunate. Until then, say it loud, say it proud, you are what you elect, which explains the fucking fraud. If this don't serve as a cacophonous wake-up call, you, my friend, are incapable of consciousness. While we argue about conspiracy theories, the left and Rhino right successfully conspire against each and every one of us. While you pose in polo shirts and posture about physiognomy, a gray alien-looking asshat with a head like an upturned light bulb is billions richer at your expense. While everyone on X pretends to be an expert about the ballistic properties of a 30-06 using Call of Duty kill streaks as evidence, your enemies are funneling your fike attacks to a fez-wearing fuck whose buddies back in Somalia have racked up quite the anti-Christian kill streak of their own. I bitch about Bondi plenty, but I would elect her president for life if she brought even one of these asshats to justice. Get your head in the game and out of your ass, because your enemies are playing for keeps, and they were armed using your money by a political party that your internecine tism-fit has now furnished with a 60 to 75% chance of taking back the House next November. So while you and I may commiserate about how nothing ever happens and the GOP are slow walking a predetermined defeat, bitch, you best believe the Dems will drop the accelerator to the fucking floor if they spend so much as a second and a half in the driver's seat. And before Black Pill and Accelerationists chime in with, well, that's what I want, need I remind you, Riri's, of the Russian mass graves filled to overflowing with the corpses of cucks just like you, who thought back in the 19-teens that kowtowing to the commies to repossess the country at some nebulous later date was the surest path to future victory. I'm sure 7 decades later, when the Berlin Wall at last fell, while long dead and moldering, the children of their children would have fallen to their fucking knees and thanked the forefathers of you gaping-ass Groiper jizz stains for taking such a circumspect stand, if only they had ever been fucking born! Get in line, or get the fuck out of my way, because we can work with the hapless. We don't have time for the fucking witless. I am Razor Fist. Godspeed!
Fiery. But honestly, pretty much the same opinion I had and the point that I made yesterday, especially after watching that video. I don't understand how, despite how amateurish his content might be, how it had to take a YouTuber to get people off their fucking feet. But then again, considering the conversation I had yesterday with people that, quite frankly, didn't even realize that I was doing what I was doing for my own server, I don't know. Kind of feels we just deserve it at this point. Either case, I'm slowly getting awake.
Feel my wrath!
Comment section, comment section, comment section. Give me my page. Damn it. There. Holding white men accountable. Just remember all that's going on. South Park, Simpson thing, and orange men saying mean things on Twitter is the bigger problem. Make sure he's here and a true journalist. I don't know about all that, man. But I do find it interesting that there are clips of Walt effectively trying to deflect all responsibility for what's very obviously happening in front of him. Back to the top of the list. Akkad Dalia already. Boop.
Clip has been doing the rounds on Twitter, and it is funny. It is really, really funny. It's got practically everything, to be honest. I really can't... it's such a gift, frankly. It's genuinely hilarious. So we'll watch it, and then we'll go through the bits that I find most interesting about it.
You've said things like black women are biologically different than white women.
Yes, they have different fertility windows. They have a higher rate of fertility complications, 50% higher.
There's no scientific evidence to prove that a black woman and a white woman are genetically different, right? This is like...
What are you talking about?
No,
Like literally, there are genes that code for their skin color. There are genes that...
Again, this is like government data. This is EMI, right? This is the National Institute of Health. This is the American Medical Association. Like, there is no scientific evidence to prove that.
And that's a big problem, right? Because
there's no scientific
and that's why I asked.
Like IQ differences. Black people are genetically different from other populations.
And I'll say that again. There is no scientific evidence to prove that, right? And as people
I'm sorry. I'm stating. Do you want to ask an AI if there's scientific evidence to prove that?
No, I want to ask.
Because what you're stating is just factually incorrect. Humans are genetically diverse. It's not a bad thing that humans are genetically diverse.
I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying there is no scientific evidence.
And I'm saying that is a factually...
He's saying that there is scientific evidence.
There is scientific evidence. There is overwhelming scientific evidence. No. This is like saying the sky is not blue. Like, it is genes that code their skin color, right? Those genes are obviously different in them than they are in us. How is that not science? That's just like a basic fact. The genes that code their skin color, their level of melanin production, are different from my genes that code melanin production.
And that's precisely why I was asking this question, because I think for some people that do believe, like you, that people are genetically different, that has historically been used to promote racial hierarchy, right? And that's why I'm asking, because...
So, I just thought I'd play that whole thing just because it's so good, right? But we'll go back to the bin, we'll go through each stage, because there's everything in this.
It's not even stage, it's just one setting, Carl. It's one setting. And it's retard attempts to tell a person that there is no evidence for something that is very clearly evidentiary. And man loses mind because person acts like a Twitter midwit. It is listening to the who's who of the retard brigade on repeat because they do not understand how the world works. To the point of near absurdum.
I need more time.
Absolutely everything in this. So I don't know what the context of the interview is, but obviously the interviewer is a libtard, and I'm aware of the two on the other side. I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but they're very traditional family, activist family who have lots of kids and are right wing, I guess you would say. And they, they're very polite, and I met them at the Natalist conference, I think it was last year, and they were very nice, and they're very normal-ish, I guess. I mean, like normal by comparison to like how you want to be treated, not like by necessarily the standards of the world at the moment. But anyway, let's watch that through again. I'm going to comment now.
You've said things like black women are biologically different than white women.
Right. Now, imagine why she's saying this, right? So, well, look, you've said crazy things, like black women are biologically different to white women. How could they not be? How could it be that black women and white women share the precise same biology, the genes, the hormone levels, whatever it is, and end up different? How would that be? It's like she thinks that black women choose to be black, and therefore This is something that is a product of their own willpower or something. Like, what possible alternative could there be than they have different genes? But I think the reason that this woman, I don't even know if we could say she struggles with this, because this seems to make no impact on her worldview whatsoever. She seems to be approaching this as if she is dealing with a known heretic. It's like, right, okay, this person is a heretic. I'm not a heretic, obviously. I'm a good Orthodox liberal, but I'm being paid. My job is to interview this heretic, so we will just accept their heresy. I don't agree with it, but we accept that it's a heresy, and then we're going to talk about the subject I actually want to talk about. And the young lad, he's just like, well, hang on a second. If we can't agree on this, we can't agree on anything about reality, right?
Yes, they have different fertility windows. They have a higher rate of fertility complications, 50%
But there's no
higher
scientific evidence to prove that a black woman and a white woman are genetically different, right? This.
I love this face. He can't believe what he's hearing. There is only scientific evidence to show that black women and white women are genetically different, because our knowledge of genes is done through science. We didn't know about genes prior to science, so any reference to genetic differences has to be modeled on scientific evidence that we have, and yet she is just repeating it. Well, there's no scientific evidence that they're genetically different, is there? It's like, how could it be that there isn't? But that's not what she's saying these words for. The words are not about describing reality, and this is the problem that he has, because he is using words as an attempt to accurately describe and model reality around him. What his true, sincere...
It's a little bit more deeper than that, Sargon. He is using words to describe meaning. She is incantating a spell. This is a person who is denoted that when they use words, they are not using words to convey meaning. They are casting a spell. This is a person who is casting a spell, and the spell that they are casting is a spell that allows them to ignore the reality of the world, because the reality of the world does not exist. It is actually what it is you're describing. It is, no, the world is as I thought it was, ... Therefore, when I say this, I'm actually taking a spell that means you must agree with me blindly, otherwise, problem. So when he says, are you being serious right now? She says, well, there's no scientific evidence. Because 1, she's upholding the stack. 2, by incantating these words, is definitional proof that she is the good and he is the bad. And any attempt to align outside as such is definitional example of this truth. Definitional means of truth. The kind that you can't necessarily say doesn't exist or isn't real to a member of the group who decides that it must be the case that that is what is happening, what is being described, despite the fact that is retarded. By every example that one could use that is relevant, it is a spell that they are incantating. Once you understand that they are incantating a spell, you are capable of understanding that they are not trying to have a conversation. They are trying to drive you mad. On purpose. It is purposeful. It is a purposeful, apocryphal choice.
A belief as to what reality consists in is what he uses words for. She uses words for something completely different. She uses words in order to establish her position in a social hierarchy, in a social group, to show others that she is safe to be in the group and that actually she's, a good and decent person, which is not in any way, shape or form connected to what he's trying to use words for. And so there's no way they can actually communicate. And it doesn't bother her that the heretic says something out-groupish, right? That doesn't bother one bit, because of course she knew that coming into this. But he can't understand that he's dealing with someone who genuinely doesn't really believe in reality as he believes in it. And I love his reactions here. I've got to say, it's just so funny.
What are you
They are.
No,
Like literally, there are genes that code for their skin color. There are genes that...
Again, this is like government data. This is right?
This is government data. Government data suggests that black women and white women are precisely the same in all outcomes, does it? No, it doesn't. But notice how what she's done here is handed this off to the authorities. Look, man. I'm not the one calling the shots. I'm not the arch wizard who determines what the magical spell is. And we'll get to the concept of this being a kind of spell in a bit. I'm just a grunt. I'm just a guy on the ground, or a they, them on the ground, whatever she identifies as. And I just follow the rules. I'm just here to follow the rules. I don't set the rules of engagement. I just follow the rules because these are the rules that we have to follow in this political milieu. And so she's like, well, look, I'm just going on what the authority says because I'm not the authority. I just accept the authority. And he's like, well, hang on a second. I have a mind of my own. I have an education. And I know that what you're saying is not true. And she's like, well, I'm not here to contest that. It's not within my power to contest that, is what she's saying.
The National Institute of Health, this is the American Medical Association, like there is no scientific evidence to prove that.
And that's a big problem, right? Because
This bit as well is amazing, right? So she's like, look, all of these things say that black women and white women have precisely the same outcomes, and they're exactly the same on a genetic level. They don't say that. Right? They're nowhere. I mean, one of the major contentions that the left had, one contention the left had a few years ago, is complaining that infant mortality was higher for black women than it was for white women. This was a social justice issue, and it revealed racism in the hospitals, allegedly. It could be there's some other reason for that. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I'm not an expert in it, and I don't care about it. But the point is, that is something that they were contending was a structural issue about the world. And she's just arrived at, well, there's no particular problem. There's no particular difference. And that's the thing that you used to justify it being structural racism. If black women and white women are biologically identical, there's literally no difference. It has to be something external to them. Because if it's something internal to them, then it might be that actually the structures aren't racist and there are differences between groups of people. But she can't have this. And the thing is, I think this is actually a completely uncontroversial thing to say. Of course there are differences between groups of people. It's not a moral judgment, and it's actually medically necessary to be informed about, because if black women have higher infant mortality than white women, there must be reasons for that. And actually, if you're a doctor, you need to know about that. It's the same with like sickle cell anemia. Apparently, sub-Saharan African populations are more susceptible to this. So you need to know that if you are a doctor dealing with a patient, if they are a sub-Saharan African, you need to know that they are more susceptible to this and blah, blah, blah. And, white people with skin cancer and all this sort of thing. Like, there are differences between people, and it's just a fact of life. But if you're like a doctrinaire liberal and you believe in the blank slate universal human, well, this is heresy. What they're saying is there is no blank slate universal human, and all people are the same, and therefore these two mild-mannered white people are just evil racists who believe crazy things. But I love that his wife is prepared to be like, okay, yeah, I'll let that go because I'm not interested in contesting the moral substrate of the in-group. And I think this is probably a woman thing. She's prepared to just let that go and understand that that's not the thing that's important here. She wants to discuss something else. But he is just like, no. I'm not letting this go. This is mad. This is madness. I've just looked into the yawning mind of madness, and I want to understand why it is you think the thing that you think.
And that's why I asked, like, IQ differences. Black people are genetically different from other populations.
And I'll say that again. There is no scientific evidence to prove that, right? And as
again, it's not really that she is asserting a factual statement. What she is asserting is a moral and ideological statement. It was preordained, predetermined, that black people have no differences to white people. How we end up with black people and white people then is a question for the ages. But for her, there is just no difference. Conceptually, she's not allowed to draw any distinction because that has already been declared to be off limits. That has been declared to be a heresy. And so she's like, well, I'm just going to repeat the thing that I have said at the beginning so you understand where I stand. I mean, you can say any words you want describing reality, but I have my true, sincere belief. God is in his heaven, Jesus Christ is his son, and there is no genetic, scientific difference between black people and white people. It's the same thing. It's on the same plane of existence. Professing a belief in Allah and Muhammad as the last messenger, and there is no genetic difference between black people and white people. It's the same statement. She's not describing a scientific reality. She's professing a statement of faith.
No, I'm sorry. I'm stating. Do you want to ask an AI if there's scientific evidence to prove that?
I want to ask.
I love the fact that the AI has just. It literally. You see this all the time. People appeal to AI as if it's some sort of oracle at Delphi. It's like, right, we'll just speak to the gods, shall we?
It's not about appealing to the gods, Sargon. This is one of the things of why we keep telling people, what is AI? It is a tool. Why is it a tool? Because it is collective human information. It is, quite frankly, the digital interface of the Library of Alexandria. If you come to me and you say, this is a thing that I believe, I'm going to ask with the effective Oracle at Delphi, is this man cooked? Yes or no, chat? Because there's no way you came out of your house believing the things that you believe, if you believe the things that you believe, and you believe them earnestly, that you're going to say something like, there is no way that this person is going to say to me that there are genetic differences between a human, when we know there are none, or vice versa. In this case, that there is allegedly no genetic differences between something like black people and white people, when is in fact the case. Something that not even a black Hebrew Israelite would argue. Something that not even an activist would argue. No activist worth their salt is going to sit there and say there is no differences between such and such. Because we know that there is. We know that there is. So whatever comes out of the mouth of the person who's doing this, we know it is to be maliciously abusive. For what it's worth, some people really are just that cooked. But for others, comes from a case of just stupidity, I think. Abject, honest stupidity. Something that you just have to accept as a part of how they look at the world. It's not their own fault. It's something that happens. It's something that is divined into them as a part of the connective tissue of the ordeal that they're trying to go through. The ordeal of the retardation that comes as a consequence of allowing a person to believe this idea and not correcting them when you have the chance.
If we need to. And she's like, no, I know what the gods already think about this. There's no scientific difference, of course, but again, this has got everything that's wrong with discourse in the modern era.
Because what you're stating is just factually incorrect. If humans are genetically diverse, it's not a bad thing that humans are genetically diverse.
I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying there is no scientific evidence.
And I'm saying that...
Everything is about coming back to the original position. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's just the same words, the same catechism over and over. I just repeat it like a mantra. Like, ask her what science means in that sentence. What does science mean when you say there's no scientific evidence to suggest there is genetic differences between black people and white people? Like, what does that mean to her? And she will just say something moral. She will say something like, well, and she does at the end, in fact, as we've seen. She will say something like, I'm making sure that there's no way we can create a racial hierarchy through which to unjustly or justly discriminate against black people. That's what she will end up saying. Something along those lines. And he's not thinking in these terms at all.
That is a factually.
He's saying that there is scientific
evidence. There is scientific evidence. There is overwhelming scientific evidence.
And this
basics. No. This is like saying the sky is not blue. Like, it is genes that code their skin color, right? Those genes are obviously different in them than they are.
Look at this expression, right? Okay, I'm going to be patient and let him explain his heresy, but I've already come to the conclusion that he is a heretic and therefore wrong, and I've said it 4 or 5 times now. There's no scientific evidence that there is any genetic difference between black people and white people, and he's just not hearing it. He's just not understanding that I profess my faith to the Lord Jesus or to Allah or to Jehovah or whatever. You know, he doesn't understand that I'm a follower of Odin. I don't listen to foreign gods, is what she's saying, and he's just not getting it. And so she's just sat there patiently, kind of chadish in a way. Like, no, I'm literally just committed to my ignorance. It doesn't matter what you say. There are no words that can come out of your mouth that will persuade me, because you're not part of the power structure. You're not part of the in-group that I have allegiance to, and therefore, like, you're wasting your time by talking at me. Is this face?
Are in us. How is that not science? That's just like a basic fact. The genes that code their skin color, their level of melanin production, are different from my genes that code melanin production.
And that's precisely why I was asking this question, because I think for some people that do believe, like you, that...
Some people that do believe like you know, some insane throwback heretics who believe that somehow genes affect the color of your skin. I mean, you know, for crazy people like you, it's genuinely hilarious, isn't it? It's like, what a great take on this. Like, no, I'm so liberal. I don't even think genetics is real. I'm so liberal. I don't even think that the color of your skin is something that is chosen for you by your genes. I think that somehow you choose your own color of your skin or something like that. Now, what this young lad should have done is asked her, okay, well, how is it that black people and white people have different color skin? Yeah, he should have asked her to explain it if he wanted to get through the programming. Because as far as she's concerned, she's just holding a line against someone else. She doesn't have to explain shit. She just says the magic words over and over, and that's all she needs to do. To get past it, he needs to draw her out and say, okay, well, you explain to me how it is that black women and white women have different colour skin, and then maybe I'll be persuaded along to your point. And then she's got to make the affirmative case. But because she doesn't have to, he kind of loses this interaction, which is really funny, frankly. It's really funny how he can be like sat there going, no, this is scientifically accurate to the best of our knowledge, which is correct. And she's just like, no, it's not. You're mad. You're a crazy person who believes something that crazy people believe. But I'm here to interview you, so I understand that you as a crazy person believe that. This is what I think is true.
People are genetically different. That has historically been used to promote racial hierarchies, right?
There we go. That's why it is a forbidden thought. It's not that it's scientifically accurate or anything like that. What she's speaking about is whether it's politically accurate, as in, no, we are well beyond having hierarchies. We're the ultra equality movement, remember? It doesn't matter what truth or falsehood is. What matters is that politically we get a certain kind of outcome. And I've explained to you over and over, there's no scientific evidence for genetic differences between black people and white people, because that prevents Nazis, that prevents slavery, that prevents the Holocaust. Why aren't you listening, young man, is what she's thinking at this point.
Right, and that's why I'm asking you, because
you do.
Because basically, when she says you do, she's saying because you are a Nazi, aren't you? You, caring about the reality of the thing, basically make yourself a Nazi, and you are complicit in everything terrible that's happened. And I think that's insane. To be willingly morally connected to the Nazis is madness. And if you believe that people are genetically different, you're going to create a hierarchy out of that. And therefore, and they're all like this. They all believe this. I mean, like, some of the responses have just been amazing. Evan, there's no way to determine someone's race with a genetic analysis, full stop.
Well, Evan's a retard and he's fucking stupid. And unfortunately, the problem here is that what people keep doing is they keep describing something that has something to do with something else. So, race genetics attempting to say that black isn't a race, Swedish isn't a race, Irish isn't a race, but it's a genetic caste that the person falls into because of their ancestry, and saying that nonstop on Twitter just makes you into a social retard. That means I don't have to listen to you, especially if you keep saying things like an abject retard baboon, especially when you're doing it on purpose to yuck the yums with the in-crowd that you wish to be a part of. It is a decision. It is a choice. It is a choice that is being made on purpose in front of a wide viewing audience. You don't have to really respond to that kind of person, the same way that that woman doesn't want to respond to the question. But if you're a rational, sane being, you're going to try to. Because the alternative is you just allow someone to be wrong. We, as normal human beings, don't usually allow a person to be wrong like that. But in various circumstances, such as these, it is warranted to ask yourself, stop teasing the noobs. Because the alternative will probably be seen as a type of bullying.
I mean, that's a very orthodox left-wing position that totally denies that genetics has any effect on human beings, as if we're not biological creatures. Frankly, it's exactly the kind of thing I would expect Evan to say. Now, he goes on to try and qualify it underneath. He's like, well, I mean, it tells haplogroups, which correlates, blah, 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 blah. I probably should have put the word solely in front of determinant. Yeah, whatever, Evan. Because the thing is, it's not about, again, right or wrong, truth or falsity. What this is about is conformity or disorthodoxy, right? This is about, you jumped straight to this without thinking through your own statement, because for you, this was a moral claim, not a scientific claim. And everyone can see it. You've got other people like Alonso here, who is part of the London School of Economics Sociology department. And he's like, genetics determines skin colour. Yes, they also determine height, moles, and hair colour, but we don't build social hierarchies around that. Well, I mean, as a sociologist, I would have thought you would have been a bit more informed on the fact that actually we kind of do informally build social hierarchies around hair colour, height in particular, and other things. So, you know, saying that this means you ring-fence some genes and attributed moral social value to them. What, he's not doing that, actually. He's actually...
Exactly what I just said. A person decides that something like white is not something to be considered noble. Therefore, it is not worthy of discussion. Therefore, any person who tries to talk about it is attempting to try to create hierarchy inherently by the nature of something that doesn't belong to an actual person. It is an extension of a in-group joke. It is the extension of an in-group bias and belief, one that must be stringently fought by all means necessary. Because doing so and not allowing the argument to exist by its inherent nature is, quote, letting the Nazis and fascists win. Being ever hypervigilant to the point of being hypervigilant about nothing.
You are free, for as long as you can fight back.
Actually saying, from a biological perspective, if black women and white women have differential outcomes in, say, child mortality, where during birth, this is actually a utilitarian concern. As in, if you are a doctor, you need to know that there is a difference so you can act appropriately on those differences. But that's the thing, we call this racist. You just want to call people racist. Again, this is just about being a libtard moralist. I mean, no. The moral thing to say is again, why have you got no critique of the woman doing the interview? Just critique this man. It's like, no, she is saying lunatic things, but Alonso here recognizes the morality of the lunatic things she's saying. And I quite liked this post, right? Oobzu here. He's like, look, the required takeaway from the genetic differences video is that your enemies do not use words the way that you do, which is what I've said already, which is true, right? They are not instruments for conveying meaning. They do not illuminate a mapping from mental concepts to physical reality. They are spells provided to them by wizards.
Exactly. It's not, they're not having a conversation. They're weaving spells. They are weaving a sort of incantation, and when you say these words to this person, unless you hold them down and make them respond and say, does 2 + 2 equal 4, and you slap them every time that they say, no, there is no biological necessity, you keep hitting them until they stop incantating the fucking spell.
This changes nothing. I need more time. This changes nothing. The mist. No storm lasts forever.
Which, for all intents and purposes, is correct. That's literally what she's doing when she's repeating, no, I've told you, the magic words are there's no genetic difference between black women and white women. Like, what are you talking about? The purpose of the spells is to make you do what they want. You may believe that you're having a conversation, but they know they are in a spell casting contest, and their ignorance of everything that is real provides them with absolute immunity to your spells. And this is why Alonso here is just like, no, you're just a racist. This is the kill spell that he's trying to get to, and this is what she's resisting doing as well. But yeah, anyway, I think that this is completely correct. And honestly, this whole thing has been genuinely hilarious to me. It's been genuinely funny watching it. But it's also really illuminating, because nothing that the young man was saying was morally loaded. Right? Had no moral valence to what he was saying. He was just like, no, there are differences between people. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And she's like, well, I appreciate that mad people like you think that, but you're a Nazi and you're a racist, is what they're trying to get to without actually saying it, because they realize that just calling people racist these days is a bit gauche, a bit out of fashion, actually. But they still believe it. The madness of the blank slate libtards has not gone away.
It just ends there. Wow. Okay, it's a lot more than just lol libtards being libtards, okay? And also stop saying that. We're not living in Gamergate anymore. These are people that we have to fucking live with. You are dealing with a group of people that do not use words correctly. They act as though by calling you a chud, they have successfully used, for all intents and purposes, power word kill. Okay? Word of warning, shock. Word of warning, sleep. Power word kill. That is the order in which they're doing it. You're retarded. You believe in right-wing conspiracy theories. Blah, 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 blah. That is what's happening anytime you have a conversation with a person who is going to be dedicated to attempting to say that you are crazy about something that should be very fucking obvious to any person who deals with it for a living. As long as you grant them and seed them the ground of behaving this way, you're not going to get through to them. Because they don't want to have a conversation. They don't want to be gotten through to. They want to say the stupid shit that then makes them validated in what they think and believe. So the only thing you can do is either, one, spend your time exposing the thought line that they are on so that you can pull them from the position, or you don't try to save what is effectively the converted. You take your time and use it wisely on the things that actually matters. In this instance, what that means is that you spend your time showing everybody around them that this is the thing that they believe in. that this is the delusion that you're trying to wake them up out of. Because for all the other people watching, you can provide them the context. You can provide them... Oh, he's this fucking weeping. You can provide them the context. You can provide them the information. You can provide them the ideals. You can provide them all of which has to be revealed in order to allow for them and anyone else with them to see what it is you're talking about. Otherwise, that's not how they're going to approach the problem. They're going to approach the problem from the position of this person is an incel, this person is a right-winger, this person is a Trump supporter, this person is a maggot, this person is XYZ. Until the fucking cows come home. And then you have the problem that comes with them not listening, which is that other people that act the same way will do the same thing as well. And then you have to contend with this group that effectively just accepts this action as, well, the normality of what people just do online frequently. That it is the case that these people can't be discussed with, they just are incapable of conversation because they are that stupid. In many ways you probably could say that frequently, but you shouldn't. Because you should attempt to make conversation with them and allow them to define themselves as the crazy person. Because then you're just you're incantating your spells back and forth. And then at that point, that is when you become the equivalent of a social lolcow. That is when it becomes the equivalent of a Tardcom opportunity, of a never-ending festival of retardation. Something that any rational person who doesn't like wasting the time on conversations with people who are stupid shouldn't fucking do. But alas. Alright. The Manosphere destroyed my love life. Save me, Patience-Cena. My day is not going to end until midnight. Save me, Patience-Cena!
Now seeing a wave of divorces caused by red pill content. According to a CBC report, men are bringing red pill ideas into their marriages by demanding obedience and treating their wives like subordinates. A Canadian family lawyer says he's seeing a trend of men getting sucked into misogynistic ideals and the marriage starts to unravel.
I was a person that used to be in the red pill community. I was a person that used to be in this alpha male space, and let me tell you, it destroys you.
Hello my dears. Not too long ago I made a video about middle-aged women who had discussed their experiences and how they felt that their feminist views, or the feminist views that they had in their youth, or at least their interpretation of those beliefs and views, had negatively impacted them when it came to their love life as well as their aspirations to have families. Today we are visiting the other side of that coin, which is the manosphere or the red pill. Today we're going to be looking at a few stories of some men who chose to be very candid online about the ways in which they found the red pill or the manosphere negatively impacted them in their love lives, or negatively impacted the way that they interacted with women in their personal love lives, and just kind of having a look to see how the other side are also finding issues. Because why not have some balance, you know? So the first post comes from this fella who wrote, "How the red pill ruined the best relationship I ever had. A brutally honest post-mortem." This is hard to write, but I must find closure, clarity, and perhaps help someone else. A few months ago, I was dating a woman who, by all metrics, should have been the one. Beautiful, politically and ideologically aligned, sharp and rare in her values. We met on Hinge through a rather unconventional and edgy exchange. Let's just say we both have a similar dissenting takes on geopolitics. We clicked instantly. Our personalities mirrored each other. We laughed, connected. For a while, it was beautiful. But I sabotaged it. Not because I cheated, not because I stopped caring, but because I let ideology poison my ability to love. I allowed myself to be consumed by red pill content, not just the surface level dating tips, but the entire worldview. Hypergamy, frame, SMV. If anyone knows what SMV stands for, let us know in the comments, because I don't know. And while it does offer some useful critique of modern dating and gender roles, it's also a reactionary trap, especially when applied without a deep understanding of grace, selflessness, or faith. I started
I mean, you don't have to find yourself in, quote, red pill circles and red pill talking points without really understanding what it is that you're trying to describe. Realistically, red pill just means alpha male. So, she should be subservient, you should be able to have sex with whoever you want, it's natural for men to do yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Extrapolating from there, it sounds like the dear Chud found himself his Chudette, but through following the advice of Andrew Tate, or whomever the fuck he got the advice from, his relationship is now fucked because he doesn't actually have the ability to do what misogynistic men do. And the fucked up part about it is that misogynistic men get pussy frequently. Stay in the cut. Because it's not a layer on their personality, and it's not an indictment on who they are. It's that they get what they get because they, quite frankly, are in the cut. Getting what they get from the women they're getting it from. Because, for them, it is something entirely separate from commonality and rational sense.
Viewing her not as a unique human being, but as a statistical avatar of female nature. I stopped listening and started lecturing. I stopped being present and started analysing. I let myself believe that love was a weakness, vulnerability was failure, and leadership meant dominance rather than sacrifice. And while she tried to love me, not because I was high value in some material sense, I'm still in grad school, broke and disorganised, but because she saw something good in me. I didn't return that love. I filtered her every shortcoming through a lens of disdain rather than empathy. Eventually, she lost attraction. Who wouldn't? I became emotionally unavailable, critical and dogmatic. She told me I was too much, that she felt smothered, and when she pulled back, I panicked, chased and texted too much, and desperation never works. I wrote her a heartfelt letter owning up to everything. She said, quote, "That's sweet, baby cakes." That was her way of saying goodbye. Later, she admitted that she just didn't feel the same anymore. She said she cared for me, didn't want to hurt me, but it was done. Red pill logic told me she was just being hypergamous, chasing the next guy. But the truth, she was patient, tolerant, and communicative, and I destroyed the emotional intimacy that made her want to stay. The red pill didn't ruin my relationship. I did, because I clung to theory instead of embracing love. I treated her like a projection instead of a person. At least, to be fair, because he's still really young, he still has a lot of time to course correct because he's at least self-aware enough to realize where he went wrong in this relationship. And so I can't imagine that it's going to harm him too much because he's going to have multiple opportunities to find someone new and to learn from the mistakes that he's made within this particular situation. But this is just one example of how some people just get way too invested and too deep into some of these ideologies to the point where it just ends up sabotaging their relationships with people, because rather than kind of being present in the moment and reacting to what's currently happening in that moment in time, they're trying to live their life through these ideological lenses, which sometimes aren't realistic and aren't really practical. Then there was also this video that was circulating where Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit was confronted by one of his viewers who stated that they've watched his content, they followed some of the stuff that he was saying, but they actually found it to have been quite detrimental to them in terms of how they were treating women and how they were viewing women. And once they let go of those beliefs and they found God, they actually found that they had much healthier relationships with women and ended up getting married.
So can I ask a quick synopsis of what you think the prescription is for society today for men? In a short version, what do you think they should do to be successful with women?
I've talked about this. I think guys have to have certain things in place, right, before they want to get into a long-term relationship. It's 5 things. So I would say 100K per year, 6 figures a year, 6 months to 1 year of savings, be in good shape, have at least 50 partners, right, sexual body count.
All right, and then is that the last one?
And then there's one more, but that's fine. You could go ahead and engage with what I've said so far.
So the reason I asked that is I've watched almost every single podcast you ever did for about a year and a half. So much so that I bought into a lot of the things that you said. And for about 2 years, it led me astray and significantly damaged my personal life, including relationships.
How did it lead you astray?
Because if you're telling him that he needs to have money in the bank, he needs to be fucking every single person who moves, and he needs to do it so that he can find himself in a position where he don't get fooled again. It makes him extremely stupid, it makes him extremely shallow, it makes him extremely annoying to be around, and it makes it an unenjoyable experience for any person who seriously wants to be in his company. To the point where most people are going to avoid his company because they're going to be sick and tired of that. For starters, finishers. The basic common sense that comes with red pill shit. If you're always trying to chase tail, you're never actually having a conversation with someone. Da-da!
Well, you told me to go sleep with a bunch of women and date multiple women at the same time, which I did, and it significantly damaged my life. And it wasn't until I actually turned around and started listening to Jesus Christ that I was saved.
I mean, you don't have to be religion. You can choose religion. Religion is a choice. Praise the Lord. But you don't have to be saved in order to save yourself. You don't have to be saved in order to save yourself. You just have to decide if you want to be in a cold bed. The motivator shouldn't be, well, see, I've got something to lay against at night. It's, I actually like her, and I'm not going to use bravado as a way to push her away. That's about it. Use that and you'll be fine. Most men use that and they'll be fine. Anything outside that, I couldn't tell you different. One way is away from God or not. Because that's unfortunately the actual alternative. The alternative is that these guys are coping, they're seething. But it's just as simple as some people, they don't care. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. And it isn't. It's not relevant. Like, the amount of coochie you kill does not actually make you a better man. As I've said multiple times, getting a lot more of a gooch juice on your beppis does not make you more invested and intelligent. It just means you probably have a higher likelihood of having impregnated somebody. Like, no amount of a Gucci juice on your beppis is going to make you feel like a man. No amount of it is going to undo what should be very obvious to most people, which is that it doesn't matter if this person feels this way and does this stuff.
You meted out justice. Now face it yourself.
Now I'm happily married. I have one child now with another one on the way, and I've never felt happier. But I felt...
Congratulations, that's good. That's really good.
Thank you. And I know you're not against that, but my concern is what you're saying to men leads them astray, because I'm a walking example of it.
So would it be fair to say that when you went through that experience, you were able to identify characteristics that you probably found as unredeemable and you probably wouldn't want to commit to, right?
In what way?
Oh my God. Myron. So what you're saying is that when you started living a certain lifestyle choice, you realized that there were some basic things that basic men that would not have actually been able to do that realized that they would be able to use, right? So what you're actually saying is that I helped you be able to fix your life around. Man. No, actually, what I'm saying is that your lifestyle choice made me deeply unhappy. Myron, so what you're actually saying is that I actually pushed you in the direction of this, which means you would have never gotten here if you didn't walk the path I set you on. You're welcome.
Well, when you were seeing these women, right, you probably started seeing patterns in how they behave, how they speak, or whatever. Maybe they're not qualified to be a wife. Because the thing is, right?
Well, I don't need that. I have the Bible for that. It tells me what to look for.
Yeah, but the thing is that you were able, and again, you're probably not going to notice it, but when you dated and dealt with all these women, you probably were able to identify characteristics that you were not fond of. Or
Myron, not everybody needs to date a slut to figure out if they don't like sluts. So sorry.
Characteristics that would make a woman not a good candidate for a long-term relationship. And I think half the game is figuring out which girls don't qualify for marriage versus which ones that do. And
here's a stamp. The ones that have standards are the ones that I want. The ones that don't have standards, I don't want. If they're only good for a roll in the hay, then they're not for me. And I wouldn't care anyways, because I already have mine. But if I had to choose otherwise, if they are unscrupulous people, whom which I don't want to be around for longer than 10 seconds, or a roll in the hay, I don't want nor need them. This is not a hard take. It is not a hard analysis. It is not a difficult observation. To say otherwise is you coping, because you're not addressing that deeper concern that he or other people would have, which is a bit of a disgusting misnomer in your case, Myron. Significantly so, I could say. But whatever. Keep your secrets. Keep your secrets.
Clearly you learned a skill set on how to become attractive and get women, and then you're able to identify the things that you like versus the things that you don't like. And I mean, even in your success story, you had to go through a lot of bad women to be able to identify your current wife as the one. So failures...
You know, sometimes it hurts to be a smart person. And it hurts to be a smart person because by being intelligent, I can see the pattern. I can see the response before he makes the response. And I roll my eyes internally. Because it's like, wow. He's really that fucking dumb. Or he thinks you're that fucking dumb. Take a pic, chat.
Are good. They're good.
Yeah, failures, excuse me, failures in the sense of socioeconomic or maybe even relationship failures could be good, but there's a difference with what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're warned against our soul. Jesus Christ commands us to marry one woman. That's it.
Sure.
And what you were causing me to do was sin against myself, and that's the point I'm trying to get to. It's immoral.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take personal responsibility, bro, because here's the reality.
No, I do, 100%.
Yeah, so
very publicly, I have in front of over 40,000 people. I've done that.
Yeah, great. But the point I'm trying to make is I teach guys a skill set, right? If I give you a gun and you shoot yourself in the foot, is that my fault? If I taught you how to properly use it, how to disarm it, disassemble it, you know, how to load the magazine in properly, all that. If I give you the skill set, then you shoot yourself in the foot, right? Is that really my fault? No, I just arm you with the skill set. Then you choose what you want to do with it. Now, obviously,
I'm not responsible for the things I do to men. I'm just the guy who provided the opportunity. If you do something stupid, the opportunity is your fault, and I'm not accountable. Literally. Woe. Woe is to us, the red pill, as no one will ever take accountability for what they do. No one's ever responsible for the things that they've done. It's somebody else's fault, somewhere else in the world.
You wanted to go toward a sex escapade, which is, I guess, fine, but the reality is I armed you with the tools to become an attractive guy, and you utilize that. You can't come back and get mad.
No, you didn't arm me with that. I became attractive.
Quote, you can't come back and get mad at that because ... This level of pedantism makes me itch all over my body. It makes me itch all over my body. Hi, Carl. Can I steal the thing you said yesterday in the stream about people liking the stuff in a way that's killing it? Pip, you don't have to ask for my permission to take my good ideas. You just need to give me credit. Now, Myron, he became a bad person and only got a good woman when he held himself to a higher standard. It is if you didn't teach them well. Well, you see, Bogdan, what you're forgetting here is that by giving him the tool set, he allows him to make his decisions, because he's not responsible for what he teaches men, despite trying to teach and be a leader of men. So ultimately, it's not his fault, except that it is. And he doesn't care, because he doesn't take it seriously. It is not something that he ascribes himself to being concerned with. Not at all. Not even a little bit.
When I followed Jesus, that was it.
Oh, okay.
I do find it really interesting how Myron is like, you should sleep with 50 women, and then when this guy says that he basically did that and it actually had a negative impact on him and it had a negative impact on how he was viewing women, then Myron is suddenly like, oh well, that's on you, bro, you know, like you gotta take accountability. But then interestingly, when the guy says that he's now married, Myron is then like, oh well, you know, that's probably because you watch my content and you probably gained some knowledge from that in terms of what to look for in a woman or how to vet the right woman to the point where you ended up getting married. The reason I find this interesting is because Myron seems very keen to take credit for this guy's successes, but has absolutely no interest whatsoever in taking credit for any of his failures, which is also
Because this is what happens when you live your life in the standard of what has become the basis of most of these movements. Can I stick cadence in this? We're about to find out. At some point. Because he doesn't see it as a failing of his moral system. He doesn't see it as a failing of his ability to do right by somebody who took advice from him. He sees it as a extension of a metastasization of his desire to prove that a guy is capable of taking advice from him, and that this advice from him is responsible for making him into the man that he is today. Air quote. The man that he is today, that he wouldn't have been if he continued to take the advice of the idiot that put him in this position.
also something that I saw in my last video too. A lot of people saying feminism isn't what destroyed these women's love lives, or isn't what negatively impacted these women's love lives. They are the ones who are responsible for negatively impacting their own love lives. But I would bet that if those women had reported positive experiences as a result of feminism and attributed those positive experiences to feminism, people would have accepted that. People would have said, yeah, sure. Yeah, feminism probably is the reason why you had that opportunity or why you were able to do that thing. I highly doubt they would still turn around in that situation and say, oh, no, feminism had nothing to do with that. You did that all on your own. My point is that, yes, while people should absolutely have personal responsibility and take accountability for their own actions and their own choices, because ultimately you are the one who chooses what you listen to and what you choose to ignore, I also think that ideologies and thought leaders, people who influence the way people think and who offer prescriptions on how people should live their lives, also do bear some responsibility. Not all of it, but part of the responsibility for people's outcomes, good or bad. I don't think people should put themselves in the position of being thought leaders or people who can encourage people to live certain lifestyles or to live their lives in a certain way, yet simultaneously wash their hands of any of the negative consequences or negative outcomes that come from that. Not everybody benefits from the same advice. Some people might really benefit from these beliefs and from following these ideologies because it suits their personality and it suits their desires and what kind of outcomes that they want to have. But there are also going to always be those people who have negative outcomes from following this stuff, because it's not possible for the things that you teach people or the things that you encourage people to do to always work out. You know, even medication comes with side effects. So some people benefit from taking a medication and it saves their lives. Some people get more sick and they experience a whole list of issues. And that's just the reality of life. Not everybody's gonna fit into a one-size-fits-all solution. For some people it can be beneficial, for some people it can harm them. But if you are so insistent on taking credit for successes, you have to also take credit for the failures that happen as a result of people subscribing to your way of life or your teachings.
No, that's not what media grifters do. Silly Patient Xena. They don't care about what happens to the people that they do this to. They care about whether or not they make money off of them. This is about getting paper, getting bread. If they can't make money off this, there's no point to doing any of this. Period. They might as well help an amoeba, because they're going to view them like they are an amoeba. Also, hello everyone.
I don't agree with this picking and choosing what you want to take credit for. Happy to take credit for the successes, refusing to take credit for the failures. That to me, no. But anyways, moving on.
I mean, that's the exact thing that's happening all over society, not just in just influencer culture. That's what Sweet Baby Inc. does as a company. They take credit for the successes, they ignore the failures. That's what media sharks do. That's what media grifters do. They take credit for the successes and they ignore the failures. Hell, Mark Kern just erased all evidence of Ember off of his fucking profile after scamming people about his fucking video game. If motherfuckers in the Gamergate allow him to walk away from that, you deserve what happens next. And do I really have to beat the Smash JT horse? I can! I don't want to.
On. We also have this guy who struggled with the fact that his girlfriend had 6 previous sexual partners before him, and so he made this post online to try and get some help with coping with that, I guess. So he posted, "The red pill beliefs destroying a beautiful
Of course it's Reddit.
relationship need help. So I recently realized that my beliefs were really damaging. I realized these old red pill and evolutionary psychology beliefs that empowered me also unequivocally make me feel like a loser compared to everyone she's had uncommitted sex with. So I wrote down the beliefs I hold, and while I know some of them sound insane, I would really like your confirmation that they are false. I feel like it's the only hope I have. So the beliefs that are destroying the relationship are: women give sex and men have to earn it. If men are worthy for a short-term fling, they are more chosen than a man chosen for a relationship. A man who gets it without commitment is superior to the one who needs to commit or show explicit signs that he wants to commit. The top 1 to 20% of men are the ones getting the most sex, so it's likely that the men she slept with are better than me. Women present a loving, committed personality when they are in love with a long-term mate, and a different, more sexual personality when they are with a highly attractive short-term mate. So the short-term sex partner sees more of her true nature, so he wins. But how would he see more of her true nature if he was short-term? If she only slept with them, at what point would he have really been able to see her true nature? Because there is more to her nature than just sex, so I'm not sure what that means. Most men who date are just looking to get laid. I don't know, I feel like this is a stereotype. I could be wrong, I don't know, but I would say that most men, I don't think men and women are as different as we are portrayed to be, or as some people think we are. I think the vast majority of men and women want to have meaningful relationships. I could be wrong though, but I do think most women and most men would like to have a meaningful relationship at some point. Even if they might not necessarily want that immediately, they most of them do desire to have that at some point in their lives. Like I said, let me know if I'm wrong. Most men who date are just looking to get laid. Men who slept with my girlfriend just used her. She allowed it. This makes them the winner over me. When a woman has sex with a new guy, it emotionally damages her somewhat. Sex in the future becomes less meaningful for her. Therefore, guys who got to her earlier won over the guy who has her now. Younger women are always more valuable. So if a guy slept with her when she was younger, even by a couple of years, he got something better than me than I will ever have. More masculine men, more social men, taller men are always more attractive than more sensitive, more introverted, average height men. These are probably the same high/middle school jerks that have beat me my whole life, and they also beat me to my girlfriend's vagina. Well,
I mean, there's 4 ways you can go here. I'll describe to you. If you are worried about your woman's body count, you need to stop caring. Not because you shouldn't be concerned about whether or not she slept around a lot, but because if you are going to Reddit of all places to get advice about your relationship, nigga, you are cooked. You are cooked, and you deserve every piece of bad advice they give you. Because it should be in the depths of your fucking soul for you to recognize whether or not you needed to actually ask that question to other random strangers. You have a brain of your own. Use your mind. But if you do have to go to other people for help, you should go to people in your life, not to people online who know nothing about you, give you bad ideas that are going to intentionally try to fearmonger you.
That's a very vulgar way of putting it, but straight to the point, I guess. I don't know. I think this level of adherence to the manosphere or to red pill teachings is not normal. I don't know many people who'd be like, oh, because you were with my girlfriend 2 years ago, you got the most valuable version of her because I got to her when she was 2 years older. I've never heard anyone talking like that. Usually when I hear people within the red pill space talk about younger women being more valuable, they're comparing women who are like decades, like at least a decade apart. So they'll say things like, you know, women in their 20s are more valuable than women in their 30s or women in their 40s. I've not really heard anyone go as far as to say like a 22-year-old woman is drastically less valuable than a 20-year-old woman. Like I think that's a bit much. Women retroactively change their memories of their past to fit their current relationship. For instance, a past very passionate relationship will be explained away as empty, unsatisfying. So the comparison you hear, even if it's very favorable, like you're the best romantic partner I've ever had, can't be trusted. I can imagine that it's probably extremely exhausting to be in a relationship with someone like this, because you literally can't win. If you say positive things about them, then you're lying. Nothing that can't be trusted. But if you were to say like negative things, I'm sure that they would believe that to be true. So they're just constantly in like a bias feedback loop. There's nothing she can do or say that would disprove his internal philosophy, because even when she tries to contradict what he thinks about himself, he can't trust that. But if she was to say something that would confirm it, he would probably believe it. So it's like, what can you really do? Sexual.
What you would do is you would have to remind the person that whatever the people in the world tell you is not a reflection of what actually is the point of what you can do for yourself and what you can do with others for yourself with them when you're in an environment around them. So if you're going to go into a relationship and you're going to feel like that relationship is important, like you want it to last, you want it to be something that you can be a part of, and that you feel that you actually have made a connection of something that is actually desirable, you have to accept that that person could leave you, and then ask yourself why they're still there and why they stayed. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Every time you ask yourself, man, she could be leaving with a real stud. Why is it that she hasn't left me to go have 6 billion kids with Chad? Maybe it's because she actually likes you. She wants your kids. To put another way, as my friend Anubis once said, she's dripping your biological material. You already won. You don't have to go running after people like that. You already won. You don't have to be worried about there being a nigga in the closet. She's not going to him. You won. You don't have to be concerned with this, that, the other, or the third. She ain't out on the streets at night. She's at home, cuddled up next to you, while you're doing whatever the fuck. You won. Like, if you just accept that you won, nothing else matters. If you get stuck in thinking that you have to fight even harder, then you're not winning. And you're missing the opportunity provided to you by the thing that you could be currently involving yourself with. Because you already won.
Relationships are inherently adversarial. Women will bait a provider type by pretending to be more focused on long-term commitment, and the player male type will trick a woman into sleeping with him by doing the same. So I get a false version of my girlfriend, and she was only used by past men. Women are repulsed by weakness, so you should never show vulnerability or you will reduce your attractiveness. A woman's most valuable thing to give is sex. Not commitment, connection, time, love, but sex. So the sex those men got is more valuable than anything additional she could give me. The more sex a woman has, the less valuable they are. Yeah, I don't personally think that this level of adherence to these principles is normal by any means. I'm not even gonna try and say that most guys who like the red pill or listen to the red pill take it to this level of extreme.
Most of them do. They all do. Because that's the idea of the red pill. You need to get it in with sluts until you have fucked enough of them that you no longer are going to be threatened by them because now you've got game. Upon getting game, you no longer are also a victim of the circumstances that could have happened to you because now you're not a loser cuck that's going to get used by a woman. You're instead the Chad that's slamming the pussy 100% of the time. All the time, every time.
I think this is a bit much, but it is interesting to see that some people do take it this far. And it is quite interesting to see that some people are literally sticking to these principles and following them to a T, to the point where it's kind of not normal at all. Like, I just don't think that most people would think like this, and I don't think even people who are fans of the Red Pill, I don't think most of them get to this level. I could be wrong though, but I just don't think this is normal. And I do actually genuinely feel quite bad for this guy, because I can only imagine how maddening it must be to like be constantly dealing with that internal conflict, because there's no way he can fully enjoy his relationship if this is the stuff that's going on in his head. And I can only imagine like it must be so exhausting for his girlfriend to be in a relationship with him when this is the kind of stuff that he's thinking, because it must be so difficult to be in a relationship with someone who's in my personal opinion dealing with some self-esteem issues. And I'm not saying that just because he has a problem with the fact that she's had six sexual partners, okay, because I know there's gonna be some people in the comments who are like, Patience, so if a guy has an issue with how many sexual partners his girl has, that means he's got self-esteem issues. No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't think there's anything wrong with caring about your partner's past or caring about their history when it comes to that kind of stuff. I think it's perfectly fine for both men and women to care about that, because everyone has their own personal preference in terms of what they would prefer when it comes to that. What I personally think is abnormal is this level of fixation. But at least this guy is trying to get help, even if it's on social media. You know, I guess it's a start. I would say he should maybe talk to someone who could actually help him in a more productive way, but you know, it's a start. At least he acknowledges that these thoughts and these views are sabotaging him in ways, and he's trying to work through them. I think ultimately any ideology that encourages you to be wary of the opposite sex through using generalizations about the opposite sex is one that can lead to negative interactions with the opposite sex and can also make dating them pretty difficult. Both feminism and the Red Pill often have a habit of correctly diagnosing issues when it comes to the dynamics between men and women in society. However, when it comes to their solutions, I think sometimes they can fall off a bit. Or sometimes
They often fall off because they're not designed to help you navigate life. They're designed to help you notice patterns. It's probably the first instance in which many people will become familiar with the behavior that will create the idea that you can divine patterns in things that otherwise people would not have discussed otherwise without you. It is the case that they will have that viewpoint, and that opinion will be reflected in the antics that they would then like to engage in when it comes to the parts of the stuff that matters most to them.
they just don't have solutions. The amount of Red Pill content creators I've seen just pointing out a whole bunch of problems with not a single solution in sight is also an issue that I think comes with some of this stuff as well. Because I don't think anyone benefits from hearing all of the problems without any practical solutions, because this is what then causes people to just be wary, because they just all they know is all the issues and they don't actually have any way of like working with that. I also do wonder as well if the reason why we see a lot of people leaning towards ideologies and stuff like that to kind of help guide them through dating and relationships is because of the fact that a lot of people are children of divorce, single parents. You know, a lot of people have witnessed relationships break apart, or they've witnessed their parents' relationships or marriages dissolve. And so maybe because we have because that stuff has become a lot more common and a lot more normal, and a lot of households are kind of in that situation, you know, like blended families, divorce, all these kind of things have become so commonplace now for many people, or just single parents in general. I do wonder if maybe that's made people a lot more interested in seeking out external sources for how to conduct relationships and how to interact with the opposite sex, because they probably never had examples of that in their own home, or they never had healthy examples of that, or they're kind of just scared of replicating what they saw in front of them, and so they want to try and find a way to kind of cheat the system or ways to avoid having those outcomes, and so they seek out these things in order to try and have a completely different experience with dating and their love lives.
Correct. Noticing patterns. Chase pattern. Get confused why pattern didn't work because Myron doesn't give a fuck about you. Try shit, don't work. Try shit, don't work. Switch up. Try shit, don't work. Try shit, don't work. Try shit, don't work. Switch up again. Try shit. This won't work this time. True it again. Trying it. Oh man, this is actually working out better for me now. The guy that had his relationship blow up when he stopped following the advice of pickup artists and stopped putting himself in the pain nexus. When he stopped plugging his brain directly into the bitches ain't nothing but pimp, like bitches ain't nothing but sluts and hoes. And actually, the women who are being brought onto the podcast to be made fun of so that I can laugh at them, I actually don't want to fuck them. Suddenly I see, this is what I want to be. Suddenly I see that coochie's toxic, it's not good for me. No. This coochie ain't good for me.
Because often these influencers, the appeal of them is that they are selling people the answers, right? They're selling people the cheat code on how to navigate this thing without being hurt. And
Pause. It is possible that a person can attempt to navigate that and think, well, if I listen to this person's advice, then I will be better than the rest. I'll never get fooled again, just like those guys never got fooled again. But you cannot avoid being hurt. You cannot avoid being hurt. It is not a thing that you can do. You cannot avoid being hurt. You cannot avoid being part of the game. This goes on R. These are not things that you can work yourself out from. They are a part of who you are inside. It is possible to take the advice and to learn how to not get put in that position, but it doesn't create that same feedback loop. You're going on M4.
I think a lot of people are afraid of just that, right? They're afraid of being hurt. They want to do things properly, they want to do things strategically and carefully because they want to maximize their success. Or maybe I'm just overanalyzing it. Who knows? Let me know what you think in the comments about these stories. I'd love to know what you think about why people are so drawn to these things in order to guide them through relationships. And let me know if you personally had...
We are a species that teaches our young by experience. To say I can't believe that there is a person who would do such a thing, like learn by proxy, is a ridiculous statement said by a person who doesn't really understand what it is men are looking for in their lives with the people that they wish to make lives with. It is natural for a young man of the village to try and divine a nature and a path forward for himself where he believes that he is going to find the lessons that are going to help him in his life.
I put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
It's the final Wednesday, my dudes. Hello, Tusky. It is the job of then the village for that man to guide him in the right direction. It's not to tell him that anything that he does is wrong, and therefore he has picked the wrong path and he has taken the wrong advice, and he is going to be forever misaligned and mislaid by the people that he could take advice from. But it is the case that that man has to be willing to learn from the consequences that come with picking the divine path that he's trying to follow, as that is exactly the wisdom he is looking for off the beaten path. The problem of the village is that they have to both bring him back to that point where he is able to understand what it is he is asking for and be prepared for what he's going to get in return.
Those stars flicker and fade, and in their place, darkness. The absence of warmth, endless, inescapable. Now come the whispers, no longer faint.
That doesn't feel like that should be that powerful.
With each word we are unmade. Soon we will be but hollow vessels.
Shut up, voice calm. Thank you. It is the case, then, that the goal of that man, and what he is seeking absolution in the most basic way a human can, which is from confirmation bias. However, based on genetic memory, as well as just based on social society, we would tell that man that any lesson that he could learn from his father. He could learn from his brother. He could learn from any male of the village. And so he could learn without ever having experienced a heartbreak for himself. But unfortunately, not all men want to go that route. Mostly because if they feel like it's not something for them, they're not going to use it for that. After all, why would I want to do that if what I want to do is something entirely different from that? What if what I want to do is I want to experience the heartbreak for myself, so that when I have a child and my child asks me, Dad, why would I ever want to do that? Why don't I just get it in easy with this girl because I don't think that she's worth my time? I can then slap him, because if he wants to be an incel, that is what he'll say to himself, so that he doesn't actually have to form bonds. Learned scholar or not, some things can only really best be learned the hard way. And sometimes what men are looking for is the hard way. You cannot fault them for looking for the hard way. But it is the nature of society that some men have to learn the way that most men shouldn't have to learn. Because, number one, a hard head makes a soft behind. But number two, even if you wanted to give them the advice, they're not necessary to take it, because you can't lead a horse to water and make it drink. Or, as I love to say, you can't teach a nigga hunger. By all means, you can find out a motherfucker thirsty. That's not difficult. Being able to actually quench his thirst, there's your challenge. Because teaching a nigga hunger doesn't do shit. Not unless he knows what it is he's looking for. Most of the time, half the Myrmidon, Meridian, and traveling time that a man takes, both in his life and as well as in his content, it comes from a place that is much closer to something akin towards soul searching than most. So for those people, they engage with that, and what you end up with is a group of people who may or may not actually want to absolve in the fact that a person is learning something by the proxy of what they're getting involved with. Just cause. And then you still fall with the same issue, but with extra steps. Because maybe that guy does want to have the experience, but he doesn't want to have to go through all of the difficulty. Maybe that guy wants to have specific knowledge that only a person in that level can provide. But the advice that he's getting is slightly more advanced than he probably wants. A man tries to go to a man who's married for advice about how to make a relationship. What he wants is that he wants to get laid. But what the man's telling him is how to look for peace in his life. He's not particularly at a place in his life, whereas the kids say, you're teaching them high-tiered knowledge of ball game, and they're not particularly ready for that. So, instead, you end up giving them advice that will help them in the micro game, but not necessarily in the macro game. I hate blood geysers. So what you end up with is that you find young men traveling on a path in life where they find people like Myron Gaines. They find people like Andrew Tate. They find people like Claviger, because I guess they're now going on this whole right-wing crypto fascist conspiracy shit. Ever since he ran over that guy that he streamed with out in the stream with Nick Fuentes, and obviously taking bad advice from people from Nick Fuentes. You could go the path of individuals who have to get bit by society in order to learn these are bad ideas, or you could just be like me and just simply stumble bum your way through your life and figure these things out with your internal wisdom. No matter how often you do the thing that you're doing. I didn't have to do a lot. You know, my path through life is not necessarily one that most people would follow. Five fucking minutes. Jesus Christ, Einhar. But, even though my path through life is not the most prototypical, it stands to reason that for those who find it concerning and necessary, it is actionable advice that they will get from bad experiences as well as being put through the shit of their own design, that will teach them that the decisions that they're making have consequences and or the way that they go about the things that they're doing. Will inherently belong to them in a way. Wasn't trying to let him die to the aftershock. This is why he needs Calling Strike. The things that they are going to divine from the means from which they could do so is the advice and knowledge that would then lead them to have healthy life experiences if only they are prepared and ready to listen to the advice as it's relevant. Otherwise, they find themselves the victim of this advice in perpetuity, and then they have nothing to show for it except for an example that does not have the ability to be proved, since the people themselves will not take the advice from people who have lived it, but only from having seen it for themselves. So, only after massive fucking fumbles in their life he bled. Will a person accept that there is something that they could learn from the person nearby them? But because of the nature of how they will learn from the disseminated information, this advice might go hollow and stale. And so, all that altruistic knowledge ends up falling on deaf ears. all this shit happens all the fucking time. You tend not to let it be made a stink of, since most people understand this as a part of the process. Some do not.
Similar experiences, or you've seen people have these kind of experiences from listening to these influencers on social media. If you found this video interesting, why not like and subscribe? Thank you so much for giving me your time today. I shall see you in my next video.
Ouch, itchy, itchy, itchy. Do your brother to the cookout, but you can't make him take a plate. Can't make that motherfucker clip the fucking burgers because he wants to go talk to everybody fucking else. But technically, that's actually a good way to put it, Tusky. Like, if sex and society and involvement and a partnership is the cookout at the neighborhood smash party, and young men only are interested in chasing tail, they have to be brought to the grill. Because the grill is the collective male consciousness that gives them the advice that makes them prepared and ready for life. If they're not in a position where they are prepared to stand at the fire of the grill and be forged in getting small scald spots from watching the meat, they have to be allowed to experience life enough that they will then do so and live in the different world that will be different to them in the context from where they're coming from, so that they may be able to actually learn how to move through life without these problems holding them back. Because alternatively, the only thing left that a person could do is simply leaving them to their devices for them to learn the hard way, with the equivocation of basically fighting games, where fighting games at the cookout is the unironic PvP of life, where some people are stupid enough to say something like, they don't learn today. Realistically, they can't learn today. They'll never learn today. Because the entire goal is that they're never going to properly learn the way that they were intended to. They'll only learn through proxy.
Yes, I shall dance. You are a disgrace to the first ones. A gift from my ancestors.
They didn't even stand a fucking chance. Then again, tier 0 before maps. If they get forged by the fire of the furnace, then they're actually capable of being able to account for and become a part of that experience that should be ingratiated upon them by being a part of that dialectic. If you don't give that and grant that to them, then they find themselves on the outs of this experience where they are completely lost for words and have nothing to show for themselves with the people that they are a part of. This is one of the most basic things to the intrinsic nature of conversations with adults. But it's so scuffed that the only way that you can accomplish this is the most difficult one, which is to hold them to serious recompense for what could have happened, and for what did happen, and for what they're going to do next. Because otherwise the people have nothing to show for it, and thus have no direct involvement in what they're going to do as their response to this entire matrices of their problem that comes from not having enough information that people are supposed to be trusting. Because they can't trust other men, because, quote, they don't know ball. But they'll recognize that older men know something, but, yeah, who wants to listen to the old man?
Family lawyers are now seeing a wave of divorces caused by red pill content. According to
Last one from yesterday. What is even biracial?
So I'm gonna tell y'all the.
Yo, ball-headed ass, Little Bill. This one's probably going to be the most pedantic, but let's find out.
All right, so I'm gonna tell y'all the truth with this, man. I really ain't want to do this video like that because it's one of those things that I know no matter what I say or how I try to break this down, somebody is going to wind up showing their whole butthole in the replies, and it's going to turn me into that Mekhi Phifer smoking meme. Y'all know the one. With the multiple spliffs. I'm also going to cut the rest of y'all off at the pass and say, no, I did not interview any of my biracial folk for this video, and that was by design, really. I did, however, talk to a few offline to get their thoughts on mine, which is kind of where I think I'm going with this. A lot of this biracial isn't black or you gotta have 4 black grandparents nonsense, I think really comes down to the fact that a lot of the folk that say this type of stuff don't really interact with biracial folk in real life, and so y'all just draw your own conclusions based off of the little bit of anecdotal knowledge that you gleaned from off of the internet.
And that's not usually worth much of a damn, but then again, we're talking about leftists here, so not the tree you want to be barking up, Lil Bill. Then again, you've been smoking that fucking signifier pack for a long while. You've got truth you need to get off your chest. Come to the table. Carl will see you now.
Kind of just sounds like public discourse period.
Zero.
But anyway, whatever. It's wild how the same niggas who made blackness is not a monolith, shorthand for I actually prefer flounder to catfish, won't extend the same type of grace to folk who just so happen to have one non-black parent or even grandparent. My point isn't to prove that biracial is black, because nigga, or how this whole conversation is just symptomatic of dumb niggas spending way too much time around even dumber niggas who then gas them for having the analytical skill of a potato. But it's to talk about how and why this discourse has and continues to be so goofy to me. Using my mother as an example. Like I've said multiple different times on this channel now, my mom's dad was a white Puerto Rican man who she only saw like 2 times when she was too young to remember him, likely because he had a whole second family in New York, but we not getting in all of that. If you got Caribbean...
Motherfucker, you the one who telling me this shit. I just clicked on your content. Why are you telling me that your mama didn't know her father? Self-snitching. You ain't supposed to be self-snitching. Stop self-snitching. Damn. Why you gotta be telling on yourself like that? I ain't ask all that. Goddamn.
In your bloodline, do you already know what I'm talking about? My point being, despite my mom being by any definition of the word a biracial woman, she has never lived or identified as anything other than black, and nobody was the wiser except other Boricuas. I remember when we moved to the neighborhood that I spent the bulk of my child and adolescence in, neighbors would greet my mom in Spanish, and she would look at them the same way that white folks look at a wash rag. See, I told y'all that edgy humor ain't hard. It's just...
That's not edgy humor. Nigga, where's the edge? Is it in the frills? Huh? Where's the edge? Where's the edge, Little Bill? I gotta stack them. Where's the edge? Do you see an edge here? I don't see an edge here, bitch. I see a bevel. This is the definition of the anti-edge. This is how you don't cut yourself on an edge. Ah! Carl, don't you think you're going a little far expanded? No! That doesn't make sense! It's nowhere near offensive! It's not funny. You pissed me off enough that you activated my limerence. I'm changing my shirt. Fuck me! Every goddamn lecture is unfunny. Every single one of them. And now after the crash out that you just witnessed, now single player Carl will be able to engage in fun. Phone.
Not funny when your faves do it because your faves are ass. They suck donkey dick. And still somehow they call themselves straight. But I mean, that's white men's logic for you. Vote Democrat, somehow you're the gayest thing on the planet. But literally suck a man's dick so long you say, it's just a prank, bro. You're all gravy.
See, you almost had something there. That was almost halfway to a joke. Lovingly giving your homie a blowjob, and as he busts a nut deep inside your throat, you pull back and just like, it's just a prank, bro. Don't you worry, man. Leave your house with a baby baby slavering off his lips. Turn around and say, hey, yo, bro. I'm not gay. I just have relationships with men. Who ain't never tucked that homie in and blowjobbed him good night? That could have been funny though, Bill. Especially if you had said it with that face, but you didn't. No, it was up to the funny one to do it. I had to say it. These niggas need help. These niggas need help. I need help.
And I know y'all are going to clip that somewhere. I really couldn't care less. Anyway, I don't know if it was her hair texture or complexion or something else, but fellow Puerto Ricans were able to clock her Latina-ness off rip and never once denied her community. Quite the opposite, in fact. I'm not saying that my mom's experience is at all universal, because, I mean, there is a reason why they call folk like me no sabe. Look at it.
Folk like me. I know the point he's trying to get across here is that, listen, I didn't look like I belonged, but I belonged. Yeah, but could you possibly be less gay about it? Just a little bit? Could you try to be a little less loud? Could you try to be a little bit more humble? Otherwise, why are you telling me this? Also, stop snitching on your mother.
On your own time. But it is the primary reason why the whole biracial isn't black thing is such a smooth brain take to me. That said, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't at least understand why some of y'all think this way. So that's what we finna get into here. When, why, and how biracial stop being black. And whether this is even an argument worth having. I mean, it's not, but...
If it's not an argument worth having, why are we talking? Why am I here? Why did you name your video the way you named it? Stop wasting my time. Get on with it.
'Tis the season to make some quick and easy ad revenue. I knew this joint was going to get y'all hot and bothered enough to make it worth my time. So, yeah, here we go. It's the Bill Joyner Morning Show.
An exploration of being biracial, featuring people who don't necessarily sell themselves on their biraciality. They're just given the biracial status because they were just one of those people. like Rashida Jones. You just, hey guys, biracial means that I have a black parent and then I have another parent, and that matters. You wanna have a real conversation about what it means to be biracial? Talk about the cultural differences of biraciality when you don't appear very obviously as black plus the thing that you are, and show me some controversial examples of a person being biracial and actively making no attempt to claim biraciality. Like Michael Jackson's daughter. And you can have a conversation about those people and about that in that inherent nature of the conversation. Then we have something. Until we do that, we don't got shit. Finally in maps. And potentially problematic depictions of family trees. Exactly what I was talking about. Like, this is Nutella jar, peanut butter, and mayonnaise. Where's supposed to be the problem that comes from this inherent problematic depiction? Is multiracial relationships and is multiculturalism problematic to you? Is that what you're saying? Do you want to have that conversation? I don't think you do. So what are we actually talking about?
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about science, specifically biology, high school biology at that. Because I see the term phenotype getting tossed around like mono on a co-ed dorm floor by niggas who can't even tell an allele from Adele. So
Homie, that for one is not a good joke. Two, how dare you do my nigga Mordecai like that? You greasy, dusty, dirty, dingy bitch. You greasy, dusty, dirty, dingy bitch. How dare you? How dare you?
Let's dead that combo right off rip. The genotype of an organism is the complete genetic material of that organism. If you want a more technical definition, it's the combination of alleles that combine to form a specific gene. For example, things like eye, hair, color, and height, for example, are all determined by the genes you inherit directly from your parents. So let's do some high school biology again. If you have a parent with brown eyes and another with blue eyes, you're probably going to be born with brown eyes because brown is the dominant allele, because black supremacy, of course. Here's the twist though. Even if both your parents both have brown eyes, it doesn't mean that they don't possess a blue-eyed allele. Again, remember, brown is just the dominant one. So you only need one brown-eyed allele to be born with a brown-eyed phenotype. However, if both your parents are heterozygous, meaning they have both a brown and a blue-eyed allele, there is a 1 in 4 chance that they wind up passing 2 recessive blue-eyed alleles to you instead of those dominant brown-eyed alleles, in which case you will be born with blue eyes. Which brings me now to phenotype. All that word means is the observable traits of your unique genome. Literally.
Bill, why am I taking not even second grade, 6th grade life science class right now from you? Why are we here?
Every organism has their own genetic code, the product of God knows how many generations of bodily fluids being swapped back and forth like rappers between IG models. And this is why I keep saying that race is not scientific, no matter how much y'all try to make it so. If it were, literally every person who's ever lived would be their own race, which would be the funniest thing ever, admittedly, but that's aside from the point. I can't determine your genetic makeup, thereby, let alone your race, just by looking at you, because like we discussed in the eye color example, just because the trait is not expressed outwardly doesn't mean you don't possess said trait. Tell that to my wife. In addition to everything that I just said, factors like your environment, your lifestyle, etc. contribute to those observable traits. The classic example being flamingos, which are naturally white, believe it or not, but then turn vibrantly pink due to their staple diet of Pepto-Bismol chews. That's for real. Look that up. Google it. The other classic example is skin color, coincidentally, which I really shouldn't have to explain, is a product of the environment that you and your ancestors lived in. Point I'm getting at is we are all products of the people who came before us, a melting pot of alleles and their corresponding traits that may or may not express themselves in a way that other people can see. But it does not mean we do not possess those traits. For example, despite me being anywhere between light and brown skin, depending on what time of year it is and what kind of job I have, and my wife being milk chocolate, both our kids.
Yes, we get it. We get it, nigga. We get it. You have a wife. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it.
Are lighter skinned than us, and my daughter is so fair skinned that we dressed her up as Lil from the Rugrats one Halloween. It's also why I remember having
also, why are you putting kids out on the internet, bro? Protect your fucking family.
Uncles with red hair and dark brown skin. So what was the point of this 9th grade biology refresher course, as you're probably asking? That race is a construct. It's not scientific. Nothing about race or racism is based in science, like I've been saying since literally the beginning of this channel, because there are no clear-cut genetic boundaries by which we can determine where one race begins and the other race ends. Again, there's so much mixing and matching of genes that scientists can't accurately tell you what race you are based on your genome, let alone your phenotype. This is why I keep saying that whiteness is not real. There are no cultural, linguistic, regional, ethnic, or even religious, any shared element of whiteness beyond phenotype. In other words, observable traits. Because again, the purpose of whiteness was always just to justify subjugation. It's literally just a means to the end of. This is why white supremacy and capitalism are inextricable. Yeah, but we ain't getting into it.
Yes, we got it. We got it. We knew. We knew. Thank you for getting there. Now can you please get to the rest of the content, this content?
This is why every decade or so, a new minority group gets to call themselves white on their job application.
I mean, society continues to make more and more people attempt to say that there is no reason for them to be able to declare such things as that being something they should be entitled to, Bill. So if we're calling spades a spade, and we're not really, but okay, if we're going to call a spade, then let's consider the fact that we wouldn't be here if some people did not attempt to claim shit that did not belong to them. As do African Americans, as do most minorities that are interracial mutts like myself, but don't accept that part of the existence is that they cannot just claim it. They have to earn it. And that at the end of the day, if there's something that they're going to give unto themselves, let's go with that, it's going to be a couple other things like that. My window just popped.
The gene pool is just too muddled to gatekeep the Italians, the Irish, the Poles, the Slavs, even Jews, all those ethnic groups who were just 100 years ago considered non-white, when these days you can't even tell a Guatemalan from a Getter done. Which kind of...
What does that mean?
The point I've been making forever, that you cannot be racist against white people. Hold on to your shorts, bucko. The reason I say that is because nobody even knows what makes a white person beyond their phenotype.
The dramatic origins. I can be able to find out if a person comes from a descendancy from Germany and Icelandic regions, because the inherent nature of whiteness, as you would learn from your genotype, is a genetic predisposition for a lack of melanin, because they don't spend a lot of time in the sun. Pray tell, Bill, where in the world would it be likely that I could find a type of person that regularly engages in content that involves them being outside, but not directly in the sun, in a place where it's... Come on, little Bill, you should know this one. In a place where it is cold and climate, like the UK, or most of Europe, to be honest. Even in the places that used to be beautiful, like France, it is frequent that they deal with a lot of fucking weather problems.
Again. And also their cuisine. And also their hygiene. Alright, maybe there is something to that whole, you know, white people being a real thing. Like, look at Isaiah Hartenstein, for example. Nobody in their right mind would assume that this man is not white. But this is his dad. And no, not his stepdad. This man came from this man's scrotum. And for the record, yes, Isaiah...
Yeah, and that's okay. That's fine. Why are you hating on his father? I don't understand what we're doing here. Bill, what is your point? Are you becoming a race realist right now? What's going on here?
It does identify as black. He just calls himself bright-skinned, which is somehow... I don't know if I should be offended by that or if that's like the greatest punchline ever. Whatever, dog. Clap it up for Isaiah. That was a good one. My point is, you see why this conversation is so stupid to me, right? Matter of fact, remember Bull from Him? This is what he looks like with hair. Yeah, so now you have to live with the fact that he looks like a created character from a mid-alt sports game. Now, that said,
No, that's not the dig you want to go for. You have to go with the fact that he looks like he's a cousin to Rashard Richards. You green snake-eyed fuck.
have and will continue to argue that though you can't be racist against white people, prejudice against white, or more accurately white appearing people, is not only possible but is actually pretty common. Now that said, we have to make a distinction between what prejudice and racism is in this instance. Prejudice against white appearing people is not the same as racism against non-white people for a few reasons. First, prejudice against whites exists exclusively on an interpersonal level.
No, you're a fucking liar, because it is literally an institution where you can justify hating anybody for anything, and you guys are sick for doing so.
As racism exists both interpersonally and, more importantly, structurally and institutionally. In other words, there are no laws, no institutions, or just generally accepted practices in this or any other country that were designed specifically to penalize white people for being white people. Quite the opposite is true, in fact. Matter of fact, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but this whole country was built to benefit white people for being white people, specifically rich white men. The reason being, our current social framework is designed to favor white folks directly at the expense of non-whites. Again, chattel slavery, anybody? Which is why people like me really don't care or think that much about prejudice against white folks, to keep it a buck.
I don't really think about the fact that me and my wife have thought of 50 billion different ways to call a cracker, and that we've also ingrained and taught that into our children that we put on the internet. It just matters to me that I tell you that, you know, just institutionally, like, they have all the power, so that's why I get to call him, Manad, and a bunch of other Jacobian shit that me and all the homies come up with when we want to be an asshole about, you know, Chad from Directings. Because that's what normal people do, right? You just make fun of everybody all the time.
I'm sorry, I just don't care that much. I'll also argue that prejudice against
Then don't make content about it.
whites, much like anti-maleness, is really just overcorrection for historical oppression. What I'm saying is people who hold those views, yeah, you can make the argument that they kind of lost the plot in the process of protesting their own condition. Instead of raging against the system, they rage against the people who benefit most from it, indiscriminate of whether those people actively perpetuate the system or not. Just being a beneficiary makes you an op in their eyes, which is short-sighted in my opinion, but not completely wrong, you know? Again, am I saying it's right? No, not at all. But what I am saying is there's no point in getting too pissy over people punching above their own weight class to begin with. Like, is it annoying? Yeah. Sometimes hurtful? Most assuredly. But, dog, you will live. I can't say the same if the roles were reversed. Matter of fact, I got about 400 years worth of history that says that it wouldn't. Secondly, no...
Do you live in the past or do you live in the future? Are you a slave to time or do you actually have the ability to think for yourself? Do you know who you are and what you are, or are you just a victim of circumstances? Come on, gamble! Come on, gamble! Yeah! Too bad I can't put a fracture on that. Are you a victim of circumstances, or do you have the ability to actually perceive a life for yourself without being a perpetual victim? If you cannot do this on a normal scale, you are at fault for all the problems that happens in your life. And you cannot blame other people because they are not doing it to you. You are doing it to yourself. Gamble. I'm sad on the inside.
Nobody actually knows what makes white people white.
Yes, we do. It is the genotype of their body, and it is their inherent ancestry that denotes that it is not because they are a descendant of one type of white, but another type of white. Because white basically means European descent. Basically English descent, depending on how much the world was conquered by Britain. We speak the Queen's English, my guy. By inherent nature, you have been colonized white. You speak white. Why aren't you speaking broken pigeon ebonics, Lil Bill? Why aren't you speaking broken pigeon ebonics? Quick. Why aren't we talking Swahili right now? Huh? Come on, quick! Come on, quick! 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 We are animals. We are evolved animals. We are evolved animals that are the consequence of society working its illustrious fingers through our woven hair. We are the consequence. My lawn people are here. There's no point in me talking over it. I gotta wait. This is the consequence of moving the microphone 5 inches closer. I really want drinks. I should have a bring me sodas. Yeah, I'm a master of bring me sodas. Soders. I want some soda pop, but I also want some drink mix. Okay, he's moving on to the other side. We are the consequence of conquest. All over this world. Everywhere in this world, there has been a man that has stuck his penis into a vagina, and then 9 months later, 9 to 11 months later, a child came out. That conquest of both man, soul, existence, nature, and even bread, especially the bread of circuses, has led to us being able to denote, based on who our parents were, what we are. We are all various types of human. Because of this inherent nature of this type of humanity we have the basis that some people with my complexion are more predisposed to heart conditions and medical conditions as a consequence of not having been exposed to an environment where we would have been regularly inoculated from those social problems. To put it differently, some blacks are a grass type, and because of that, they cannot exist where fire types originate. American grass type African Americans cannot stand up to the ANC West African fire types. They get burnt down by the revolutionary fires of gimme that. There are some that are water types. There are some that are hard water types versus soft water types. So, Haiti, Jamaica, Barbados, Hawaii, General Samoans, wherever you can find them, including in Kiwiland, New Zealand, Australia, Greenland, Finland, Denmark, and wherever else they're fucking hiding. The hard water and soft water types of those different nationalities are comparatively different to the saltwater and freshwater types of the Southeast Asian market. And each is predisposed to the conditions of their living. Some grow big-boned, stocky. Their women are bigger than normal linebackers amongst the grass-type black people. And yet, those supposed grass types, hard water, soft water, salt water, freshwater types, have a difference where some actually lack a type of smell for sweat, whereas we do not lack it. So to Asians, when we get really sweaty, we smell bad to them. And they don't smell like that at all, because it's just not in their genotype. No matter how many jokes you can make about white people will have infinitely more opportunity for culture than others. Because on top of the fact that the culture is not genetic, it is quite literally a cultural adaptation. It means that that is ultimately a social construct. But it is a construct that is inherent not to genetics, but to social culture. No matter how many times you say white people have no culture, yes they do. If you want to go by the basis of history, they had a lot of culture. Because what you call white is pretty much 56% of the land mass on planet Earth. If you want to go by actual social culture, to saying, well, this man can never truly celebrate Cinco de Mayo, yes he can. He can move to Mexico. He can take in the culture of Mexico, and he can become Mexican. He can become a white Mexican-American. Or just simply a white Mexican. Gringo, they might call him. But he will be the most fluent gringo you've ever known. Isn't that right, PewDiePie? Living with your wife and your child, son Bjork, inside of Japan, where I hope you fucking annex and also kick out all 3 people from the Trash Taste podcast. Although technically, you won't be able to kick out Joey the Anime Man, but you will be able to kick out Connor Seadog and Giguk. I don't hate Giguk. I just fucking don't like Connor. If you would only ever look at this from the position of, how can I make jokes against this group that I've decided I'm going to bash? You're never actually solving the deeper set problems of society. You're just adding to them. And you're being a dick while you're doing it. And it's lazy. You should be capable of evolving your insults. Truthfully. Once you get over the inch-high barrier of your lack of imagination, because every single time you want to make fun of someone, you want to call them a chud, you will truly be able to reach new scene heights that you have never reached before. And nobody will have to concern themselves thus, like, one way, this wise, or the other. Because you will not have made it so dog shit the lack of your conversation. Like, my God. It's not high school anymore. And get grown-ass men. Grown-ass men. With the fucking insults. Like your kids. Y'all niggas lucky you got picked by women. Signify more than you. He been fucking corny. I'll be right back. And call him. Whose friendship with Iron Mouse? You telling me little Bill is friends with Iron Mouse? Connor. Okay. Kind of important there. Missing context. How long is your shit? Over an hour and 26 minutes long. You got another fucking 15 minutes. Goop, doop, goop, 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 goop. Do some people not know that new race and nationality can be created? I look black, but my DNA is a mess of Puerto Rican, English, and Scottish. My race and nationality is neither of these, and I am called an American. Yeah. Realistically, the goal is for everybody to become racially genetically mixed anyways. People like Bill are a holdout of basic inverse racial purity. It's not okay to be white, but it's all right to be all black. Except he's not all black. He's biracial. So, being politically black.
And put some fucking earbuds on. You're in public.
Shabbat.
Besides the being white. You see how and why this circular reasoning don't really work in defending the existence of whiteness. Whiteness is based exclusively on you appearing to be so. Again, if that were not the case, why are we able to bring in all of these different ethnic groups into whiteness whenever we feel like it, including Hispanics, which is literally just code for white people who so happen to speak Spanish? Know what I mean? So again, I could look at Isaiah Hartenstein or Wentworth Miller or Pete Wentz and reasonably assume that they are white men. But all three are quite literally biracial with a black parent. Despite their presentation, they can claim blackness based on direct ancestry. And 50 years ago, they wouldn't have a choice, really. That's foreshadowing, by the way. Blackness, like I said in the past, is a lot more complicated than that because it's not based entirely on physical traits, or at least it shouldn't be based on physical presentation, which is kind of the point of this video, right? Like I said in the white leftist video, blackness is the shared experience of oppression based on descending from sub-Saharan Africans. So yeah, if you're Bahamian, then you're black. If you're Barbudan, then you're black. If you're Panamanian, you're also black. If you are a dark or brown-skinned Brazilian, Puerto Rican, and even a Dominican, eres una negrita, papi, superalo. And even that's a somewhat reductive definition for the sake of just getting through this part of the video. But my point is, unlike whiteness, blackness is more than just your appearance and presentation.
No, it is not. The amount of melanin in your skin is because of the genetic markers of the melanin in your parents' skin. There is no difference because there is no such thing as inherent blackness from being cool because your skin is darker than everyone else's. I'm sorry, but when that dumbass said the exaggerated black swagger of a black teen, you should have said, no, sir, the exaggerated swagger of a black man. That is an individual. Because certainly you have the bravado of children, but actually, in your own worldview, there is no such thing. So hold yourself on that. You have 10 minutes.
And the disturbing number of black people either can't or don't want to recognize that, which is why I brought phenotype up. In recent memory, a bunch.
Why are you air quoting something that is scientifically fact, observable, through the scientific method?
Of folk have started using phenotype the same way boat truckers use the term woke. It's really just become something amateur race scientists use to justify.
Amateur race scientists, also known as, you guys started using our words, so we needed to make the words verboten.
Their prejudice against non-conventionally black appearing people by intellectualizing it, and that's kind of the heart of what I want to get at with this video, because while I don't believe there is such a thing as reverse colorism or whatever, I do think that prejudice against not just biracial and light-skinned blacks exists, but even more conventionally presenting black folks who experience or presentation doesn't fit within the accepted framework of conventional American blackness.
So you are a self-hypocritical bigot that doesn't think that his bigotry is different because the color of your skin makes it okay. You're a bigot. I'm answering a DM. 1 second.
and that is somewhat normalized within community. And yeah, that is a problem for a number of reasons I'm going to get into. But first, I think we need to understand why. And to do that, we gotta go back to white folks. Unfortunately, like I said in the past, in that white leftist video and in the beginning of this one actually, living in a white supremacist social structure means that your experience within it is directly correlated to your supposed proximity to whiteness. Remember?
No, not necessarily. It means that your ability to be referential inside the system is based on the hierarchy with your proximity to the purity stack. Not whiteness, the purity stack. How quickly are you allowed to grab a perceived relative notion to the purity spiral and your ability to get benefit from being a minority and a pacifistic status? Because being a victim is what gets you power in whiteness. Because white leftists, women, are capable of granting you niceties as well as being in a society that grants you benefits from how bad off you have it. If you say it's about proximity to whiteness, that means every single black man should be in fact fucking himself a red collarbone piece of white Pam meat. Yes, you can use my Ko-Fi. Unfortunately, no matter way you cut it, somebody's going to take money out of it. But it's more a choice of how I get it faster or more directly. There's the link. By your definition, with what you just said, proximity to whiteness equals inclusion into the culture. Therefore, just like Candace Owens, just like the Williams sisters, just like every professional complainer, Francesca Ramsey, I should do exactly what I have been doing my entire life. And I should slam as much white hog as possible. I should slam as much white hog as possible. Because then I get to be a house nigga, right? That's how that works. In your mind. That's what you think. That's what you think is supposed to happen. Which means, white women, you should be taking as many black men as you want. Black women, you should be taking as many white women as you want. White men, you should be claiming as many minorities as possible. Find one that has like 3 or more and breed her like a fucking Pokemon. That's what we should all do. Because then everybody has proximity to whiteness and we can't stop each other. Except, no, wait, we'll still divide each other on the things that we're different about. Because that's what just say, hey, what you will do? They just separate. Right?
Remember that difficulty slide? That's basically canon IRL.
Remember that thing from this parody that was making a joke at the consequence of people like you? Yeah, that's you.
The problem with blackness, or more accurately, the exhibition of...
And to demonstrate that we don't absorb the point, we're going to use an example of character in black media, technically American media, considering how many people were responsible for the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. They're both white and black. Because Rita Education is choking me. We're going to take the character of Alfonso Roberto's Carlton Banks. To avoid the point that was established by the existence of its character. I always come my mandated choking time because the blood in my throat is starting to do whatever it does. Carlton Banks being used as the background of this image as corny is demonstration that you do not understand why that shit you just said is retarded. He is an example of everything that black excellence and black essentialism should be. And it's not because he has proximity to whiteness. Both of Carlton Banks' parents are black. His father is certainly a partner to a white judge. as a paralegal, but his mother, his first mother, not the light skin they brought in when the black one got uppity. His original depiction of his mother is a black African studies teacher that is also a professional dancer. He is quite literally the example of what you want black people to be in America. If you make jokes about him and his proximity to whiteness because of his love of music and his goofy fucky dancing, that is demonstrable of exactly how good of, number one, how good an actor Alfonso is, and two, demonstrable of how good of an arc that character earned throughout the entirety of that series. As it was Carlton's character that delivered the put down about the self-loving brother selling out his own fucking race because he would rather go for image than actually going for integrity. It was Carlton who was the one who was responsible for giving Will the opportunity to demonstrate what hood niggas should actually do compared to people who come from privilege. And how they have a responsibility to that privilege, not just only to themselves and their society. Every single bit of the shit that you just fucking said, Bill. All of it. Every last fucking drop is self-hatred when you use this clip. But hey, you don't think about it, nigga. It's just black media. Maybe you shouldn't read that much into it. That's called using your brain. What are you? One of those fucking attention cucks?
Of conventional blackness is that it is framed.
You have 5 minutes left.
As being diametrically opposed to whiteness, with whiteness being positioned as the ideal.
And then you use the exact fucking frame that I'm talking about. Ba-doom. Here's your sign.
Point being, the exhibition of conventional white and, to be honest, really Anglo-centric physical features is always going to get preferential treatment. So that said, even if...
So you know how you just used the word Anglo-centric? That's what white means. So any person that is an Anglo-Saxon, that's what white is.
If you aren't technically white, but possess features of and further present at least approximate to conventional whiteness, you'll enjoy at least a marginal level of preferential treatment compared to more unambiguously non-white people, like the so-called...
Oh, wow. If you behave a certain way in society that is considered to be proper and form in polite society, people in polite society treat you better. Wow. You mean if I don't try to rape his daughter and fuck his goat in front of him, that I'll actually be treated like a normal adult and not put in an insane asylum? Wow! Wow! Wowie zowie! I can't believe it! How did he cover this?
Golden mean of supposed universal attractiveness is based on Eurocentric beauty standards, and we.
You just did a red pillism. That's what you just did just now. You just did a red pillism. That's what you did. You just did a red pillism. Shut up.
Or just kind of accepted it as fact, even though it's literally just race science, guys. Like, I remember People magazine like having whole features about this thing. Golly. And that's where the prejudice comes in. Even within community, light-skinned people across all ethnicities enjoy a level of privilege not afforded to their darker-skinned peers, because even if you're not white, the closer you are to supposedly appearing white, the more favorable your treatment will be. Even within community, light-skinned men and women, but women especially, are presented as more desirable. One, because Eurocentrism is positioned as the ideal of conventional attractiveness, and of course the lighter...
First it was Anglo, now it's Euro. Stick to one.
You are the closer you are to being fair-skinned. And two, because of historical anti-blackness, the traits popular media and thereby society attributes to dark-skinned people are not ideal for a partner. Something I've talked about in a bunch of videos in the past. Best example I can give y'all is of Coming to America, where Lisa, the light-skinned...
Worst case example you could have fucking used.
wavy-haired sister is portrayed as being an ideal partner. She's modest, she's chaste, she's not materialistic, she's even submissive to a certain degree. In sharp contrast to the dark-skinned sister Patrice, who in addition to being much more sexually aggressive, is also implied to be fickle and basically a gold digger. She's pretty much a carbon copy of the Jezebel trope. You know what I mean?
I mean, no, because she's not a Jezebel. Because a Jezebel would have been a light-skinned woman who would have used her proximity to whiteness and the ability to pass as white as a way to be able to socially climb in society, both for her own protection and to her advantage. How about you listen to some fucking Sade, nigga? To illustrate my point, which woman looks more like they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth?
America, where Lisa...
Is it the fair-skinned, lighter-skinned woman?
Light-skinned, wavy hair, contrast to the dark-skinned sister Patrice.
Or is it the one that looks like it's about to introduce to me as Soul Sister Patrice? The answer, historically, with every case example, because this was made by black people, was the fair-skinned. That was the reason why they got Haley Stensfield for Sinners. That's why they portrayed her character as part black. Because even though she's part black, if we're talking about racism time, she would have had to effectuate whiteness in order to not get stoned for being any amount of droon. I don't feel like saying words today. I'm not mincing words, but I don't feel like saying the words today. Oh, here we go again. They do it to fuck with me. They do it to fuck with me specifically.
Who, in addition to being much more sexually aggressive, is also implied to be fickle and basically a gold digger. She's pretty much a carbon copy of the Jezebel trope. You know what I mean? Some ethnically ambiguous or even white passing minorities have used that presentation to move in and out of white and ethnicness, depending on how it suits their end. The best examples I can give y'all is like Ben Shapiro or...
Ben is Jewish. He is Jewish. He is Jewish. He does not use anything other than his Jew status. Stop it. 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 Stop it.
Who have literally built their career.
Once again, they didn't do any of that shit. They were just people. They didn't try to play into any particular backing group. Show me examples, asshole.
Careers on a conventionally white presentation, but then weaponize their ethnicness against criticism.
He is an ethno-religious Jew! The very nature of his being is two things at once! If anyone has the ability to claim ethno-religious status as being a part of the inherent culture, it is the Jews! That's why it's ethno-religious. Tribes. Yes, I'm getting the call. Yes, that will be $1 million to single player Carl. That is SING.
Of that presentation. In a similar vein, there is no shortage of light-skinned and biracial blacks who have made careers based at least in part to their at least physical proximity to whiteness.
And people's desire to want to have them around. Because of their supposed proximity to whiteness and people wanting them around. Say the whole thing!
would be Carol Channing, who didn't reveal that she had a black grandmother until 2002. So yeah, well after her acting days. You can use as more contemporary examples people like Rashida Jones, Vin Diesel, Maya Rudolph, Meghan Markle, and Rock the Dwayne Johnson.
Literally a running joke that people talk about her half-white status. Her mother is quite literally famously black. There's no way you're taking it from Maya Rudolph. We don't give a fuck about Meghan Markle, but yes, Dwayne might be part Samoan, part everything else, but he doesn't claim anything other than the Samoanness. And for Vin Diesel, would you have cared? Only in the most tongue-in-cheek sense and fashion.
Real ones got that reference. Who have all benefited, even if not purposefully, from their ethnic ambiguity. Now, I chose those people specifically because, at least to my knowledge, none of them has ever publicly denied their blackness, nor have they avoided being cast as black characters. Like, literally, Maya Rudolph's, probably her best known role is those Kamala Harris skits on SNL, are they not?
No, her best known role is being a fucking comedian, you asshole. Even in attempting to give kudos to the people that you want to use for your fucking talking points, you don't see them as anything else other than a fucking moving circus. Ugh. Disgusting.
It just so happens that their cast just as often, if not more so, as ethnically ambiguous and even some kind of white, like Karen Filippelli from The Office. But I mean, okay. In a perfect world, I get it. All the light-skinned actresses would be Freddie Washington and Lena Horne, you know, waving their black and proud flag high. But in a perfect world, we wouldn't need Freddie and Lena to wave their flags high in the first place, now would we? So yeah, me personally, I don't have a problem with they commodifying their ambiguousness in the same way that I don't have a problem with more conventionally black actors commodifying their blackness. Again, it'd be different if they made careers playing black characters, but then decided that they were above that once the camera stopped rolling or they got famous enough. And yes, I am talking about Zoe Saldana. But I think therein lies...
Except that, number one, you just did the thing that I was talking about. Fuck you, you ran out of time. But then secondly, then you're tone policing who is acceptable and who is not. And if that is the definition of you being the kind of person that would be unironically an extensive bigot, I don't fucking know what is, dude. Is it the case that people are not allowed to have things just because you decided to say? Apparently so. To the point that you'll do it, and you'll run away with it by saying, well, actually, I'm justified. No, you're not. What gives you the right to take away somebody's supposed black card? What makes you think you're entitled to yours? If we finna call spades a spade, how about I throw this tonk on your fucking face? For the white people in the audience, tonk is a game of chance done with cards that black people love to do.
The issue, or at least the issue that some people have, and why their prejudice does go a little bit deeper than jokes, if you ask me. For some of us, even some of us like myself, who present as unambiguously black, but are technically...
Motherfucker, you are not unambiguously black, because then you'd be using mnemonics. Like me! No. You are somebody who effectuates blackness for your ability to use it to lecture people.
Multiracial, or at least multi-ethnic, blackness is really my only option if I'm going to keep it a buck. Folk like me don't have the privilege of moving in and out of it as it suits our interests.
Where do you live? Do you live in a gated community? Where do your kids go to school? Do they go to school in the inner city, or do they go to a private school? Answer that question and shut the fuck up.
Fear is in not gatekeeping blackness. We allow folk to move in and out of blackness as they please, and thus reduce the black experience down to an aesthetic, and thus reduces the experience that informs that aesthetic to just the aesthetic itself, if that makes any sense.
It fucking doesn't. Considering that you've already done that to affectionate things from other people, and you're demonstrating a lack of responsibility for doing so.
Case in point, BBL Drizzy. Drake has been...
What the fuck does BBL Drizzy have to do with any fucking thing, nigga?
Much, if not all, of his career being the poster boy for hashtag light-skinned niggas and all of the negative connotations we associate with that. You know?
Yes, because he was on Canadian television and literally made a lifestyle for himself being that exact character. Famously, at the same time.
No, being too emotional, being soft, being effeminate, you know, all those things that made your girlfriend start listening to him in the first place 10 years ago. I don't know, dog. Maybe you should start listening to more Aubrey and a little less Future, and maybe your dick won't be so dry. No.
What does this have to do with any goddamn thing, Bill? Please stop with the fucking jokes before I cut your ass off.
It'll still be dry, but you shouldn't take advice from either one of them, honestly.
Sensational.
Like I said in past videos, conventional black masculinity is portrayed as inherently hyper-masculine and even hyper-hetero, and that's even within community. So again, black and whiteness being diametrically opposed, proximity to whiteness affords a more fluid gender expression, which, I mean, it's not wrong, and it's something I talked about in the Black Men in Drag video. But the issue is us presuming that, you know, light-skinned or biracialness is inextricable from whiteness and thereby inextricable from gender fluidity and vice versa. That is to say that light-skinned and more so even biracial men are just inherently less masculine and thus prone to homo and bisexuality, or at least being effeminate, which again is
some shit that only ever happens amongst African Americans, because African Americans are the most homophobic generation of people in this fucking world. There is no one who is more homophobic than the black diaspora, no matter how accepting or what's a nice word? No matter how accepting or understanding they are, they continue to be the most fucking toxic people this side of the fucking border.
stupid and not at all how that works. Read a book, dog. The problem with Drake, and I cannot emphasize this enough, was never that he is half Jewish. The problem with Drake is not...
No one ever addressed his half Jewishness, and he never really claimed it until, like, recently. So, fuck you talking about, nigga.
Even that he didn't grow up with the conventional black experience. Neither was Colin Kaepernick, and he spent the...
What's the conventional black experience? You get your shit kicked in by gang members. You have social awkwardness because people think you're the quote nerdy one when you're shut in, and then you either become a gang member and or get taken for your bag by a fucking Rasputia looking ass bitch in Norbit. Is that what blackness is? Please, lay it out to me.
Last like 10 years being Jesus for BLM merch enthusiasts. The problem is that Drake has made a career by commodifying his blackness while sort of
so did so many other black people. Shut up.
Consciously avoiding the struggle that informs black art.
Because people that follow his art didn't ask for it. Shut up.
If that makes sense. This is why J. Cole has largely avoided much of the criticism that Drake has gotten.
No, J. Cole didn't get the criticism that he got in the fucking three-way because he didn't fucking participate!
Despite Cole also having a white mother.
Ergo, the problem was not what you just said it was. It is because Drake doesn't know the meaning of a rap battle while also being emotionally vacuous. And the person whom he was battling with having little to respect for the game and wanting to play a social game where he basically trolls somebody in the industry by saying, "Say Drake," and have anybody else finish the goddamn line. Meanwhile, nobody understands the definition of what turn his TV off means. and you're going to quote to other people what you think about inherent blackness. Well, you can't be able to explain the concepts of what is being discussed in the thing you're trying to quote, as you then say something that shows you don't know ball. I am so tired of ignorant niggas. I am so tired of ignorant niggas. I am so tired of ignorant niggas. I'm so tired! Stop trying to tell me about something I know! You're wrong! You're wrong! Goddamn, you're wrong! You're not just wrong, you're wrong and loud. Stay ass the fuck over there. You just do this for the hobby. You do this because I live it.
Cole, in both his music and in how he moves, shows not just awareness but solidarity with the black experience beyond the Billboard charts. And that...
No, it doesn't.
What I'm getting at, folks, ain't about how you look. It's about how you move. Or at least it was when I was growing up. Y'all got access to the internet and lost your ever-loving minds at some point. Drake, on the other hand, aside from like a bar or two, has never really expressed solidarity with blackness.
Yes, he has. He's shown solidarity with the inner city and the urbanites. The problem is that what you call blackness is you're looking for somebody to basically be a leader and a prophet. You're looking for somebody who's not just making music to fill the time. You're looking for an individual who supposedly is definitionally someone that can lead the people. And I'm sorry, niggas don't want to be led. They just want to fucking dance, bro. They don't want to hear the fucking messages, nigga. They just want to fucking dance. And unfortunately, what comes of people who don't want to hear the fucking message and they just want to fucking dance is that it doesn't matter what the fuck you tell them, nigga. That's why they're going over into halftime. These are the lives they love to lead. It is the way that they love when they love how misery loves them. Because if there's something that you cannot be able to break, you can just hear the fucking ruckus music. The thing that you need to understand about the inner hood nigga is that the inner hood nigga doesn't want to be normal. They want struggles. They want problems always. That's exactly what happens, Freeman. You need to understand, Freeman. These niggas are not the same. They are different. The good old white man cannot be able to split them away from their inherent niggadness. That's why they are niggas. And we're not banned on Twitch yet. Surprising. The inner city doesn't care about what's real. They care about consumption. Drake is the example of an artist who raps about nothing important, but is rapping about an experience that other people can participate in. He's probably one of the few people that can actually get away with using a slam on himself to prop himself up by saying Drizzy cannot get a BBL. By taking what was supposed to be an embarrassment for him and turning it into perfect motivation for him. Never mind what I say, I must be wrong. Because nigga said, the nigga said. People like this make my asshole hurt. I swear to God, chafe me all the way raw. Just open mouth, say anything.
Have a good time making his hippity pop music. That was the point of Rick Ross calling him white boy. It wasn't about the way he looks, but it's about the way that he moves. And that I do have
I don't think I care what a drug dealer has to say about music and about swagger. Thank you.
A problem with, and why I think a lot of folk gatekeep from biracial folk. Drake's idea.
You gatekeep from people because you like being divisionary. You like thinking that there's some essential salt that allows you to disrespect somebody out of their fucking namesake. And you say, listen, bro, you just don't understand. You come from a different world. We move differently from you. You ain't gonna get it. It's something that you won't ever be able to grasp and understand. And no, it is something we understand. I understand that you're a dick. The same way anybody can understand that you are a dick. You guys are dickheads. It was somewhere down here. Y'all niggas are dickheads on purpose. You're exclusionary. Just for the sake of being exclusionary. You don't have a rhyme. You don't have a reason. You don't have a purpose. You just do it to be an asshole. And in doing it to be an asshole, you act as though that you are just doing what comes normal. What comes naturally. And it's not natural, nigga. There's not a single fucking thing natural about how you guys choose to be abusive to everybody fucking around you. If you didn't know, that's what people mean when they are calling you niggas. It's not about trying to call you out of your name and try to call you anything close to a hard R. It's the same reason people will be confused by the fact that you call yourself this while at the same time being so fucking uppity and annoying about it. It's the way you act. It's the way you act. It's the way you act. You act like animals, so we treat you like animals. Unironically so. Nobody I can have a conversation with you because you have to make it into something it's fucking not. Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Identity only goes so far as his profitability, and it's something that folk have been criticizing him for years. It's also why he switches nationalities like 3 or 4 times since nothing was the same. So again, I get why some people feel the need to gatekeep to some extent. Or at least I would if the same rules apply to conventionally appearing black folks. And this is the part that I really wanted to get at with y'all. So in my black wrestler video that's no longer up for public consumption because, you know,
because you're a bitch,
TKO can eat a dick, I highlighted Swerve Strickland as one of my favorite modern wrestlers, and he still is. In fact, about a year and a half ago, I think, Swerve became the first black AEW world champion and held the belt all the way through the summertime, which if you know anything about the way that wrestling promotions love to hot potato their titles, that's kind of a big deal. This was actually made a primary part of his storyline leading in which he named a number of black champions, both past and present, some who he's kind of low-key had beef with since, and his desire to be among their ranks. It's basically what Booker T's WrestleMania 19 story would have been if Triple H's ego wasn't twice as large as his nose.
And here we see the progressive nigga actively being bigoted towards a normal white man with a normal white chocolate family. Why is this nigga mad? I don't know. I'd have to consult with the wrestling professionals. But what I think is very important here is see how he throws shade against everybody he believes is a part of the out group and not the in group. That's the reason why you gotta keep niggas down. Hashtag keep niggas down. These are jokes. These are jokes. These are jokes. If I don't affirm that I'm just annoyed with the dumb shit coming out of his mouth, as I try to make it enough to get through this content, people will think that I'm actually an evil person. But I am in fact not. These are jokes. These are jokes. Carl, why you gotta say it so many times so when the person clips it out of context, I can go back to the point in which I said it and say, so did you see that part where I said that this was a joke?
Or his penis. And Ric Flair, for that matter.
Oh, gotta get Ric Flair in it too!
Both, is my point. Now, I really shouldn't have to sit here and explain to y'all how being the first black champion, a dark-skinned one at that, in the second biggest North American wrestling promotion since WCW, which folded in the 90s. I shouldn't have to tell y'all how big a deal that is. So,
in terms of the fact that there have been other fucking people like Kofi Kingston, yeah, it's not exactly that big of a deal. Ever since fucking shit like Crime Time, yeah, not really that big of a fucking deal, dude.
go without saying that much of wrestling Twitter, including Swerve himself, made such a big freaking deal about it when it happened. Even if it wasn't the watershed moments that, you know, Ron Simmons or Kofi Kingston were, it was still a feel-good.
Oh, so you do know the names. So you can shut your ass the fuck up then. Yeah! Alright!
One. Or at least it would have been if Swerve had kept the same energy before it served his interest. Going back to at least his time in WWE developmental, Swerve is always presented as conventionally black, at least in the American sense. Bro even records music on the side that's very black coded. He even came out in full Killmonger regalia before one of his world title matches. I think it was the one in which he won the belt. My point is,
that's Black Panther, not Killmonger. If it was Killmonger, it'd be that dumbass fucking hairstyle he had. Unless you're saying the other Panther suit, the one that uses the Jaguar necklace.
Yeah, he's got the mechanics down, is what I'm saying. The problem is, Swerve has a documented history of, we'll just call it, you know, fly in the milk adjacent behavior. Okay, so let me preface this by saying I genuinely do not give a dog's dick about interracial dating.
Liar. Yes, you do.
You know what I mean? Love is love.
Love is love until you put your black cock inside of a white woman, and then you're bad. But if it's a black woman getting her fucking chocolate swirled by a white man, that's alright. That's alright.
You gotta clean up afterwards because you forgot to put a towel down. I don't feel any way good or bad about, you know, black men and their snow bunnies. But when you start doing stuff like fetishizing mixed kids and then going on...
Who fetishizes them? I can find 10 Queens of Spade on the internet right now and match them with 20 women who want to do race play as a black woman being dominated as a white man for his BWC. Before you were ever going to tell me there is a normal person out here that is not living a fetishized lifestyle.
Instagram and posting reels of you vibing to a song about how black and ugly your ex is on top of you dating exclusively white women. Then yeah, that's when your stuff starts to smell like an unwashed jock strap after a stomach bug. That's when
How about you put your arm fucking down and then you put it like this while you're trying to sit here roasting somebody when you look like a gay man and act like a gay man. Oh, Carl, you're not supposed to say that. Proximity to queerness. Proximity to his dick in your mouth.
I have to wonder whether your preference for pink nipples goes a little deeper than just a preference, dog. And to be
Example A. Questioning your masculinity and questioning your manhood and choice of partner. You care about it immensely.
honest, I might have even let all of that slide because honestly, I don't want to get into that, you know, for the culture and all. But like I said, Swerve wasn't really all that concerned with making history until that history served his story arc. Back in 2022, the Black Wrestling Podcast, and yes, that is how it's pronounced, put out its top 50 black wrestlers list.
Why is this important to me? Nigga, I'm about to click off your shit and go do something else.
That's not how that's pronounced. In which Swerve was included. But instead of just accepting the accolade or even just, you know, not saying anything at all about it, dude went out of his way to go on another predominantly white podcast and drag BRP for putting him on the list, claiming that they only did so for clout. Mind you, this list included the likes of like Bobby Lashley, Mercedes Moné, formerly known as Sasha Banks, Kofi Kingston, Bianca Belair, you get what I'm saying, all of which are former world champions of the biggest wrestling promotion ever, and 3 of them headlined the WrestleMania. So yeah, I smell cap is what I'm saying, and that's the point I'm getting at. It's something I thought about.
Yeah, here's my thing, Bilbo. The title of your video is called What Even Is Biracial. And right now, you're doing that fly in the ointment bullshit that I already criticized Signifier and Pillboy for, while they were trying to tell black queers that they needed to become subservient to black femmes in anime and in hoodweeb content and nigga slop content because they have a due and an ownership to give back towards. And this is This is cringe. This is cringe. What you're saying right now is cringe. You are being performative and you're being annoying as fuck, and I no longer want to hear it. Because it has nothing to do with the subject matter. First, you want to complain about something that has nothing to do with whiteness. Number one, try to give me a fucking science lesson while getting things about science. Inherently wrong to the cultural sense of how you choose to then apply them. You then are angry enough to sit there and say there's no such thing as white people, only for you to then continually attacking things that you then accurately label as white, namely Anglo-Saxons and their descendants. Then you decide to sit here and complain about what is actually blackness. Quite literally, the thing that you're describing isn't actual cultural blackness. It's not enrichment. It's literally having a proximity to political blackness and what it can benefit from you. In the way that proximity to cultural whiteness, being polite, being a good person, having some formulation of morals that allow you to live by the golden rule so that you don't get ruled over by other people because you're able to maintain your boundaries just as much as you're able to make content from it, means that you have to somehow then have a take about Drake supposedly not being black enough despite him being half black, half Jewish. And then you attempted to say that Jews are people who try to make use of something as though they're the same comparison to half-black people, when you're talking about fucking ethnic Jews that are ethno-religious like Ben Shapiro, who's never not once claimed his Jew status as anything other than his Jew status. He is up in the cut telling you, I am a Jew for the Jewish people, just like you could say you are blacks for the blacks. Reword it in any other way where you sound like you are a white supremacist and you would have people shouting you down if you had not this complexion. But you do have this complexion, so that makes it different. And now you're sitting here complaining to me about fucking black wrestlers. Oh my god, shut up. Oh my god, shut up. Waste of my fucking time! Fucking hell. I need a mental reset. Please tell me one of you posted something in here that will actually give me a mental reset. I suppose we're going to use Shu as the mental reset. Shu, tell me about kids and dating apps. Tell me about kids and dating apps, Shu. Save me, June.
I, a jolly elf from the North Pole, here to do Santa's bidding. Let's see if you are on the nice or naughty list this year, huh?
Well, you see, I can rage quit and be uninterested in videos at any time. But no, you're probably right. This is the first time that you have seen me on camera stop watching a video because the person kept being annoying. Because there's no value! It's not even fat! I'm chewing on bones! Rancid, nasty bones. Not even cleaned and greased with tallow.
Oh, that is a interesting internet history. Naughty list. Hell even. But don't you worry, Santa has a special gift for you. Ah yes, here it is. Merry Christmas. Man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Now I know what you are probably thinking. A dating app for children? There's gotta be more to that, right? That can't be it. We're not at that level yet.
No, we are. There's dating apps for trans people, there's dating apps for downies, there's dating apps for uppers, there's dating apps for manics, there's dating apps for women, obviously, but there's also dating apps for BBWs exclusively. There are dating apps for goths exclusively. There are dating apps for people who want to put a sounding rod up your cock. There are dating apps for everything. Take any particular fetish and or interest and or hobby, and there is a app for you. hot sluts in your area that want to fuck on top of a mountain to cheese today. But at the same time, those people are also trying to sell you Shilajit gummies. So, thanks TikTok. I remember when I started looking at those things just as a joke. Just as a humorous joke. Just cause of me dating me being coupled to. We's in game. Ha ha ha. With me being coupled with one couple with. And then they just kept making more and more of these apps. The moment that I saw them roll out the one that was transgender centric, I was like, yep, this is not actually real anymore. This is y'all trying to do it. This is y'all doing a bit. I'm no longer interested in this bit. This bit is stale. It's dumb, stupid. I hate it.
Right? It's been compared to Tinder, but for young teens. Wiz is an app where users as young as 12 years old can swipe and meet new friends randomly. And it can be a minefield.
There's a lot of...
Why don't you just groom people normally, like on fucking Discord? No one's gonna fucking stop you. They're out here doing it like the Roblox devs.
like weird people on there.
I hurt myself today. I said a joke that was too real. I hurt myself today just to see if I was real. And you can have it all. My empire of keks. I will make you laugh. Donate to me next. Doon 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 doon.
They like to ask for nudes.
The Canadian Centre for Child Protection says it has received more than 180 reports about Wiz in the...
I noticed that in order for you to sell this app, that you're using a light-skinned, biracial, mixed girl. Quick! Somebody look up. Now that's what I call Kids Bop as a version of Sade's Jezebel. Quick! Let me see. I want to see. Let me see. Sade Kids Bop. Sade Kids Bop. Why you should see Kids Bop live? Sadie's. No. Sade. No, please. I'm looking for Sade. Fucking Christ. No, it's not what I'm looking for. I know what I even went. Fuck me. It's not here. Sade Kids Bop. No, just keeps taking me to the fucking Sadie Mae girl. Also, there are eras of Kids Bop kids, by the way. They have eras of the kids that they help use to sell the Kids Bop brand. That's knowledge I didn't want to know. And no, I finished the Anthony Gramuccia video about Sailor Moon. I believe. That one's an evergreen content. I had to have finished it. Scroll. Fuck he's talking about? For you! I suffer for you!
The story is published.
With all of the other sides. But the show from the wonderful world of DIC.
Keep things stable and static. It's not good. It's the opposite. So I can't just reverse course at the end of the series and say Usagi brings everyone back, but I also can't leave Usagi in a broken, vastly empty reality where Earth is gone, where all these Guardians are gone, there's no redemption.
I think the same for this is I'm caught between a rock and a lard face.
Why did I even do this? Like, why would I introduce so much darkness into a story about optimism? Because it wasn't structured to be a dark, bleak story. It was structured so that the idea that even in the bleakest of darknesses, when everything seems like it's going against you, you can still pull victory out of defeat. That you are never too far. And
go back.
Finish. That you take, you break, walk away. The future is that this cycle, which is going to save us. No, have it.
No. Didn't my. And if I'm sorry.
Back. They've got off going future. We can be big, can be serious, and I think there's a fun.
God, this nigga Doc forever.
But you know what? Maybe when you
proof. We finished that video in that content. Put respect on my name. My tolerance is higher than most. It's higher than Jay's. Put some respect on my name. I know what I did. Lie on me. Wait, lie on me. Yeah. It doesn't really matter that much. Although you probably might be thinking of like I saw it on a normal stream and then I pulled it away later for content for versus chat. If that's the order, then I'm wrong and I'm stupid and I'm retarded.
The last year and a half.
So I did a little research and found that Wiz is actually a lot worse than people think it is. And it's also not the first or the last of its kind. In fact, there are shockingly many dating apps for kids out there, or friendship apps as they like to call themselves. So in this video we are going to talk about the rising disturbing trend of these friendship apps, and then we're going to actually look at what is happening inside these friendship apps. I actually posted about this on Twitter the other day and people were like bamboozled that this was actually a real thing.
I follow Shu and she's so funny. Like sometimes she'll just comment on something and it just blows my mind. Like, how did you find this?
I don't find it. It finds me. There is so much insanity happening on the news every single day. I try to bring you guys the craziest stories, but honestly, it gets hard to keep up. Thankfully, I have an app for that. So before we get into this deep dive, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor. You all know it, you all love it, Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers an easy and transparent way to read news from all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and makes sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features on the Ground News app is the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that were covered by one side of the political spectrum but ignored by the other. For example, here's a story about how Mike Pence is calling on RFK Jr. to step down. Oh no, the girls are fighting. 16 news sources covered this. 10 were right-wing, and only 1 was left-wing, which is weird because, like, why wouldn't you want to cover some juicy infighting, right? Well, because the liberal news outlets are too busy covering the results of Trump's MRI scan. He apparently, quote, has no idea what they analyzed. 42 news sources covered this, and only 4 were right-wing. Ground News also makes it really fun and easy to compare headlines to show how political bias can affect framing. For example, this left-wing outlet covered how Kamala Harris said Democrats are very much stuck in the past. And a right-wing outlet covered the exact same story with this headline, Kamala Harris got something right for a change. Honestly, true. I've been using Ground News for years because it is a great and easy way to stay informed, and it really helped me see how both sides can frame the same story so differently. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview.
But June, I don't need Ground News to do that. I just remind myself everybody on Twitter is retarded, and that I shouldn't listen to a single thing they say unless they can actually sit down and put enough time into listening to a conversation that they don't just start blathering on about whatever the fuck they think is more interesting than the stuff they're talking about. And my world is saved. Saved, I tell you. Saved.
Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. It's only $5 a month, which is like basically the price of a coffee nowadays. And it is so
It's more expensive than a coffee.
worth it. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code here on screen, or use the link in the video description. So thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Right? And now, back to the video. Now, little known fact, Tinder was the original Tinder for kids. No, I'm not joking. Tinder used to have a 13 to 17 section.
Why? For what reason?
Tinder, if you will. Tinder eventually got rid of it in 2016, but the market for a Tinder for kids was apparently still there. So it wasn't long before people saw dollar signs and created their own friendship apps. There are many friendship apps on the App Store for minors, like Yubo, Hoop, Perp, Scoot, Badoo. What in the f***ing Dr. S. Seuss is this? The Skadoos were on their Badoo app, sending their whoos pictures of their kazoos. Listen, back in my day, we didn't have Tinder for kids, okay? We had wholesome gangs on Habbo Hotel and Club Penguin. Whatever happened to getting good old-fashioned groomed on Skype? The main friendship app currently
Well, Skype's dead, June.
making headlines right now is Wiz. Wiz, the Tinder for Kids app, exposes kids to predators. Congress must act. Congress? Half of Congress is probably on this f***ing app. You expect me to believe the government currently protecting Jeffrey Epstein is going to do something about the Jeffrey Epstein app? New York City teens told the Post that Wiz, which is available to users 13 and older, is similar to a dating app in the way you swipe through profiles, and that some underage users are relying on it to arrange hookups with strangers, including adults. It's like Tinder for kids, a 16-year-old high school senior from Manhattan told the Post. Like, literally, when you think of Tinder, that's what it is. Trying to hook up or, like, date. Many of the profile photos are thirst traps, with girls in sports bras and boys posting shirtless selfies. It's marketed as a wholesome app when it's actually not a wholesome app. There have already been multiple arrests across the country of adult predators sexually assaulting teens they met on the app. In Washington, a 23-year-old man was charged with rape earlier this year after meeting up with a 12-year-old girl on Wiz. The victim told police he claimed to be 15. A 19-year-old Marine in Hawaii was charged with sexually assaulting an 11-year-old girl he met on the app. And a 27-year-old Chicago man is facing charges for sexually assaulting several teenage girls he met on Wiz while also pretending to be a teen. In 2024, Florida's Department of Law Enforcement arrested a 20-year-old man for using a computer to solicit a minor, after investigation revealed he was speaking to a 14-year-old girl on Wiz while purporting to be 16. Okay, so not only like 20-something-year-old adults were pretending to be younger, but younger people were pretending to be older. How the f*** is there no age verification on this app?
Because age verification gets in the way of money. You know that, June. Come on, girl. You know that. Nobody respects the rule of 13 years younger must have the consent of a parental guardian. No, they don't do that. They don't do that. They out here doing that? No. They out here getting freaky deaky. They out here getting freaky deaky. Period. I would do. They get freaky deaky. On God, they get freaky deaky.
At Wiz, the safety and well-being of our teen users is our highest priority. Oh, that's good to hear. Wiz uses sophisticated AI safety algorithms for age verification. You what? You're relying on AI for the safety of children on your website?
Yes, because they're lazy. Remember, June, AI is a tool, and some people are in want of a lazy-ass nail.
May I remind you, we are still in the very early stages of AI. It's nowhere near where it has to be to handle important things like this. To handle verifying people's ages on a dating website for minors. What the f***?
Really, Wiz is designed to connect kids with strangers, and furthermore, they allow both kids or both teens and adults onto the app. And they claim that they separate the kids from the adults by robust age verification tools. But I personally have tested those tools, and 3 times, every single time I tested them, I was able to create an account as a 16-year-old, and I was put into a category where I was encouraged to date 15 to 17-year-olds.
Like, tell me why I saw a 20-something-year-old say they were 16 and easily get into Wiz.
Verify your age. To make sure you connect with people your age, we need to verify yours. Age verified. That didn't take...
Or this 20-something-year-old that said they were 15.
Age verification. Age verified, fun source sound. What is that?
What's at stake here is that
It's called face verification. It's not very good. No, it's not very good at all. It is the fastest means of automation. Like, tell the app to look for beards. Tell it to look for facial blemishes and for rose feet. That will stop, like, maybe 50% of users. But in general, probably stops nothing. Because if it's not properly coded, it's basically a fucking rotating door.
that adults, particularly adult men, can pose as 15-year-old boys and hook up with teenage girls or teenage boys for that matter. It's as simple as that. Stephen Balcom, founder of the Family Online Safety Institute, told the Post. Stephen Balcom was able to sign up for Wiz as a teen. Oh wow, he must look pretty young. Oh no. It's honestly just incredible to me that this idea was pitched to people like Tinder for kids, and nobody in that boardroom immediately got up and punched that guy in the head. This idea should have never been spoken into the world. This is a curse upon our lands. The CEO should be trapped inside of a crystal for 1,000 years. So who are the geniuses behind Wiz? Let's take a look. Oh, it's just a bunch of nerds. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. Okay, so the CEO, Thomas Don... Can I say that? Now I know what you're thinking. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. Okay, so the CEO,
Thomas Don Ninja. Thomas Don Ninja. If you can say Ninja, you can say Thomas Don Ninja.
Thomas Don... Can I say that? Now I know what you're thinking, and yes. Yes, he is. French. It's always the French behind this Cutie is now this. It's seriously time we start asking.
Don't put that on us. Put that on the black fucking migrant Muslim that made the shit. Thank you.
The French question. Believe it or not, this is not the first time Wiz has been under fire. Last year, Apple actually had to remove it from the App Store because of sextortion controversies. Apple removed the app Tuesday after the National Center of Sexual Exploitation contacted the company with concerns about the alleged use of Wiz in sextortion scams. Extortion is an increasingly common online crime in which people are enticed to send sexually explicit photos. Once the photos are sent, the receiver of the images threatens to share them online or with family or friends unless the victim sends money. John Sheehan, Senior Vice President of the Exploited Children Division and International Engagement for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said his organization has received more than 100 reports from members of the public about minors allegedly extorted on Wiz this year, putting the app behind only Snapchat and Instagram for such reports. So because there was extortion allegedly from Wiz, they had to shut it down. And this is the public statement Wiz came out with. Are you ready for this? Hey there, just wanted to drop in with a quick heads up. Wiz is currently taking a break from the app stores due to a technical hiccup. We're working super hard to get everything sorted out and back to normal ASAP. Here's the deal. If you uninstall Wiz during this time, you won't be able to re-download it until we're back up and running in the App Store. So we recommend hanging tight. We're really sorry for any inconvenience this may cause. We appreciate your patience and support. Stay tuned for the update, and in the meantime, keep enjoying Wiz. Thanks for being part of our Wiz family. Ooh.
Now, I can understand why this was written. Because if it's written towards children, you're not going to tell the kids, hey, there are people trying to rape you on this app. It would probably be directed towards the accounts of the parents who would have made it for the kids. But I doubt that happened. So no, it really is out of the fucking oven and out of the frying pan and into the oven. Pain Nexus. Pain Nexus. Pain Nexus for everybody involved.
Oopsie poopsie with the little fucky wucky. And when they were allowed back on the App Store, this was their announcement. Imagine, if you will, getting banned off the App Store because of controversies surrounding extortion of minors. And then being like, we're back, bitches! The audacity. We're still working on getting back on the store. We miss you guys. Stay strong. I like the hashtag attempt here. Nobody is using that shit. It sounds like a rapper. Free my homie Lil Wiz, he ain't done nothing. Okay, so what exactly is on this app? Well, I am about to show you. I will be getting these screen caps from other videos about this topic because there is no fucking way I am downloading any of these apps onto my device, okay? I am on way too many lists already. Anyway, here are some examples of some profiles on these friendship apps. Back on here, I guess, 5, 10, 16, don't send, hit me up. I'm a good listener, don't be dry, don't send, lol. I don't send, friendly 304, older girls are on top. 15. Look at the little Roblox icon. I don't send, so don't try. I don't send, don't ask.
What does sending mean, June? This means that they mean send friend invites? Are they allowed to DM people that they don't technically already know? I need these details. You have to understand.
Ask. So if you are not aware what these people mean when they say don't send, they are saying they do not send private photos. May I remind you that this is an app marketed towards minors, and these minors feel the need to put in their profiles that they do not send nudes to strangers. That is how prevalent that is on this app. They feel like they have to go out of their way to say they don't do it. This one literally has to say, I don't send, stop asking. Bro, what the? Trades 17. I'll send.
Now I wish I didn't know. Now I wish I didn't know!
14. Wow, those are some interesting names they have there in Australia. How exotic. My shit big, by the way. 16 years old. No Bill Cosby shit, but if bitch is sleeping on me, then I'm a fuck 'em.
The women say, I'm not sending nudes. The men say, hey yo, check this cock out, baby! Look how it swing. From the left to the right, from the left to the right, to the left to the right. Hurricane, no hands! Teach the children sexual discipline. Fuck the older men in the red pill. Teach the children sexual discipline today. We have to get to them before Nick Fuentes can, okay? Teach them today.
Hit me up if you are a girl that plays variety games, listens to music, and has a decent amount of beauty, so I can actually appreciate you. I don't date gays or blacks. Teen mom, if you have a prob, keep swiping. 14. I like it.
I mean, teen mom, you don't need to be on this application. What? Huh? Feed your child.
In the back door. Violet, 15. Pull up for sex and smoking. Bring me a Nick, though. DM to rate eggplant. Oh man, I sure love friendship apps. My favorite activity to do with the homies, with the bros, rating each other's dicks. Friendship. I don't send. You should obsess over me. 15. It's wrong. If you're a sub and a masochist, text me now. Be my yandere. Be my psychopath. Someone please come collect your daughter. Oh my god. 6'3", football. Text me with Riz. I have a whimper audio, so ask to see. Holy...
The nigga said, I have a whimper audio. Pull up to hear me call you my mommy. The nigga said, I have a begging audio. Let me take your toes in my throat. At the age of what?
Holy shit, someone... Oh my god. 6'3", football. Text me with Riz. I have a whimper audio...
I don't see the age.
Someone please come collect your daughter. Oh my god. 6'3".
His age isn't there. But this is somebody who's clearly closer to 20 than they are 15. Someone come get your fucking Puerto Rican son. Come get this. Come please get this Mexican. Come get this Mexican.
Football. Text me with Riz. I have a whimper audio, so ask to see. Holy shit, someone please come collect your son. Where are the freaks at? 15 years old asking where the freaks are at. Sir, I do not doubt at all. Several freaks are viewing your profile. Rate me 1 out of 10. Middle school, about to be 13. They have their age set to 17, but they're actually 13. So, again, great job. These state-of-the-art AI technology at work here. ChatGPT says I'm 24 years old without makeup. My 34-year-old haggard ass. I'm sorry if I do not trust fucking clankers to handle something like this. Let's take a look at what actual teenagers are saying about this app, shall we? Is Wiz safe? No, I got sent CP on it. Bruh, I got asked, do you trade so many times? Most people on there are horny for real. Got way too many PP pics from people. No, literally at this point, Wiz has become a child-friendly Tinder. The things I saw were horrifying. 15-year-olds posting videos of themselves twerking, 14-year-olds calling themselves bottoms, 13-year-olds putting shit in their bios like, I'll send if you send. My sister is using a dating app for teens called Wiz, and honestly I find it really unhealthy. She spends a lot of time talking to guys she barely knows. The worst part is the
children are getting groomed. And it's gonna be because of AI that they're gonna grow up pained. Forget Tumblr. The kids are gonna go from app to app to app. It's gonna be from Wiz to Humble to Tinder to fucking some sex obsessed app. And it's all AI's fault. Forehead.
My mom does nothing about it. I've been punished for way less, but my sister never gets any real consequences. I'm just trying to protect her, but she thinks I'm against her, and I'm really scared that one day this could end badly. W, older brother, please protect your sister. She may hate you in the moment, but she will thank you in the future. Oh my god, and the fact that his mom doesn't care. This is giving me like actual anxiety. Here's my catch. If you're a guy, it's hard. Watch ads to get 5 coins, and once you reach 250, start the boost to get more requests. Oh, it's one of those watch ads to get coins sort of apps, of course. So what are the ads these 13 to 17-year-olds being forced to watch in order to get coins or whatever the Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what type of ads are on these friendship apps. Safe chat room. Enjoy private chats with gorgeous online. Gets our horny. 1v1 video chat. Please tame me. I wanna. AI generate. Not safe for work. Dirty call and come fast. Free video chat with naughty hot girl. Now I know every single social media has an issue with this. Every single one, from Instagram to Twitter, there's always an issue of predators preying on minors on social media. But these apps in particular are created with weird intentions from the get-go. Like, why does a 13-year-old kid need an app like this, where they swipe on photos of people and like plan to meet them in person? They just don't need an app like this. The bad that potentially comes with it completely outweighs like any of the good that can come from an app like this. I remember when like don't talk to strangers online was like the big thing. That was like the main internet rule. That and don't believe everything you see on the internet, which is funny now coming from the boomer generation that thinks like this is real on Facebook. Meanwhile, nowadays, apps like this are literally marketing themselves to minors like meet strangers on the internet. As a teenager, it is like the optimal time to like meet friends in real life. Like that is when it is the easiest, because it gets really hard to meet friends as an adult. It gets hard as fuck to meet friends as an adult. Like everyone's already established, everyone already has their friends, and like if you try to make friends with someone, you feel like a fucking like weirdo freak. Like when I moved to the city, I tried Bumble BFF. I think I've told the story before. Sorry if I told the story before in a video. There not much happens in my life, so if I repeat stories, I'm sorry. I tried Bumble BFF and the only person I matched with was a furry. Anyway, my point is,
unfortunate,
is I don't think 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old, whatever, they shouldn't be meeting strangers off the internet. Like at the very least, what these apps are doing are normalizing hookup culture. Basically grooming them into hookup culture.
That's what I'm saying.
The most toxic aspects of modern society, in my opinion. But these companies do not care. These companies don't care because at the end of the day, they are making a profit. It's not surprising at all that a lot of these apps showed up during COVID, during lockdowns, when many teenagers and kids were really lonely. Like I said before, the app is...
What surprises me is why aren't these kids doing what kids do these days, which is apparently playing Fortnite endlessly and begging for V-Bucks. Mind you, I didn't do none of this shit on Guy Online. I didn't do any of this shit on IMVU. I didn't do any of this shit playing multiple versions of SMP servers. I didn't do any of this shit on Fusion Fall. I didn't do any of this shit on Pop Tropica. I didn't do any of this shit on Neopets. I didn't do any of this shit on fucking Habbo. I didn't do any of this shit on any of my paid subscriptions for Phantasy Star Online, Phantasy Star, and Phantasy Star Online 2. I ain't do any of this shit in League. I ain't do any of this shit in Smite. I ain't do any of this shit in Smite 2. Where do y'all niggas find the time?
Is apparently full of ads, yes ads, and you can buy like all this extra stuff on the app. There's like in-app purchases. There's like the fucking burger bundle, whatever the hell that is. I like how this is so blatantly like a French person's idea of like this is like a French person's idea of like marketing to the United States. Bonjour, Americans. Would you like the burger bundle so you can have a
We take never-ending shots because people don't know what it's like to have real jokes directed towards them. And that's why we call you stupid Americans.
a 13-year-old girl on your, how you say, oui. One of the biggest issues though, besides the practices or the normalization of hookup apps, is the fact that this app is mainly used by minors to trade photos with other minors. A lot of people, a lot of teenagers especially, don't know that even though you're also a minor, you
You're still creating child porn.
And distributing CP. If those pictures somehow get out, if she breaks up with you and posts them, you could both get in trouble. You could go to jail. You could be labeled a sex offender. Yes, you as a minor could be labeled a sex offender because you sent pictures to another minor. And that's what like 90% of this app is. Minors getting each other's links and trading and whatever the like, how do the creators of this app not see that? How do they do see it. They don't care because a burger bundle. So what can we do about this? One in particular.
I mean, I can think of a couple of answers, but I think all of those things would actually get me permanently banned on a lot of the websites. So let's not say that out loud.
Promising solution pending before Congress is the Kids Online Safety Act, a bipartisan bill that establishes a duty of care for online platforms likely to be accessed by children. Listen, of course I think government regulation is absolutely necessary to keep corpos in check. If not, they would just do a bunch of immoral, evil shit for money. However, I do not trust the government to handle anything regarding free speech and the internet. Listen, in a perfect world, the government would step in and make the internet a safer place for children, but we do not live in a perfect world. We live in Hell World, and in Hell World, anything the government gets its grubby little hands on turns to shit. It will go from, we're just protecting kids, to, we're just protecting adults from bad opinions. It will go from, sorry little Timmy, you can't watch fat booty Latinas in Space 12, to, sorry grown-ass man, you can't post that opinion about Israel. But I don't know, you need a government ID to buy alcohol or weed online. Why shouldn't you also need a government ID to watch porn or access apps like this? I don't really know. I kind of like go back and forth on my opinion of stuff like this. I don't really have a fleshed out opinion of this yet. My husband has not given me my opinion of this yet. All I know
that joke still gets at her, huh? Carl, stop that. You're supposed to be healed. But it's still funny, though.
is it is ultimately the parent's job to monitor what their kids are doing online. But in my opinion, something like this shouldn't even exist in the first place. Like imagine, yeah, we created meth for kids. You as a parent, you know, you keep your kids away, but you know, the meth for kids is here. You know, if they want it, if they want to buy it, like, no. Also, like, the parents are giving their kids iPads right out of the f***ing womb, dude. These little motherfuckers can't read. Australia is actually enforcing the first social media ban for kids under 16. These are the platforms being banned in Australia: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, X, YouTube, Reddit, Threads, Kick, Twitch. And these are the ones that are still alive.
Good! Hello, sugar honey biscuit. Okay, I'm coming. Ow! Be right back, chap. Ow, my leg. Ow, my legs. Soda's here. Granted, I wanted 2 liters, but that's okay. I didn't specify, so that's my own fault. Can't open that one for a bit.
Cloud. Steam, WhatsApp, Messenger, YouTube Kids, Pinterest, GitHub, Google Classroom, Lego Play, Roblox, and Discord. I'm sorry, stop. You want to protect children, and you didn't ban Discord? Also, wow, I almost forgot. Roblox is also trying to become a dating website. Roblox, the game mostly used by children. I feel like kids are in such a rush to be adults today more than ever. I think because like social media and influencers. Oh my god, apparently the most popular jobs for children that they want to be when they grow up are like streamer and like YouTuber.
Yeah, June. Because nigga slop. I can cut ahead right before you even finish the sentence. It's nigga slop. Kai Cenat, Rakai, Ray, I guess Double Agent, the majority of what makes up the AMP network, Twitch in general, what OTK has turned into as they become addicted to drama, all that shit directly ties into them desperately wanting to be invested and involved with the worst of the fucking worst. And being annoying as fuck while they do so.
You're so cooked, dude. I swear to God, if my kids come up to me and they're like, I want to be a YouTuber like mommy. Nightmare. No, you're going to college. You're getting a degree. You're not going to be an e-girl. You're not going to be a streamer. You're not going to be the next Asmongold. You're going to be normal. I've said this before, but like my kids are not even going to know the internet exists. I'm going to raise them as if it is 1875. And God forbid like a phone rings in our house. What is that strange bird I hear? Personally, I had unrestricted access to the internet when I was growing up and I turned out fine. So that was that video. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments down below. I read every single comment. I'm serious. I see all the shit you freaks write down there. If you like this video, give it a little like. Oh, I hate this part of being a YouTuber. Subscribe and give it 5 stars. Donate to my Patreon if you can, link down below, or you can give a little tip with the little tip jar. Also, again, don't forget to check out today's sponsor, Ground News, link also down below. And I hope you guys have a very Merry Christmas. I will see you guys next year.
I don't feel any better, but I suppose that my mind is no longer on Bill and his fucking retard bullshit. Pain, torment, torment and pain, and pain and pain and pain and pain, and pain and pain and pain, and pain and pain. Burp. What else do I have? Might as well clean off the coffers before the year ends. 1, 2, 3, 4. War on fanfic. The second story thinks fanfiction ruined modern writing. She's wrong. She's wrong. Fanfiction has destroyed writing and everything else. I hate. No. I refuse. If I'm gonna get angry about Bill, I'm gonna get angry at Anthony Gramuccia being a fucking smarmy asshole. Especially when he goes out of his way to basically draw a fucking minstrel out of the second story. My chest hurts. So instead, let's get some like ignorant nigga shit.
Ruckus, how could you possibly love white people so much?
It's easy. Have you ever looked at them? White man just a joy to be around. They smell like lemon juice and...
How do I find Fallout Shelter? I find it to be a way to occupy my hands. It's by no means a good game, but it's an idle game. Idle games exist for one purpose, and that's making you stick to a schedule. That's what I use idle games for. I use it to reteach myself how to schedule. Like, I've been using this as a way to make myself wake up at 6 a.m.
and pledge furniture cleaner. And look at them. They gave us discipline, jobs, put structure in our lives, took us out the jungle. And what we do to show our appreciation? We march up and down the street. We vote. Carry on.
Literally showing the examples of nigga slop that I'm talking about. Yes, Pillboy. Now, say some really ignorant shit that only a black supremacist would say.
Ingrates.
Look, I don't know if you heard, but racism is officially over. It only took 4 centuries of state violence, exploitation, and mass incarceration, but we finally did it. Look, just don't celebrate too loud now, alright? They'll call it ghetto and unruly. This channel became dedicated to black media analysis because of my obsession with black art and entertainment, and...
Yes, and that's certainly the reason why I hear trans hop in the back. Trans hop, which was not invented by black people. You jigaboo Joan. Now I'm getting annoyed by an entirely different kind of annoying person. I have like 10 videos I'm working on. Or rather, I should say, I have 2 videos that I'm working on, one of which is a long-form redissertation of the original thing I wanted to work on, and everything else is a side project. Yeah.
I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but it's because it's damn near impossible to separate racial politics from how we as black people interact with media.
Yes, it is. It's extremely easy. The problem is that political blackness is much easier to grasp onto than removing yourself from the agency of what black means politically, and instead enabling yourself to be an individual who just exists in the firm. You won't do that. You won't do that. You no do that. It's part of the reason why you find yourself stuck in this dialectic.
Doesn't matter what form it takes, be it music, film, dance, poetry, hell, even something as simple as streaming or podcasting. Every single expression of black media is shaped and contextualized by racial politics. Whether or not that was the creator's intention, and whether or not the audience even notices it on the surface. And I keep hammering this point in my videos because acknowledging that reality isn't just important, it's inescapable. These politics don't just shape our art, they shape us. They affect how we move, how we operate, how we present ourselves, and even how we succeed. And that success is never neutral. It's directly tied to
So, here's the problem with that statement you just made, Pillboy.
us. They affect how we move, how we operate, how we present.
This is the example of a man who embarrassed himself live on a stage. This is the example of a man being fucking pulled apart because a person is trifling with his children. This is an example of a man who used his pro-blackness as an excuse to not play the fucking game he was hired to fucking play. Okay, so she is a bully. Breed, goddamn you!
Present ourselves, and even how we succeed. And that success is never neutral. It's directly tied to the implicit roles you're boxed into as a black person in our media landscape. Even those roles aren't wide open. They come with boundaries, expectations, and a silent set of rules. You end up walking a really scary tightrope, one that forces you to balance your authenticity against white comfort. Lean too far into honesty and you're branded angry, radical, or ungrateful. Pull back too much and you're seen as safe, at the expense of hollowing yourself out to fit inside an acceptable comfort zone.
Tom Dubois is not an example to use against Don Lemon. Stop it.
So, what do you do when you're in that position as a black person navigating these spaces?
You analyze the people who are actually your friends and you move accordingly. Because the majority of people and how they are performatively moving around you don't actually like you. They want to be something closer to kinda, sorta your friend. As present company would involve you.
Do you play by the rules, sanding yourself down just enough to fit in? Or do you push back and risk being branded as too extreme? Well, there's always a third option. One that pays well, works every time, and never fails to get applause. That's right, kids, you can be a...
If you're going to continuously always try to be performative about action, how about you stop being a pussy censoring the word and you just call them a goon? Because you're going to call them any kind of word you can. You have invented so many new words to call people a race traitor that it doesn't fucking matter, man. No one cares as much as you guys do. No one cares as much as you guys do. We're not out here like that. But y'all niggas are. And I find that interesting. The office is closed today. I can't fucking catch a break. But okay, she's right. She did call me and I did miss it. Do you guys call people who are not politically black any kind of fucking thing under the goddamn sun? With your newest variation being Ku Klux Keishas. So, I don't care.
Black Americans do not know how to resolve basic conflicts.
Being a is an easy way to secure a bag. It's the oldest hustle in the book. Trade.
So, you do understand that that means you're calling Kaisen out a coon, right? You do know that means you're calling iShowSpeed a coon, right? You know that you're calling every single fucking influencer that ever has a sponsorship brand deal a coon, right? Keep it in a buck.
Your people's dignity for a seat at the table, even if that seat is just for show. And in a media landscape where white comfort is currency, nothing pays better than telling racist white folks exactly what they want to hear and showing them exactly what they want to see.
I want to tell every single African American person that's watching this video, you are not oppressed. Do not believe the lie. You are not a victim. You are a victor.
And that's why it's important to be precise here, because it isn't just an insult we throw at another black person we don't like or disagree with.
Yes, it is. You will call the coon and you'll use any other justification that you have under the sun. Because it's not about proving whether or not they belong. It's about proving that they're not a part of your clique. Which is why before you even invented all that shit, it was over there. That's why before y'all niggas even invented all that shit, you started antagonizing people based on their fucking audience and their video size. And then when it became impossible for you to grow your fucking channels, you decided, well, it's because you're not leftist enough. And down the purity spiral, motherfuckers went. Tell that lie to somebody else who doesn't fucking remember and got fucking longer memory than a goddamn dick. Excuse me. And yeah, you heard what I just fucking said. Longer than a dick. Play in my face if you want to.
It has a very specific meaning. Is a black person who deliberately performs or promotes harmful stereotypes about their own community.
Like what you're doing right now?
Not out of ignorance or passivity, but as a deliberate act to gain approval, protection, or profit from white audiences and institutions.
Like you're doing right now? Because you're performatively doing it in a way that even a woke person could reach across the aisle and use to describe you. The same any way anyone could use it to describe you. But it's different when it's you.
It doesn't matter the decade or the time period. White institutions reward it, white audiences eat it up, and the system is built to amplify it. It's effective because it props up the same lies that keep racism alive, validating and entertaining racism while reassuring those in power that nothing really needs to change.
Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day for all of your children.
That's why it's so damn profitable. So long as racism exists, so will it. But that's what simultaneously makes it so dangerous. Because every time a tap dances and performs, it doesn't just reflect on them, it reflects on all of us. Their words and...
No, they don't. Because the shit that a coon doesn't reflect on the black diaspora. Because the black diaspora has already disconnected them from their proximity to blackness. Let's use the words we learned from Bill. You benefit from society in the safety of the white man if you're performing as a coon if you have a proximity to whiteness. Yes? Ding. So, what happens when you exclude a person from their proximity to blackness? Counter ding. You are denying them access to the cookout. So, they lose access to the parallel society that they would gain from being a part of the main thing. And the premise on Pool Boy's dissertation, which is wrong, but let's walk with it, is that you are doing it to have a seat at the table that is just for show, and you're not actually allowed to do anything. So, you are effectively a social slave. You are a social slave to optics and paradigm. You don't gain anything from being a coon. You're just there to be a smiling, happy face that is digital blackness, performative for the people who want something to look at. And you're cut off from your inherent blackness because other people have pulled your race card. And no longer are you allowed to come eat sweet honey butter bay biscuits baked at the cool out from the grandma that got the big titties. The problem with this paradigm is you're putting a lot of passivity on people that otherwise have no investment to this society as a part of their deeper concern to be involved in the connection of what it is they're worried about for all the shit that they're worried about. It is inherently the laziest shit possible. I guess I'm getting myself a pizza. It is the laziest shit possible. And where it comes from is an inherent laziness that doesn't want to put a lot of effort into understanding who they're trying to get to know and who they're trying to get to see. Because the problem with black people is that they don't pay attention to shit. They are very similar to autistic white males that spend most of their time online in social circles, playing old video games and grand strategy and autism simulators, and the like. They are people that only notice what is big, what is real, what is popular, and what's in front of them. So, proximity to blackness means proximity to popularity. And as I've already described multiple times before in the past, and again in the future, with nigga slop, that means your proximity to blackness is based on your proximity to popularity. Just like your proximity to whiteness is specifically based in the performative nature of being quiet and out of the way. So, how do you perform as a performative coon that does all this extra shit like a Jigaboo Jones, and yet you don't have the ability to actually benefit from the proximity to blackness that comes with understanding ideas and concepts? Because it's certainly not Lol Cowden, because Lol Cowden gets you attention. So, what are you really trying to say here? Because I know way too many retarded ass people that you've made famous for being sluts. And deadbeats. And annoying nuisance streamers. And you continue to let them claim blackness. Because at least they're performatively loud. They're performatively loud and black. So they're allowed to retain the race card. Meanwhile, you'll try to tell me that I don't deserve to have shit. Because I once licked a coochie that belonged to a white woman. Because I tasted the au jus of roast beef on my list. You heard me right. Not roast beef. Roast beast on my lip. That means that I'm not allowed. I must be kicked out of the cookout that I prepared with my own time.
And actions become ammunition, recycled as proof that racism is exaggerated or that black struggle is self-inflicted.
The fact you put Thomas Sowell here, bitch. The fact you put Thomas Sowell here. Who you gonna put next? Clarence Thomas?
And since so much of depends on white approval, it almost always gravitates towards conservatism. The politics most invested in pretending racism is over and inequality is just about personal responsibility.
You know that white supremacy and white nationalism ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing black America. And the reason that you are bringing them up in this room is because it is attempt to make the election all about race as the Democrats.
Not in my case. That's what makes a so valuable to white audiences. They get to see a black face echo their talking points back at them, wrapping white comfort in black credibility. The more that caricature circulates, the more it solidifies until it hardens into policy, into prejudice, and into everyday justifications for inequality. Isn't just self-destructive, it's collective collateral damage. The individual cashes the check, but the community pays the price. Be it minstrelsy or political pundits, we've always looked down on the folks who choose to perform like this, and for good reason. But what do you do? In a digital age where these bad faith actors aren't confined to a single stage, but endless screens, what can you even do? Wait, combat?
I'm gonna scream the answer at the top of my lungs, okay? I'm gonna step away from the microphone, and I'm gonna say the exact same thing I said the first time. I'm gonna stand on my bed while I do it. I'm gonna stand right here in the bed next to the ornament that I was given for Christmas by my woman and her child. Are you ready? I'm gonna stand right here. I'm gonna do it right now. 1, 2, 3. Turn your fucking TVs off! And stop watching them! What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. Turn their TV off. These niggas aren't serious. These niggas are not for real. They're not serious people. But you keep giving them money and giving them attention. What do we do when we have a bunch of people that are acting bad faith, that are doing a bunch of shit and doing and making us all look bad? Turn the fucking TV off and stop fucking watching them. If you stop giving them fucking attention for doing shit for publicity, they stop getting power from you and your retarded ass bullshit. It solves its fucking self.
At this. Like that, why beat them when you can just join them? Being a is easier than ever before.
It's 2018 in America. Does racism exist?
Absolutely not. And it has never existed.
Whoa!
It has never. It's
whoa!
It's a made-up word.
People jump so quick and they tense up at the thought of racial profiling. It's so wrong.
I could care less about Russell's. But what the fuck did Amir Odom do to you? How's Amir Odom a coon? Are we gonna learn how? We just gonna call them names? I hope niggas start taking y'all fucking to court for this shit.
It's so wrong. What is marketing? It's profiling. That's what marketing is.
White supremacy and the KKK.
I don't care about Candace Owens. You can have that one. I don't care. Many of us do not fucking care. Because many of us do not take her serious. You know why? Because we turn that fucking TV off, nigga.
KKK. Really? That's what you guys want me to be concerned with this week? Do I look like an idiot?
As long as racism is profitable, there will always be a demand for some eager, happy-go-lucky Negro willing to sell it back with a smile.
Anthony fucking Bachelor is the definition not of a goon, but of a race traitor. He made his fame off of using the dot-dominating cliches of our worst behavior as fodder for his content. He came up on fucking Vine making endless jokes of black people. Non-stop, effervescent, frequent, could be described as self-hating. And you gave him money for doing it. And in your haste to give him money, you did the same thing to a bunch of other people who did the shit too. That's right. You want to talk about him, you gotta talk about Rudy. You want to talk about Rudy, you gotta be able to talk about Hannah Stocking. You want to talk about Hannah Stocking, you gotta talk about Lele Pons. You want to talk about Lele Pons, you gotta talk about both the fucking Paul brothers. Every single one of these goddamn motherfuckers that you're trying to call goons, most of them are not goons. Here's black people that disagree with political blackness. But no, the actual fucking minstrels, they were allowed. You gave them permission to do the jokes. But you won't call them out! You give them endless passes! And only because you're one of the uppity fucking ones are you gonna sit there and say, well, you know, Andrew Bachelor, you know, he was kind of different than Andre the Storm, you know. Andre the Storm, he went on to things like Epic Rap Battles of History and his rap review shit. And now on Zeus Network, these niggas are doing a whole bunch of other niggas slop. But you know what we gonna talk about? We gonna talk about Andrew King Bachelor. Yes, the guy who actually, no matter how you really want to look at it, actually is trying to now do better image content. The same as Hardstop Lucas, the same as fucking Cloudy McDoom, the same as fucking Splack and every other fucking person that came from that time period. Yes. And the Gnome Boys and any other person who goes viral for any kind of like trend, whether it be dancing or not, as a member of a troop or an individual. But you know what we ain't gonna talk about? We ain't gonna talk about a single fucking nigga slop streamer who's responsible for something like Streamer University or any other recent drama whatsoever. Well, I ain't gonna talk about no fucking leftist who does the exact same motherfucking shit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Yeah. We certainly ain't gonna talk about no YouTubers either. Because you see, YouTuber jokes, there's just safe, edgy, safe, horny shit. It's not really that big of a fucking deal. Meanwhile, you need to tell me what you think about Israel and Palestine, bro. Yeah. Shut up.
Playing into negative racial tropes is one of the fastest ways to get paid, but that money doesn't come free. With it comes the cost of harming your own people, alienating yourself from your community, or worst of all, selling your own dignity.
These niggas don't commune in your community, and you would never be able to hold them accountable, because these niggas don't like you. They would never pick up your call. What are you talking about? Once again, you ain't talking about nothing. You gave them the ability to do this. You and everybody else who laughed at their jokes. You and everybody else who decided that it was more important to have them at the cookout than it was to say, you know, maybe you don't belong here. Y'all niggas did that. Y'all niggas, you did that. We didn't do that. You did that. You gave them access. Then you turn around and blame us for your mistakes. And mind you, there are more leftists that have done this than rhinoids that have done this. And even amongst the rhinoids that have done it, they're equally fucking cringe. They're equally fucking retarded.
That being said, whip out your tap dancing shoes and get ready to dive in. And together, let's find out if all the wealth, fame, and influence is worth the price of self-respect.
Other folks talk about slave, man. Wasn't nothing wrong with slavery. At least we got good food back then.
As usual, before we get started, let's establish something. I want to further clarify our definition of what makes a and why it's not always the same thing as a black person being conservative. As I'm sure there's some black conservatives out there just waiting to pounce on this video and cry with the whole independent thinker spiel. Being black and conservative doesn't by default make you a right there being a hell of a lot of overlap between the two. The difference lies in intent and performance. There's a lot of black folks that favor conservative politics out of ingrained survival. Centuries of this nation's history have taught us that black dissent, resistance, or even just demanding equity is often met with brutal repression in both violence and policy. For some, leaning into conservatism is less about selling out and more about seeking safety, stability, or trying to navigate a system that punishes resistance. Mind you, this logic is still extremely counterproductive and harmful. There isn't any reputable data that shows that conservative policies benefit black Americans economically or socially on any mass scale.
You know, other than the fact that they live in the suburbs and they have the ability to increase their life expectancy in ways they wouldn't have been able to before, because they're no longer bounded by this rule that means that they must ruin themselves in the inner city where they don't get actual opportunities or rights. And they're constantly being affected and drained for those rights by the perceived class that they're socially being antagonized by. Literally, the head-ass responses that came out of Destiny's mouth yesterday, like, go outside and look. Are you immediately getting stabbed in your cul-de-sac? Or are you able to say hello to Mr. Zwitmer? Do you know the names of your fucking, people? More than likely you do. So shut that shit the fuck up. Shut that shit the fuck up right now.
It just denotes how some of it can still come from a place of good faith. But a deliberately performs or promotes harmful narratives about their own people, not because they believe it in good faith, but because it buys them approval, protection, or profit from white audiences and institutions. They're not just conservative, they're performers. They're actively putting on a show, embodying roles that serve oppressive systems while personally benefiting them. It all boils down to their intent and performance. It's deliberate, it's a show, it reinforces racist myths, and most importantly, it's transactional. The individual trades dignity and community for validation and reward. That's not survival. That's a spineless, shameless spectacle. A spectacle that, as we're about to see, has no universal form. To kick us off, we're gonna dive into the main archetypes that like to perform.
The universal form of someone who is being performative on purpose because they don't think that people can hold them and check them is literally a person hiding behind their race as a defense for their antics and behavior, which is exactly what the majority of people do. They say, I can do that because I'm black. That's what it looks like. That's what a Jigaboo Jones looks like when they're really deep in the cut. They look like, I'm allowed to do it because I'm different than you, and therefore I get to speak to the Black Caucus, and you have to hear me, and you have to lick my black cock because I said so.
Exploring not just how and why they're so lucrative, but how they ultimately do nothing more than benefit white supremacy at the end of the day. Looking to cash in your dignity for a few coins and a milkshake? Want to make white folks laugh and hate you at the same time? Don't worry, I've got just the right pair of white gloves for you.
Enough is enough, and that's what I've had a abundance of.
Every has a role to play, a mask that makes them profitable and entertaining to white audiences. And while there are many variations, the two most consistent archetypes are the jester and the knight. Different masks, same purpose. Whether they clown or crusade, both archetypes ultimately serve the same role, and that's reassuring white audiences that racism is either laughable or non-existent. First, we have the jester, the oldest and most recognizable archetype of the entertainer who survives by making a spectacle of themselves, often at the expense of their own people. At its root, the jester is a performer who embodies and exaggerates racist caricatures so that white audiences can laugh, feel at ease, and avoid confronting the realities of black life. And this figure isn't new. It stretches back to the minstrel shows of the early 19th century.
Yada yada yada, minstrelsy, yada yada yada, black people hated, blah yada yada yada. Get on with it.
Painting it as ignorant, lazy, and buffoonish.
Get on with it.
A real staple of American culture. White folks just couldn't get enough of this shit. I don't know, it was like the 19th century version of Friends. Around the 1830s, we get Thomas Daddy Rice, who popularizes his character Jim Crow, a shuffling, grinning, broken English caricature of a rural black man. A caricature Rice himself loosely based on a disabled slave he had once seen. The caricature would soon become a symbol for black inferiority, so powerful and popular that the name itself would later be used to brand an entire system of segregation. But alongside Jim Crow, you also had Zip Coon, only this one was based on a city living dandy. While Jim Crow was a lazy, sloppy buffoon, Zip Coon was a ridiculous fraud. He was overdressed, misused big words, and worst of all, thought of himself as equal to white people. The joke was that no matter how hard he tried, he could never rise above his place. These two became the blueprint of the jester. You now have a role where a black figure exists only to reassure white audiences that blackness is inherently laughable, inferior, and unserious. From the very beginning, the jester wasn't just about entertainment, it was about control. Eventually, black performers themselves are pushed into these roles, forced to mock their own people just to gain access to stages otherwise closed to them. The costume changes with the decades, but the script remains the same. You see the jester morph into Hollywood, on the big screen with Stepin Fetchit and Willie Best.
What's your name? Still on the time, bro.
There's something to worry about. If you white, what you mean? They won't hurt us because we slaves. They's fighting for us. But if you white and southern, then you's the enemy. Oh, don't pay him no mind. Come on, children, get in there and hide.
On radio with Amos and Andy, and even in variety shows with Rochester Anderson.
Kingfish, you mean to say that you is an actual doctor?
Well, I ain't been blabbing it around, but I've been taking a correspondence course in doctoring.
He's the funny black friend, the clownish entertainer, the loudmouth comic relief who eases racial tension with jokes and dance moves. Different eras, different packaging, but the function never changes. Blackness was safe only when it was a punchline. Black people are tolerated as long as they keep the jokes coming and never demand too much seriousness. Today, the jester thrives in the digital era. TikTok, YouTube, YouTube, Instagram, entire careers are built around parroting black culture for white clicks. Sometimes he leans into exaggerated AAVE or quote-unquote hood stereotypes for laughs. Other times he positions himself as the safe black person who it's okay to make racist jokes around. You want an N-word pass? Don't worry, he'll give you one.
The league, what is he like there? He got a best league of all the... Yo.
So you are, in fact, attacking them. Yeah, but that kind of just demonstrates that you're willing to throw anybody under the bus then. Because they're performatively doing the stereotype. But they only ever involve themselves with other blacks. So, you don't even have a standard. At least I have a standard. You don't even have a fucking standard. So you're just insulting people, just to insult them. You saw it here first.
Oh, come on, man. Bo Ray, don't give a fuck.
Damn. Shit.
Nigga, please.
He might even make fun of real issues such as police brutality or systemic inequality, as if centuries of oppression, violence, and pain are nothing more than material for a punchline. It's how we get...
You do realize that the majority of the people that you would probably call your heroes are the definitional examples of sellouts. Every single person that has ever made music, especially in this fucking rancid fucking industry, they're all sellouts. They literally sold themselves out because that's how they made their money. So, every single time I put my... Well, technically I should say my stepson down for a fucking nap. And he says, no, I don't want to listen to Cocomelon. I don't want to listen to Hoi Poi Pink Fong. I want to listen to Doggy Land. Every time I hear Snoop Dogg go, bow wow wow, that nigga sold out! He used to sell drugs! It doesn't matter. This nigga don't want to hear it. This nigga don't want to hear it.
King Batch making an entire career off of chicken, watermelon, and crime jokes.
For a bottle of lotion a day, you can help these ashy African-American children.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, Pillboy. Here, Pillboy. Very quick. I want you to count how many people there are on this skit. Okay?
Get King Batch making an entire career off of chicken, watermelon, and crime jokes.
For a bottle of lotion a day.
This right here is one of the better TikTok ones. I think his name was Devin something. Here's 30-year-old man.
Hey, you can help these ashy
1 nigga, 2 nigga, 3 nigga, 4.
Please call me.
And you're just angry at King Batch for his one? No. Do not misunderstand me, bro. I'm angry at all of them. I'm angry at all of them. You're being selective. I'm being purposeful. All of them are bad. All. Not one. All. They're all bad for perpetuating it. Now, of course, the thing is that these were actually really funny jokes. But if we're gonna start saying, well, it's bad because you guys didn't join the Nebula Nigga Collective. You guys are doing performative blackness for attention poorly. Keep it a buck. Were you actually a fan of this content? Did you watch it? Were you responsible for fucking popularizing along with Ariel and fucking Manon Matthews and all the white girl shit? How about Gabby Hanna during her era as the Hannah Show, or excuse me, the Gabby Show?
I made it out the hood, baby.
For the next 12 hours, all crime is legal.
Today's a good day.
It's how you get iShow Speed barking like an animal while also letting his non-black fans call him and make racial jokes at his expense.
What's this? Come on, look, Kai?
I never got gifted cotton. Why did you give me cotton?
Yeah.
W gift, chat.
Open that shit. Open that shit. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Fuck is
You're
this?
gonna love it. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Come here, motherfucker. Master, I'm tired of picking cotton. Please give me another job.
That's how you get all these tomfoolery ass niggas on TikTok eating food in a messy manner while dancing.
That's called a mukbang and having a personality. I mean, if you want to call them jive turkey dancers, by all means, be my fucking guest, but you'd be wrong. You'd be performative and you'd be wrong. Because you had a problem with it before. You only have a problem with it now.
Like chimpanzees. Hell, this nigga is literally calling himself the grooving gorilla. You cannot get any more on the nose than this.
Because, you know, he's built like a fucking shit brick house. Context? No, we don't need that shit. Why would a nigga need context? That's almost like you'd have to have a point or something. Kappa? Niggas. Not once, chat. Not even once. As I send all these women to go be impregnated. Not even fucking once.
Doesn't matter the variant or the medium, in every form the jester's job is to turn blackness into a spectacle. He makes racism easier to consume because it's coated in laughter. And that is why he works. The jester works because he makes racism feel good. He doesn't challenge the audience, he comforts them. Instead of forcing...
The jester doesn't challenge the audience, he comforts the audience. That's why the jester is the only person in the king's court who is allowed to point out things and not get beheaded for it. Because if it came from somebody who's considered to be, quote, competent, then that would be the sign of it. Ever though that actually the people who were allowed to be the clowns and the clowners that were the ones who jest were also the king's deep-set advisors. Because you know what a jester also did in a royal court? Chat, you know what they also did? Take a guess. We're gonna play a game real quick. Pray tell, what did a jester do? What else did they do? What else do they do while they're making observational humor? Persuade's one of them, but it's a lot bigger than that. What else does a jester do when they were looking around for something to make fun of? What did they do while they were looking at their environment? Yes, Sedwin, they observed! Because guess what the other job of a jester was? When I say it, you're gonna feel really silly because it's very obvious. Certainly, this is one of the things that people need to do. They need to look into some medieval shit. They need to look into how the court systems actually work. No, not to make fun of people. That was the first primary job. Maybe I should reformulate it in the form of a modern observation. What is the most common form of observational humor that a comedian tells? they work with the crowd, right? And to do crowd work, aka anti-heckling, aka roasting, they have to have observational humor, right? And to have observational humor while noticing things around other people, that means they have to observe, which includes there's like a 6-second delay. Like 4 people should be able to get it with how obvious I'm being right now. Listen! That's right! What do you call a silent observer who watches you, listens to you, and has the ability to make observational humor that then gets to the ear of the leaders of an organization like a king and a kingdom? They are They're fucking spies! They're spies! They're informants! Which means a jester is walking in a what? I apologize if you said it earlier and I didn't see it. I'm looking at 5 chat rooms at once. What is a spy walk? How many worlds do they walk in? How many worlds does a spy have to walk in? Or to put this another way, to put it back into the terms we were just discussing, how many codes are they switching through? A lot of them, right? As many worlds as they have to walk in. At minimum, at least 2. So you see, the problem is that the people that you've ever dealt with, that you're describing this way, Pillboy, and every other anti-intellectual who thinks of themselves an intellectual, the main function of the jester is to spy on people! Because they pay attention to what's happening around them. Because they're the most informed person in the room. And then, instead of saying, hey yo, this nigga trying to kill you, they say, my lord, I do not believe he has as strong a stomach as you, as this tastes a bit like the ass of a cobra. Meaning to say, this nigga trying to poison you with dinner tonight. Get the taste testers. Most of these people, as much as you can hate them, some of them have some level of business acumen and intelligence. With or without them having to quote code switch and be differently black. A good example being Claudia McDoom. That nigga has made a career out of making jokes on TikTok about Kingdom Hearts and fucking Sephiroth and knocking the weave off his own head. Meanwhile, he's making clips with what I can only assume, if not his ex-girlfriend, is a homie of his in the form of Plyta, who has been a frequent on my channel as a piece of content. Because of how common it is for people to not understand the different walks of life a person can come through when it comes to the content that they're doing, that they make with other people that may or may not necessarily be, quote, clued into the shit they get down to. And the thing about this, Pillboy, is that an actual, real, smart jester, an actual intelligent joker, any kind of observational fool who plays the part of a fool who knows what he's there to do, that person is not going to be tripped up by the kind of shit that you're trying to describe. They would definitionally understand their fucking role and their job, and they would stay on their job of that job. Because if they fucking didn't, it would be a fucking problem. And that, for the most part, is what most of them do. Because it's not a thing you can kind of forget. Funny people are funny because they observe shit. Half of the jokes that a person can tell have to come from paying attention to what's around them. But just because they happen to tell the joke doesn't mean that they're fucking ignorant, especially if they know how to keep their fucking mouths shut. That's why it's ironic that you choose to make fun of somebody like Kai Cenat for the things y'all niggas do. Because at some level, he knows what he's doing. He understands ball in some limited form of a rush. However, you can't teach the people around him the hunger to want to actually use it. Because many of them are fucking stupid and are lazy and don't want to do the extra work. Because the extra work is hard and difficult for them. And the thing that you need to understand is, with all those other blacks that are not having this problem, all the really nice, good, and funny ones like Dave Chappelle, they're extremely observant and thus extremely witty. I know this doesn't get through to you because you'd rather make a video essay about people like Matt Rife, the male-centered, female-centered comedian who makes observational crowd work designed for drunk women at their parties. But ever since it's been a thing, you guys kind of just choose to ignore that whole quintessential conversation about why it works that way. And the reason Pillboy, a jester, is a spy, is that half the time they're doing it on purpose. They're hiding it on purpose. How would I know? Because that's what I do. A lot! I choose to preserve my opinion. Because I choose not to say what's fucking obvious. Because that's mean. Basically, I'm putting a choice of being amicable. Digestible. Even accessible, even. But that does not mean that I'm not about to fucking drop knowledge on people. Since they might not consider the fact that that's actually the reason why jesters get to say whatever the fuck they want. No! Actually, Pillboy, jesters were not just racial coons and zip coons and minstrels to perform provocatively for the white man. Actually, the history of fucking professional clowners and jesters were that they were fucking double agents for the kingdom. Because people let their guard down around said person. The ex-Fed said. Ha 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 ha. They let their guard down around this person. And they would explain basic shit that would then allow them to then be able to communicate with other people about the basic shit they just talked about. And that they discussed and described as a part of their content. Mainly because the majority of people that would want to hear about it are individuals that would have every reason under the sun to be concerned about whether or not they and all the people that they're with would be deeply, deeply moved by such a conversational topic as the one we're discussing right now. For what it is worth, maybe you don't know that. And so that makes it different. But there is no world where you're about to tell me that this novel concept of maybe it's because they have access to something that you don't didn't occur to you. Since y'all niggas know so much about how things work in the world. but can't demonstrate not a goddamn lick of it. Hate when the app does that. Because to me, what's very obvious to me is that you know, I know you know that the majority of the shit you're saying is hard cap. I know you know that it's hard cap. $40 fucking dollars. My desire for what I want is not going to be easy. But I can get something cheaper than that. You know for a fact that some of these people are smart. Hell, it takes some level of intelligence for people like Candace Owens to do what they do, even though that they're deceitful people. But if you're going to sit here and you're going to start applying concepts that don't actually cross over with each other, and you're not going to understand that even if you don't like them, you calling them something doesn't undo the fact that they have an intelligence that you don't want to respect them for, because you just want to assume that they're just blindly doing what they're doing. The job of a jester was to report back to the king. So maybe this helps your critique, and you say, well, see, you're explaining for yourself that these people, they do it because they know that they'll get attention, and that they're actually race betrayers. They race betray us, and they give away our secrets and shit. But it's not that hard to find out black secrets, because some niggas give shit away anyways, for free, all the fucking time. No. To not belabor the point, so that we're all on the same fucking page. The problem is that they know what they're doing, and thus they're not stupid. They know what they're doing, and thus they're not stupid. Boo-ba-doo-doo. Exo Crusher for $60. Thank you, Exo Crusher. What did I do to earn the $60? Pray tell. It could not be me frying my fucking brain from how angry I was. I'm such a fucking cope. Perhaps it's for the pizza. I don't know. But you cannot tell me that you don't understand that even with shows that demonstrated what a master spy looks like, there is the spider and the fucking maester and all the other shit. You cannot tell me that you don't understand that the purpose of a fucking jester is to be a goddamn informant. And not necessarily just for a king, but for other fucking people. And for the pizza. Well, alright then. Stuff my fucking face as I lose my fucking mind. Because I'm not going offline later. I'm going to go through the entire day all the way up until fucking midnight. I'm pretty sure. I'm motivated. I'm deeply motivated. Like, a jester's job is to observe shit. And then, while gathering information, they hide their level of intelligence by making it only obvious to people who are paying attention to the same shit they're paying attention to. That's why half the time I make the observations I make, because I'm picking up on something that other niggas are not putting down. Because they are not paying attention to the same shit I'm paying attention to. They're not pondering what I'm pondering. It's the same shit that Jay does. She picks up on shit that other people would not necessarily catch. The difference between the two of us, besides one being male and the other being female, is that I'm loud and boisterous about it. In fact, I am actively making and using and abusing the stereotype of the loudmouth black person. Because obviously we've always heard the stereotype of the person who's the loudest one in the room is the one who's the most bitched up. But that's actually not the case. That is a trick said by people to actively find out who thinks that they can control the situation. No, actually, the person who is the most dangerous is the person who's talking the most, especially if you can't tell if it's just because they're friendly or if it's because they are trying to see if you notice something that they're doing. Many people don't notice the fact that people will G-test them on the spot, and that they will figure out very quickly, oh, this motherfucker ain't actually paying attention. I back and trick this one. Because this one is stupid. They don't watch for nothing. Because it takes people less than seconds. Less than seconds to get caught off their guard. Because everybody thinks that it works the way that they've been told. Because they believe the stereotypes are faith-based shit that leads to the future. And it doesn't. Consider yourselves learned, chat. Consider yourselves taught. There will be an exam.
White American audiences to face the ugly reality of racism and systemic inequality, the Jester flips those realities into comedy. Pain becomes parody, suffering becomes slapstick. The cruelty of anti-blackness is softened, wrapped in laughter, and handed back as entertainment.
This is a lie that you might have been able to sell during the time period where it was actually relevant to the people who believed casual racism was just cool and normal. But in normal era, the job of a comedian is to actually make the tragedy into comedy, not because they're trying to alleviate and also glass over the problem, but because they're making it much, much easier to get acquainted to the shit that you need to deal with, by making it easier to understand that the shit's happening, because there are some people that just wanna be in the fucking mix. And that's it. It is the case that it happens all the fucking time. It is the most normal thing. It is unironically the most normal thing. It is not a problem. It is not a big deal. But people treat it like it's a big deal. And despite knowing better, they do not care if they take it out of context. Because to them, the context does not fucking matter.
The audience can consume stereotypes without guilt because, at the end of the day, it's all just a joke. But just a joke is exactly what makes it powerful. Laughter disarms. When racism comes dressed as comedy, it doesn't feel like hate, it feels like permission. You're not laughing at black people, you're laughing with them. You get a pass. Hell, after all, the black guy telling you to joke wants you to laugh. White audiences can laugh at caricatures of blackness without guilt because humor provides cover. And that thin veil of irony makes the Jester effective, turning mockery into entertainment and entertainment into normalization. But the Jester is only one side of the coin. We then have the Knight. While one is an entertainer, the other is an enforcer. Unlike the Jester, the Knight doesn't...
This is Cope, and I know you came up with the shit out of nowhere, but no. If they were supposed to be a Jester, again, they are a spy. Their job is to observe and to report back, and then to silently neutralize threats. Before you would ever have the ability to start yapping about whatever the fuck a Knight is, the Jester would have already killed you and fucking hid your body. Agent 47, in a Pagliatti costume.
Play for laugh, instead aligning themselves with whiteness and defending the very systems that harm their own people. They're the moral enforcer, preaching discipline, respectability, and obedience. If the Jester reassures white audiences that blackness is laughable, the Knight reassures them that the real problem isn't racism, it's other black people and their culture. Just as minstrelsy created the blueprint for the Jester, the Knight was born from slavery itself. On the plantation, you had slaves that were elevated above others, not out of kindness or...
You are about to try and describe a modern day house nigga. And here's the problem with you trying to describe a modern day house nigga. House niggas that were in the house, Pillboy, were products of rape. Assuming that they were allowed access to the house because they were actually a child of the massa. If not one who was elevated to the position, because they too were a trusted informant. The parallel you're about to use wouldn't work on slavery or black people.
or merit, but as a tool of control, being rewarded with scraps of comfort for loyalty and used to police other enslaved people. You begin to see the earliest form of the knight, a black figure whose very survival depended on protecting the master's interests. After emancipation, this role transforms. White elites paraded formerly enslaved people who praised their masters as benevolent, framing bondage as a civilizing institution. For example, pro-slavery writers like John B. Gordon and James Henry Hammond eagerly published quote-unquote testimonies from freedmen claiming slavery had been a blessing. You also had figures of black colonization movements like John B. Russwurm and William Hannibal Thomas, who assured whites that black freedom meant separation, not equality. And on the more extreme end, you had physicians like Samuel A. Cartwright, who promoted pseudoscience like drapetomania, the idea that a slave wanting to be free is a form of mental illness. He relied on black collaborators to validate his false claims about black laziness and inferiority. Those early versions of the Knights were nothing more than useful props. They told white audiences exactly what they wanted to hear.
So they're useful idiots. They're not some kind of inapcitation on jesters. Those kind of shy jiving hucksters already fucking exist. Why did you try to reinvent a term? To try and hate on black people that aren't like you. Fucking lazy cotton pick. It just comes so easy to roll off the tongue. It just comes so fucking easy to just roll off the tongue. We ain't doing this shit. I'm not doing this shit in 2026. You're getting called a slur. We're not agonizing over this shit. You're getting called a slur, okay? You're getting called a slur. Fucking Christ almighty.
Racial hierarchy was natural, just, and even divinely ordained. By the time we get to the 20th century, the knight evolves into the voice of respectability politics. You see it in figures like Bill Cosby and Shelby Steele, who, while groundbreaking in some ways, also doubled as the poster child for middle-class assimilation, embodying the idea that accepting black humanity depended on proper dress, diction, and morality. In politics, you get Clarence Thomas.
Except that we're talking about integration. I'm not talking about a person trying to betray their race because, I really just want to be able to get that white, I want to get that nice white pussy. Yes, master, yes. I'll do anything for a piece of white pussy. Yes, master, yes, please. I get that on knees. I do a little shuck and jive. Yeah, yeah, master, yes, master. Move my heater out the way before I kick it. And take off my fucking sandals. Yes, master. Yes, master. I'll shuck and jive for some coochie. Yes, master. Please. I can't wipe them. That's the best anything ever. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No. Stop it. That motherfuckers that do that just because coochie is good. No. We're talking about integration, Bill Boy. Having basic fucking decency to be the kind of person that people would want to live around and be around is not them selling out black people. Again, you and Bill, and this desire to take the caricature of this supposed fucking middle-class black yuppie, like Carlton Banks, and turning him into some kind of weak, spineless fucking creature. Oh my god! You're worse than sugar in a bag! That is not a euphemism. I was given a bag of sugar, and I forgot that the bag was on my bed, and the bag had a hole. And I woke up with the feeling of sugar on my legs. You want to torture somebody? Put sugar on their bed, and make them kneel in it, like salt. Anyways, cannot use these examples and say that these people are allegedly betraying themselves and others. Because they're not. You could definitely say some of them are performative. I'm not going to take that from you. There are plenty of people that have no real struggle that are performative as fuck. Because they don't actually have real problems. But you cannot say that these people, normal fucking middle class boys and girls, are race traitors because you desperately want to make people who are upper middle class feel like they have to become leftists in order to purge themselves of being, again, what I describe as Jigaboo Jones. But Carl, what's a Jigaboo Bones? Glad you fucking asked. Let me stick my totodile up and I'll tell you in a second. A Jigaboo Jones is this woke mental virus of this political proselytization. Remember, children, woke means political and or cultural proselytization. A Jigaboo Jones is a upper middle class yuppie type that has the audacity to look down on how far we have come as a people, both socially and culturally, and will turn their nose up at a person. There's where my other gum pieces went. And they will say that the likes of the professional pro-black media featuring people like Carlton Banks, that they are an example of corniness. That actually real black people are like Kendrick Lamar, somebody who has firmly said, motherfucker, I am not your fucking leader. And that in the need to call themselves their fucking leader, they show you, they demonstrate to you that they have no interest in being your fucking leader. They have no interest in being your mouthpieces. And instead, you create this portmanteau, this fusion homunculi of representation through what you claim is your best, closest approximation to what it truthfully means to be a proper, quote, ally. And in this allyship that you think you want, but you actually don't need, you create this viewpoint of something that is an add-on, an approximate, while at the same time making every single person hate everything about the thing that you are taking for granted. Because you don't actually know what it is you're describing. You're just attacking a group of people for the crime of existing and being annoying while you do it. For what it is worth, this kind of Jigaboo Jones exists everywhere in society. Because unfortunately, upper middle class people, especially blacks, are fucking normies by comparison nowadays. Without the access to nigga and the hard R and every other fucking slur that they have invented to feel safe while talking about other people and saying you could never understand shit because you could never be called to the cookout. They are effectively white people, but without the dude bro Call of Duty culture. And you see, they are the new age Carlton Banks. Y'all motherfuckers are the fucking lame numpties that have no personalities, that are meant to be flanderizations of what you think a person is supposed to be. In your need to label them, you think whiteness equals pathetic and performance. Therefore, they must be being coons. They must be performative people that want appreciation and attention and validation from whites. And especially, they getting that sweet white woman pussy. And in your haste to try to make an example of what you call race traitors, you forget that basic integration was that people wanted to be more than the caricatures. So, what you're really describing is the normal fucking person who wants to be in society. That, to you, is what you're trying to call the knight stereotype. A stereotype that I've never fucking heard. But then again, I'm not a politically performative black person. Yeah. So, whatever fucking honky ass shit you're coming up with, and I will call you a honky, because you're a honky, you're trying to convince us that actually black people don't want normal societal integration. They just want to be performatively annoying non-stop. Because the most important thing that you can do is to be performative as fuck. That's the most important thing you could do. The most important thing you could do is to be performative as fuck and annoying as fuck while doing absolutely no work whatsoever to be better invested in these circles that you find yourselves in. Because being normally integrated means that they're trying to control you and make you into some kind of Yakubian experiment. That's what you're telling me. The Uncle Toms, they can get 2 for the price of 1. Wanting to live in a suburb is being an Uncle Tom. Wanting to not get shot every time I go out of my house to a normal shopping complex, or a strip mall complex, or a duplex, or an entertainment center, like a fucking in-house arcade / amusement park / movie theater, which I'm just describing the Hollywood connection, is Uncle Tom. Wanting to have the ability to date outside of my race if I choose to, Uncle Tom. Fuck me, man. Fuck me running. Maybe we do need to have gated communities. That way somebody can be able to move into the gated community as a black man, and they can code switch for me. Boy, do I wish I had... Man, do I wish I had my pocket racist. He'd call you a slur for me. God damn it.
Thomas and Thomas Sowell, 2 uncles whose influence came not from serving black communities, but from reassuring white conservatives. Thomas used the Supreme Court to gut civil rights protections under the guise of colorblindness, while Sowell built a career downplaying racism and blaming inequality on black culture and behavior. And in popular media, you often see the knight as a direct foil to the jester, the serious preacher, the disciplinarian father figure, the bootstrap philosopher who scolds poor black people while ignoring the systemic barriers that...
The entire point of this scene and Stand By Me, if I'm remembering the film title correctly, because that should be Stand By Me. Someone will correct me in the chat. I know Morgan Freeman was involved with the film, and that the film that I'm thinking of with the scene in question is him insulting the slovenly child, because I remember that scene. Because his use of slovenly was immaculate, is the way he pronounced it. The scene that you are referencing is literally him telling him that he does not need to be performative. This jester character isn't being lectured by a black man because you need to act right for the white folks. It's because they want them to graduate and make something of themselves. And it doesn't push for black inclusion inside of white society. It's literally being able to find your identity outside of being a stereotype that you will pigeonhole yourself into because you don't think you're capable of it. Which is like half the point of most films that ever include this archetype. I'm sorry, are you gonna project this onto the Freedom Riders? Is Hilary Swank responsible for making jesters and knights out of the many nationalities and the minorities that were involved in it? How about the film The Substitute and any of the direct-to-TV sequels of The Substitute, where the entire point of The Substitute was literally, hey, there's crime happening in the schools because the people that are supposed to be protecting the kids are doing drugs and selling drugs. How about the one that's the Latino teacher, and it's him literally connecting to them for the same purpose? Forget the name of that one too. It's a stereotype that happens all the fucking time. A class clown that does not think that they can get out of the hood / barrio / whatever nationality clique that they come from. And they have to be taught through the power of education or through the power of finding their own potential that they realize, hey, actually, I like investigating things. And actually, I don't know this thing that I should have learned about oppression. In fact, I use the example of the Freedom Riders because in the case of the Freedom Riders, half of the black character cast was there to be like, nigga, you think you had it hard? Let's go look at the Jewish Museum. Let's go hobbling and gilling down the road and you tell me about 6 million plus and say that it was close to enough. That is a joke. It was obviously more. That's not a joke. That's historical fact. 6 million was the amount they killed of the Jews. They killed another 3 to 9 million undocumented of all the other people that were part of the groups that they hated. Look at the book. You're not even criticizing a trope of racism. You're criticizing a trope of storytelling. What are you going to do next? You're going to find an example of the mentor character or the jokester character that becomes the main character in the hero's journey? Yes, he will. They will find a way. I bet you. Bottoms to dollars. Bottoms to dollars, they will find a way. Moving on.
Against them. Today, the Knight thrives as a commentator. He's the black conservative pundit on Fox News, PragerU.
Except that those are not people that people listen to if they're like myself. Because I'm not a person who listens to conservative posts. Because those motherfuckers are not conservative. They just became a part of a niche that paid money. They are media grifters. They are not people trying to keep culture on the straight and narrow. You want to find somebody that's an example of what you're looking for? You're looking for influencers. And you're looking for influencers like myself. Not left nor right, but myself and whoever else wants to be around me. Yeah, I can fucking perform it. I'm gonna call you a slur to your face. You don't act like that, then we can split a fucking halvesy on a beer, I guess. Sky's the fucking limit.
In the Daily Wire. He assures white America that police brutality is a blown out of proportion, that systemic racism isn't real, and that black people are simply victims of their own bad choices.
Stop resisting arrest. I don't know how many times we gotta say that. I don't know why people aren't getting it. We shouldn't even be having conversations about police.
No, Pillboy, you shouldn't be resisting arrest. If you know that your rights are being violated because you read a fucking book and you know what your fucking rights are and you're not a saps and you're not a sovsit that's about to become an example of why you're retarded, you know what your rights are. You don't fight them where they are. You fight them in the court and you embarrass them and you take the fucking pension. Huh?
No such thing as police reform and any of these things. If you people, black people, white people, I don't care who you are, mostly it's black folks. Why are we going to reform the police department just to end up shooting you again because you are resisting arrest, trying to run police officers over with cars? I don't know if do y'all think bullets cannot hurt you?
Is there a big problem with police brutality and black people? No, there's not. Not from my point of view.
He's the YouTube grifter lecturing about quote-unquote black fatigue and how ghetto blacks are gonna get us all killed.
These black people are really struggling, and they're turning into these maniacs.
I mean, the unfortunate thing here, Pillboy, is that actually you are preaching that people should basically change nothing, and just actually these media grifters are just preaching this viewpoint, therefore you should ignore them. Actually, we're not even at the point where it's fatigue anymore. It's active hatred. There are people that want us to disappear and leave immediately. They want us to leave immediately. And for some people, it's for our own safety. Because they're not going to start differentiating between who's what or whatnot. They're going to attack everybody equally. Because, quite frankly, as a group, we don't want to police our own. Therefore, everyone's going to catch the stray, and they don't care what happens next. Because that involves them actually having to care, and they do not. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Not a single one. Ne'er not a damn.
It seems like they don't do anything right. They're obnoxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate, aggressive.
Also, shame on you in trying to use a clip of Nick Fuentes like this is gonna fucking help you. Nick Fuentes is a fucking cuck.
Cruel.
I mean, I don't think he said anything racist. He didn't denigrate. He said, this is why people feel
He
that
just
way
described
based
the
on
other
these
race of
things.
people. He did not describe. He described niggas, not black people.
I mean,
I think there's
Exactly!
I think that I've met a lot of black people and I've met a lot of niggas.
He's even the LinkedIn-style black excellence influencer preaching that system.
This nigga is dead! Leave him alone! Leave him alone! This nigga's already gone! Leave him alone! Holy shit! Talk about beating an unironic dead horse!
Systemic racism can be conquered with enough hustle and positivity. Doesn't matter what he wears, it can be a suit or a hoodie. The performance is the same. The night position.
No, it's not. Because they're performing to different audiences in different rooms. You just say the function is the same, not the performance. If I take Candace Owens, and I take Myron Gaines, and I take myself, and I take you, and we say, alright, we're going to project our messages to this entire audience, there's going to be people who are not going to connect to you, not connect to me, not connect to her, and not connect to him. Do you know why? Because they're not listening the way that they're listening. Because they have perceived us as not giving the same information. And we're, quote, not seeing the same problem. Your audience would say that I am a good example. And I would say that you are a good example. We would be talking past each other. Because the obvious problem here is that they are not talking the same fucking way about anything that is relevant ever at all. There's obviously a difference between black people, African Americans, and niggas. Because one of them is politically black. Another one just exists and is like anybody else. And the other is the worst of the example. Because they don't apply to normal social norms. Because they want to be in a parallel society for where their antics are normalized and accepted, and the out-group is the inverted, hated one. In a parallel society with people like you, Pillboy, I would be the target. Because how dare I try to say something that should be obvious to anyone educated? But in my world, the normal world, people look at you as the exact same as all these faces around you. Except for Tammy Thomas Sowell. Because you are selling a message for culture. I am not selling a message of culture. I am offering an opportunity to open up a mirror and see all the motherfuckers that are doing the thing that you are doing. Left, right, dev center, and even occasionally sometimes myself. Telling truths that you don't want to hear because you're not interested in discussing it. So instead of giving you advice, I instead give you a roast that is secretly advice. And then hope that you pick it the fuck up. Perfect case example is thank you for not snitching. But hey, maybe if it comes from the mouth of Aaron McGruder, then you'll fucking listen. Then you'll get my point. Accessibility to the message is not the same thing as the conversion of the message.
Positions himself as proof that black success is possible if you just follow the rules, and if you don't, well, that's your fault. His job isn't to liberate his people, it's to discipline them on behalf of the system. The Knight works because he cloaks and
That is, you're gonna quote Django Unchained, a character who is explicitly just an evil fucking black bastard who loves to watch his white massa do what he says? Stop it. Come off it. Stop it. Come off it.
Anti-blackness and dignity. Where the jester weaponizes laughter, the Knight weaponizes morality. He doesn't need to make white audiences laugh, he makes them feel righteous. By wagging his finger at black communities, he reassures white America that inequality isn't structural, it's personal. Racism doesn't have to be confronted because the Knight insists the real problem is us. And that's the trick. He allows racism to hide in plain sight. If the jester tells white audiences, you're not racist, it's just a joke, then the Knight tells them, you're not racist, you're right. Every inequality becomes a morality tale. Prisons are full not because of over-policing, but because black men lack quote-unquote values. Schools fail not because of gutted funding, but because black parents don't care enough. Poverty isn't the product of wage theft or housing discrimination, it's just laziness. The Knight takes systemic violence and translates it into individual failings, making oppression look earned and deserved. Now, these two types of may seem like polar opposites, but both the Jester and the Knight serve the same court. They divide the work of maintaining the racial order. The Jester turns injustice into entertainment, making it easier to laugh at than confront. The Knight takes the same injustice and recasts it as a moral failing, assuring audiences that inequality is the product of bad choices, not bad systems. Together, they work in tandem, softening the blow and then justifying it.
No, they kind of wouldn't, because these things could also not be true in both cases. Pillboy. Sometimes some people don't want to be around. Some people don't want to be allowed, Carl. Some people don't want to be around loud-mouthed braggarts. And some people are going to be quiet and observant. And they're not going to step in the way of a lot of shit. Just as much as any of the other shit that you could apply to any other fucking experience that is a part of the black vernacular.
One minute you laugh, next minute you're nodding your head in agreement. And this duality survives because it's profitable and useful. Media platforms, corporations, and...
I'm pretty sure when I told my trigger joke, it had more to do with the fact that I wanted them to understand a point that I was making and at least put down the animosity against each other, despite the fact that that girl then chose to go in on Aiden and her appearance by trying to assert that she was transgender. Then it was about, like, trying to dance and shuck and jive. Because really, at the end of the day, it's all fucking content, if we're being serious. But if we're being serious, it also means that everything I said earlier is in fact true. It is annoying when somebody tries to take my quote black card because they say, "Oh, you got a white girlfriend." As though penis don't fuck as good if it's inside of a white vagina compared to a black, or Malaysian, or an Asian.
And political institutions reward content that either entertains without threatening power or dignifies inequality as discipline. That's why the Jester thrives in viral clips and comedy routines, while the Knight is elevated in op-eds, think tanks, and news commentary. Both are monetized, both are incentivized, and both are rewarded precisely because they stabilize the racial order rather than challenge it. The impact is real. That distortion of public perception shapes policy. When the Jester normalizes brutality and the Knight reframes systemic barriers.
Here's the thing though, I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm trying to laugh and point at shit that obviously hasn't happened. Because guess what? I go outside and I don't see a black preacher at the end of the street telling me, "Repent, Brother Carl! Reject the pussy of the white woman! Step out of the neighborhood and go back to the hood! You must leave the cul-de-sac! Leave the surroundings of these white Republicans and go back when you are not sure if you're being followed home from the Piggly Wiggly! Then truly you will be able to call yourself Black Cop!" That doesn't happen. I go outside and I get hit by a whiplash cold. Because I live in a cold climate. At least at this time of year in the South.
Barriers as personal failings, the result is paralysis. No need to reform and no appetite for justice. In practice, this translates into underfunded schools, harsher policing, and the erosion of civil rights, all justified by the story that black suffering is either laughable or deserved. In the end, it's just...
Here's the idea. Do you want to clean up your neighborhoods and also stop them from being able to, use you as freely as they do? What's that? No, you don't. You want to blame your problems on other people and absolutely do nothing to solve the problem from where you are? Well then, it sounds like you're a fucking learned victim. And I don't fucking care.
You don't have to say thank you. You don't have to ask. It comes with the penis.
Yeah, it do. Welcome, Langdon. Like, since you're here, Langdon, I'll mention it. So, like, when I was at the party the other day with you and everybody else, at no point in time was there a fucking Sims tag landing over my head That's like, and that's right, Carl. You're gonna have to shuck and jive. You're gonna have to shuck and jive to be able to be in this kid's life. Yes, I love being second fiddle. Yes, indeed, I love sloppy seconds. White coochie. Yes, sir. It didn't happen. And I'm pretty sure Jem didn't do the same thing either. Either before or after their conversation. And certainly not during Mexican Train. Although I'm dead ass angry that I fucking lost half my goddamn hands because I helped her pick her fucking dominoes. Like, this world that you fucking essayists live in, this world that y'all niggas be living in, you don't realize how fucking stupid it sounds because you don't say this shit out in public. Rarely ever does this ever get said out in public. It's only ever around people who agree lockstep with the opinion. And so when it happens as a thing that's away from society. It's something that Langdon would probably see on the internet, and that I would see literally when I open Twitter. Example, the fucking debate I'm going to be doing on the 5th. That is because I opened up my shit, and oh, look what I see. It's irrelevant. Losing his fucking mind about a basic fucking take from Asmongold. Because he has Asmongold derangement syndrome. Because just like the idea and the opinion of, it's never happened that a woman can ruin a game lobby. Yes, it can. But it doesn't mean it's all women. And if they happen to have feminist opinions, it certainly wouldn't be all feminists. But if they're going to tone police me, as much as they could Langdon, as much as they could anybody in that collective family, including myself at that table, I'm pretty sure if it really came down to it, and it was really bad, some uninvited extra person forcing themselves into our lives, me, you, your wife, his daddy, his mama, her, Star, Jem, I'm gonna give all y'all the ability to call him a slur. We will all call him a hard R on the count of fucking 3. Because, just like the opinion of there are black people who are going to performatively make you comfortable with white society and its control, the idea that you have never been in an environment, never played a video game, never been in a player-based community that is affected by these kind of fucking problems would be asinine. Ever since the days of Xbox Live, we knew that was true. Ever since many of us with high-pitched voices were called squeakers, we knew this to be true. Truthfully, we don't bully motherfuckers enough anymore again. And this is why they start doing this shit. It became performative to be performative and call other people performative so that you could continue to perform while calling them performative as they clock you. Hence, we're not doing this shit in 2026. We're calling you fucking slurs. I at least will just call you a soft A long G. They ain't gonna call you a hard R. And not specifically everybody who's black. They would call the ones that they think would react to the word a hard R. Because it would be easier for self-selection. They just have to exist in the space and act as a nice positive barrier against the existence. You would actively remove yourselves otherwise. Which is better. Then we don't have to be around them motherfuckers. Oh, look, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing where he's certifying. Ah, shut up.
Just like we said earlier, two sides of the same coin. One makes oppression palatable, the other makes it print.
Yes, it will be on stream, Landon. I'm debating somebody who unironically thinks that it is not the case that video games have ever been ruined by a person being annoying on the internet in a COD lobby, even though most of us have access to muting and blocking tools. Because I doubt the guy has ever actually been on content any time in the last few years of his life with material. My nose is stuffy. Why is Pizza Hut so fucking expensive? Oh my god.
principle. Neither disrupt the system. And until the structures that reward these performances are dismantled, both will keep tap dancing to the bank. But identifying only take you so far.
It doesn't pay, Pillboy. I don't know who told you guys this lie that this kind of action pays for access to society. Because first off, there's too many influencers. There are too many people who broadcast and stream and call themselves content creators and streamers. That's the first problem. But certainly, that's not the only reason. I've never tried Mellow Mushroom. I suppose today is now when I start to keep it on shrooming. You don't just walk into an environment, alright? No person just walks into an environment. Ooh, that's a nice mini pizza. Ooh, that's nice. How special. Y'all niggas got stuffed crust. You do not just start saying things online that people agree with and then automatically get money. You actually have to take the time building an audience, finding people who agree with your perspectives and your takes, which is half the fucking problem. You see, that's what building an audience is about. You have to find people. That's the number one, and it's not just you find people. People have to find you. If there are thousands of us, and every single person was going to be considered some type of performative person, you are supposing, you are presupposing even, that actually, the majority of people who are doing shit are only doing it, the majority of people are doing it only because they're only interested in this self-aggrandized viewpoint. Damn, a small starts at that size, a medium starts at that size. Man, that might be a pass for me. You might be a little bit too expensive, Mellow Mushroom. Little Caesars, my niggas. You first have to build your audience. Then you have to build your audience with people who are going to actually stay around because they've seen and heard some of your takes. No matter if it's a crazy take or not. Then you have to actually be consistent, which is extremely easy to do. It's not that hard to be consistent. But you see, it is hard for some people to be consistent. Like, say, Nick Fuentes. Nicky the Knife, in his gayness, cannot be consistent. Because to be consistent, that involves him needing to actually be smart and casual about things that he'd have to then cover up for the most part. Because he doesn't want to give away the goat too quickly. He has to be annoying, but he has to be accessible. And the problem with this is that he can't do that. Because just like any kind of person who wants to sell you on a concept and an idea, you have to effectively get people on board with that idea. So you build your audience up, you build them up full of all these people that believe this crazy ass shit you believe, and they have to then sell that to other people. So, white supremacist groiper that belongs to the Nazgul side of politics. He would never be able to be convincing at a table full of people like that of the connected family to Zulian or to Austin. For context for Langdon. However, somebody like me building my audience is not that hard. Other than reach, which is difficult when one account of mine gets stolen from me by a hacker. And on the second account, the people who follow me can't even tell the difference between me and the hacker because they don't actually pay attention to my social media feed. Because they're not even following the account in question. And also, negative attention exposure from said media grifters, like Pillboy and Nick Fuentes and all the other people, will just drown out the feed. Because no amount of positive shit that I say can overwhelm the amount of negative shit that I say. Which is to say, technically, since I don't do negative shit, the amount of wacky things that I could get clipped saying doesn't amount to the positive points I could make in a conversation with people if I don't have the ability to beat out the nigga slop that is going to be on the top of the feed. Somebody crashing their car and endangering the lives of 5 people in a vehicle on Kick will go more viral than the conversation we're having right now. Because that's how attention works. Unfortunately.
let's say you see the harm, damage, and destruction this causes, and none of that phases you. In fact, you see how lucrative it is and want to make some money off of it. Well, you morally bankrupt motherfucker, I have just the news for you. This next section is going to teach you exactly how to sell your soul. I'm going to teach you step by step how to cook. What's up, guys, and welcome back to the only channel brave enough to talk about real issues in the black community. Today we're gonna react to More Sexy Red. Now, I know we've talked about her in 14 different videos already, but the views, oh baby, the views let me know you guys haven't had enough.
Kappa. So, Doughboy, you're basically making fun of Myron Gaines. Here's the problem with that. Myron Gaines doesn't care. He has made an industry of demonstrating exactly why your message doesn't work on them. And it's because you're not speaking to them. You don't know how to speak to them. People like you have alienated the African American because you don't want to actually hear what they have to say. You just want to browbeat them. Where was that doom? You just want to browbeat them for what they have to say and what they could learn from other people. Because you don't actually want to convince people of arguments. You just want to call them names and slurs because that's funnier. Got it. You just want to call them names and slurs because that's funnier. And it helps you be able to get money on the algorithm. They would hardly listen to me if only because I'm able to bring them out of their shell by putting them in a position where they actually get to hear from somebody that is not infected with effectively what would be a mind virus. And it goes both ways. The Myron Gaines Fresh and Fit watchers that watch shows that put women that should be less than worthy of them, their attention, or becoming mothers because of their lust, don't learn sexual perseverance because they're taught that actually what you should do is have a body count so you can be able to run through as many hoes as possible so you can then find the women who are deserving. And that is the worst way to go about it, because by the time on your pathway, if you gotta fuck 10 women you don't care about to get to number 11, where the 11th woman is the one that makes you yearn, by the time this motherfucker hit woman number 5, that is the worst of the worst, a 3 out of fucking 10, he's gonna be like, God damn, why am I gonna ever respect women? And thus he starts abusing the shit out of them. Because learned negative cycles of behavior, where you show them a vision and they see a product, but you don't show them that they are also a fucking sucker for buying your product, makes them become a part of the problem that just keeps rewarding the negative bad behavior, thus making them the equivalent of a cuck. Of a cuck. Because they are completely cooked on optics. They can't actually describe the problems that are happening to them because they're stupid, weak, weak-willed, no pull-out game, etc. You should be capable of actually talking about how you feel and addressing these problems, where they are and where you find them. Most people can't, because unfortunately, when it comes to this shucking and jiving dance with just the likes of people with Myron Gaines, don't even have to get into Candace Owens, because that's an entirely different problem. Alright? I don't have the time to unpack that issue, because then I have to talk about Francesca Ramsey. And I'd much rather simplify that by saying, listen, some women love white cock, okay? Some women love white cock. If I'm supposed to be addicted to the BBW, even my sister has found herself on the European side of the pool. And she liked it. Many do. And not just because of money. Because of cultural differences. So, for the idea of the Myron Gainesers, for the people who want to go through the pyramid of the MLMs and the war rooms and the deep, introspective, $100 conversation questions meant to piss off an OnlyFans girl who then go subscribe to the account of while saying, man, you're such a horrible fucking piece of shit. You're just a fucking slut. You fucking slut. You don't deserve this nut. The problem you're having here, sir, is that that's a part of their fucking marketing plan. They don't care. It is their goal. Sir, it is their goal. It is their goal to get you to give up the goo. It is their goal to get you to give up the goo. Okay? That is their goal. That is what they want. They want you to give up the goo. And give it up easy.
If Massa catch me out here, I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna teach you how to be one of the good ones. That way you get to sleep in a big house like me. Earlier, we detailed how to spot a how they take many different forms, and ultimately what their purpose is in regards to white supremacy. However, in this section, we're gonna teach you how to, specifically how to be a knight, essentially what tactics they use and how they lure in moderate and more conservative leaning black folks. The reason why we're focusing more on the knight is because it's the more lucrative and harder to spot out of the two. See, the jester is obvious. He's loud.
No, the fuck it's not. It's easy to tell when somebody has the desire factor to try and moral browbeat people, but at the same time can't live up to their standards. It's very easy. You see whether or not they live themselves around these circles of these individuals that they find themselves with. They're very easy and very common to spot, because they're very easy and very simple to point out. Kai Cenat is not happy where he is, watching all of his friends put themselves in positions where they were doing dumbass content. And neither was IShowSpeed. That's why IShowSpeed went from IShowMeat to I Go Tour around the world. Just by seeing different cultures, he changed his vision overnight. Meanwhile, what is Rakai doing? What is Ray doing? What is Double Agent doing at the Streamer Awards? That's right, nigga slop. Responsible for the fucking tragedy that is burnt peanut on the rest of us.
He's clownish, and 9 times out of 10, you can spot him shucking and jiving a mile away. But the knight?
In fact, this clip that you just used here?
See, the jester is obvious. He's loud, he's clownish, and...
This is him playing cool, or just in the moment, I think, before he realized that they were making a joke at his expense. Him playing cool the fact that he was just giving a bouquet of fucking cotton. Half the time, he plays shit chill. As most people do. Usually. The less I say about Nina Lin, the less likely I'm about to make slurs about a Asian woman with a black scent. My ass hurts. But it is easier to spot the browbeater, because the browbeater is the one who's going to say, I'm not like those others, while being the exact same shit behind closed doors. And everybody knows it. They're basically the person that who can't cut the fuck loose, because he is always performatively worried about his optics. Effectively, optics sucks. They can't tell you about how to be better, because they themselves can't be better. And so, they forever sit in their issues and problems, instead of actually doing something about the issues and problems. No, I do not want to spend Gold Quantum.
And 9 times out of 10, you can spot him shucking and jiving a mile away. But the knight? He carefully cloaks his rhetoric behind dignity, posture, and quote-unquote common sense. He disguises himself as someone trying
Or maybe he's just... Maybe he's just common sense. Maybe Adam is not being performative. Maybe these guys are not being performative. Maybe that guy is not being performative. Actually, that's Kanye West. No, it's not. Maybe they're not being performative. Candace? Oh yeah, she's being performative. She's doing it for attention. Because unfortunately, that's what people do now. If you want all the ultimate views, you do the shit while you're doing politics at the same time. And you make it a social issue. And you make it your personality and your identity. Yeah, no.
to help black people get their act together, when in reality, he's just there to play on already pre-existing tropes. And that invisibility is what makes him just as dangerous as he is lucrative. So consider this your field manual, a little how-to guide for becoming the most lucrative form of coon, the bootlicker, the sellout, the uncle, the knight. We'll break down the 3 main steps of performance, the tricks that make it effective, and most importantly, the damage it causes.
Why did you choose to try and hide that name? Why did you do that? Like, you've been calling people Uncle Tom before in the past without censoring it. Why are you censoring it now? I know why you're censoring Coon. I don't know why you're censoring Uncle Tom.
Because this hustle may help you get in the big house, but it comes at the expense of all of us still stuck in the field. First, we have step 1, gaining your audience. And you do so by playing into respectability politics. You need a socially conservative audience of people, folks that are quote-unquote fed up with the current state of black culture. They can be black conservatives, they can be black moderates with traditional values, hell, they can even be church folks. They just have to believe that the biggest barrier to black liberation is black culture. Your job is to feed their frustration by antagonizing the culture itself. Remove any sort of nuance from your argument. You need to frame hip-hop not as an art form, but as the cause of community destruction. That crime exists because of rap lyrics.
I just noticed a glitch on this fucking app. In here, it showed that the 20-ounce beverages were $3.12, but then showed 2 liters from fucking Little Caesars of all places as $8 fucking dollars. It tried to auto pair me fucking 3 liters for basically close to making the receipt almost $62 on the end. The fuck do I look like? I had to comment on that real quick.
It's not because of poverty or over-policing. You shame clubbing, twerking, block parties, even marching bands as undignified spectacles. Reduce them.
Who is going to tell African Americans who created the marching band conversation as supposedly being uncultured swine? Huh? Excuse me? Nigga, let me see your ass at the Fountain City Classic. The fuck do you mean? We have such good music that even the white boys get on it. And guess what? We accept them with open arms. What do we call them? Don't let them white chocolate. Go ahead and get them Vanilla Thunder. Are you serious? Don't break them cookies and cream.
The proof that black people quote-unquote don't know how to act. You police language, paint...
I mean, niggas don't know how to act. That is a fact. You want to know how I know it's a fact? Because niggas still don't know how to act. It's kind of hard to be angry about it when it's true, boy. They don't. They do not. They do not, sir. No, they don't. They do not. They don't know how to act. Because they be acting out on purpose.
AVE as defective English rather than a legitimate dialect with history and grammar.
I'm sorry, but Ebonics being renamed to African American Black Vernacular is not going to help you. Because African American Vernacular English does not change the fact that I could use proper Queen's English and still call you a nigga to your face. Or something code switching. There you go. Wrap it all up as code switching. That makes it different.
You weaponize faith. This is the big one right here. Use scripture to shame black folks who don't fit into narrow molds of chastity or family structure.
I don't do that. I don't need to quote scripture to tell you that you're living like a heathen, because I know you're living like a heathen. Because the majority of you live like heathens. Not ironically so. Some of you, like Lil Bill, you are completely gentrified. Not a lick of hood in you. Not even if the stripper rubbed it on your face and said, bah, 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 right on your forehead. But no. Many of you are chaste as fuck. And this is just performative. You're talking tough. Those of you that actually get down and dirty in it, that actually come from up in the cut, you ain't about that life. As I say before, as I say again. Y'all niggas ain't talking about nothing. It's performative shit. As it has been before, as it will be again. It's performative shit. You do it because it makes you feel good. When you get to be insulting towards whites. That's it. That's all it is. You like being performatively mean towards whites.
You police gender roles. The left wants to turn black men gay and trans. The left doesn't want women to be ladylike anymore. What you're deliberately doing is conflating self-respect with respectability politics.
Being loud and annoying and boisterous, and then using homosexuality as well as sexuality and divergent lifestyle choices as a mean to browbeat people is literally just you looking at the hole-shaped God that you put in yourself and filling it with politics and cum. And I'm sorry, I don't want to be covered in politics and cum. Is that so hard to get? Is that so hard to understand? Am I crazy? I don't think I'm crazy. I don't want to be covered in politics and cum. I also don't want to be covered in politics and retardation. So, if I have to separate myself from a person who believes that it is okay to treat white people differently because they are white, I think I'm super good. I don't want to be near you. If I'm around a person that thinks, actually, it's okay for me to be horny about what I choose to consume with content, because this has never happened before. We've never had this kind of enjoyment of content. I'm gonna call you a slur to your face, because I know you're fucking lying to me. And when you choose to go out of your way to make it appear as though it is an acceptable course of action, to pretend that this is something that everyone's chill with, and isn't the result of some bad prognostication of bad behavior in general for all members of the audience, I'm going again to ask you, where the fuck do you and everyone else around you come off with your bullshit? Because that has never been the norm, it has never been the case, and it is not something that should be popularized. Because you're just being annoying in the opposite direction. Doesn't make it okay.
They are not the same thing. Conservatism has done such a good job of blurring the line between self-respect and respectability politics that most folks don't even know the definition of the term.
It doesn't matter, bro. Because having manners, for one, is not respectability politics. But respectability politics does not mean every single time you have a normal conversation, it means it gives you the right to tell people that there's something that they're not to their face. And that if they get angry with you, it's proof of them being that thing that you keep calling them, despite the fact that they're not that. You insisting on trying to insert cisgender and other forms of compelled speech into politics, and then trying to browbeat people for not jumping in with words that were not learned to them, and trying to popularize it as something that must happen because it's time to do so, that does not help with respectability politics. The other way around. You would try to call them a bigot if they were to not do that. And I am of the opinion that you should eat a cock if you try to do that, sir.
Having manners is not respectability politics. Carrying yourself with dignity and humility, as well as showing respect to those in your community, is not respectability politics.
If I don't commune with you, we're not in a community. Go fuck yourself.
Black people have always held ourselves and each other with discipline, integrity, and pride, despite centuries of systemic abuse. These are core values of respect found within almost every human culture and not specific to any race or ethnicity. Respectability politics hijacks that concept of respect and weaponizes it. It argues that if
you mean the way that you're doing it right now?
Marginalized groups did a better job of adhering to the cultural norms of those in power, then they'd be treated with dignity.
Right, because the people in power are all white, right? Except that they're not. There are plenty of minorities that are in power that are abusing their places, just as much as there are whites in power that are abusing their places. Or are you about to tell me that Tim Walz is not responsible for what's happening in Minnesota? Just like Zoran Namdi is not going to be responsible for all those crimes that are going to happen when he supposedly abolishes misdemeanors. Which, mind you, involves things like aggressive touching, unwanted sexual aggression. So this man touched me on the train. He was trying to get at my goodies. Ma'am, calm yourself down. He didn't commit a fucking felony. He only committed a misdemeanor. Go rolling through your local politics and go looking through your local laws and sanctions. You're going to find a lot of funny things in there that basic common sense would tell you shouldn't happen, but quite frankly, it still does.
And gain social acceptance. If black people just got their act together, if we all spoke well enough, if we all dressed well enough, if we all tried to be like the quote-unquote good ones, then we'd finally be worthy of being treated like...
You used leftist people to try and describe that. You're telling on yourself, bro.
Just got their act together, if we all spoke well enough, if we all dressed well enough, if we...
Bill Cosby, okay. Don Lemon, Barack Obama, So, supposedly, alleged rapist and two men that are a definition of what a gay man should be and what a strong black father should be. By the way, one of those men was a leader of the free world. Was he responsible for problems when he was a minority in power? What are we talking about?
We all tried to be like the quote-unquote good ones, then we'd finally be worthy of being treated like human beings.
Except that most people treat people like human beings. It's just that there's a difference between African Americans, blacks, and niggas. Why is it so hard for you to get?
Reframes manners, discipline, and humility not as basic practices for personal and community strength, but as a checklist for conditional acceptance into white society. You end up with a way for black people to blame.
Once again, until I'm actually asked by them to unironically shuck and jive and to show my ass for their amusement, I'm not going to believe you. I have been forced to be performative around black people concerning fucking Wakanda Forever and Black Panther in general than I was ever asked by a white person to do something to get something in exchange. And not in the business sense, mind you, but in the social sense of, I will improve your social standing right now if you make a fool of yourself for my amusement. Because of course, you can make a deal all the time and demonstrate that you have the ability to have the IQ and to have the power to do something good for yourself, so you can then improve yourself and get onto a standing that gives you the ability to enrich your life with potential earned monies. Sure, you can do it all the time, but you know that's not what I'm talking about. We all know what I'm talking about. Stop being retarded.
Themselves for their own oppression. What we need is a complete cultural reset. No more thug culture, but a nice, clean, pure culture. One that white...
I mean, it's not called thug culture, for one. That's how I know that you're not clued into what's happening. Again, the word is nigga slop. The worst behavior being put on display for everybody to see and witness is not a good thing. It is, unironically, people making money off bad behavior, and when they're criticized for it, you say the only reason you care is because of insert bullshit here. Why do you even want to look into this stuff? You guys are unfair. You don't usually do this to other people. Well, you know for a fact that's not true. No, niggas know for a fact that's not fucking true.
I mean, our freedmen ancestors would have wanted. If we don't give them a reason to be racist, then they won't be racist. The sad part is, those that adhere to respectability politics never ended up seeing how futile it is. You can dress the part, speak the part, and live.
One of the few people I think I could actually be able to agree with you. Yes, Steve Harvey is an example of a panderer that does that. Do you know why? Because his fucking life demonstrates how he's a hypocrite. Ask him about his first wife. Ask him about his second wife. But no, that don't occur to you until now. At least you recognized one. A broken clock is right twice a day. Unless you're on military time, then it's only one.
Live your whole life trying to be the quote-unquote good one, but no matter how carefully you perform, it doesn't grant immunity from racism. History has shown us again and again, educated black people, wealthy black people, church-going black people, hell, even literal children, all have faced the same violence, the same exclusion, the same suspicion, the same hatred, regardless of how well behaved they are.
And also got that same experience from other black people around them, because they didn't act white, and didn't act black, and didn't act German, and didn't act whatever X enough at the time that they were doing so. Cope, by any other name, is just as cringe.
MLK and Malcolm X were literally murdered in suits. It didn't save them. It didn't save the residents of Tulsa. It didn't save Amantic Bradford Jr. It didn't save Philando Castile.
So, while you're standing on the corpse of all those black people, tell me, did the performative activism help black people collectively, or did it just only help Patrisse Cullors, her lesbian lover, her straight baby daddy, and all the people around her in her nexus of business, as she then bought large mansions with the money that you made off of standing on top of the corpses of those dead bodies you're enunciating the words to, like it's going to make your words have any more weight than they already don't have. Take your time, nigga. Oh, look at that! I still don't give a fuck! Mainly because you were being performative when you started in the first place. So, once again, what they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. Nah. They ain't talking about nothing.
Castile, it didn't save Elijah McClain. It didn't save Atiana Jefferson. It didn't save Botham Jean. It didn't save Henry Louis Gates Jr. It didn't save Christian Cooper. It didn't save Tamir Rice. It didn't save Sandra Bland. It didn't save Patrick Lyoya.
Mind you, some of these people brought it upon themselves by trying to be criminals and resist arrest. And you're doing the thing where you're using pictures of them as children instead of using the pictures of what they looked like after the last registered mugshot. Also, say the white names that it didn't save. Like the one guy that got executed for trying to commit and comply with commands of the officer who was pointing a gun at him, and when he fucked up the fucked up game of Twister, he was executed on the fucking spot. Why don't you say his name? Why don't you say the name of any of the victims, such as Irenia, for the crime of not being racist enough to realize that she sat in front of a deranged urban black. And if she had been racist enough, she would have been able to fucking live by moving herself away from him and into an eyesight where he wouldn't have been able to stab her without somebody possibly being able to help her. Except that you guys criminalized people trying to do that to save them. And so, she still probably would have died anyways. But at least it wouldn't have happened in a way where you guys would have been inconvenienced with this thing called evidence.
It didn't save Jamel Robertson. It didn't save John Crawford III. It didn't save Ralph Yarl. It didn't save Keith Lamont Scott. It didn't save Corey Jones. It didn't save the Charleston 9. It didn't save the Buffalo 13. It didn't save Ayanna Stanley Jones. It didn't save Sean Bell. Every one of these people dressed quote-unquote properly, quote-unquote spoke properly, worked hard, followed rules, complied with police, achieved higher education, avoided quote-unquote street culture, lived and operated exactly how respectability politics demands black people to. They all...
Except that nobody can demand you to do this with some kind of abstract concept. It is a group, and the group that is trying to browbeat it is specifically individuals like you, but on the other side of the margin, who are too scared to actually have a voice of their own, and so they go along with the yuppies shucking and jiving to try and keep up with the Joneses. While you, on the other side, will say, look at them motherfuckers trapped in the Matrix. Both of you are a problem, Pillboy. Both of you. Both groups doing it. Those doing it on the inside of the upper yuppie elites that are leftists and are going to say it while wokely believing that they're not a part of the problem, and people like you that are going to act like black activists and black separatists doing it from the outside in are also doing it too. Both of you are annoying.
All quote-unquote had their act together.
And also, yeah, bad things happen to good people all the time. That's why we pray that it's not one of your loved ones. Doesn't justify it, but that's the thing about life, bro.
And yet we're still surveilled, demonized, displaced, beaten, arrested, murdered, ignored, or destroyed. It's a...
Then maybe if you stop trying to tone police other people about how, quote, but I'm one of the good ones, and you start actually criticizing the people who deserve to be called niggas to their face, maybe we stop seeing nigga slop have such a prevalent power. But then again, that's asking people to stop paying attention to spectacle. That is as likely as African Americans not attending the next Jordan Peterson film. Excuse me, not Jordan Peterson, Jordan Peele. I'm getting my whites and my blacks mixed up. And as we all know, since the last one was Nope, or was it? No, it was him. Yeah, it was him. But still. Not of planet Earth. Just like y'all of us still attended Nope, you would still be there for the spectacle. Because everybody at the end of the day wants to eat bread and circuses.
permanent shifting of the goalpost. Respectability politics doesn't shield us, it simply shifts blame back onto the community when the oppression persists. But because respectability politics has been conflated with self-respect so well, you got niggas willing to go to war to defend it without even knowing the real definition. So you're just telling me we should let these folks act like buffoons? We should just let this degeneracy exist? You can't tell me it doesn't make us all look bad, not realizing that this logic right here is the problem. Nobody here—
Right, because there is no such thing as one of the fucking bad ones that are a part of the community bringing more heat on us. Like a nigga who can't handle a moment of nigga synthesis creating a nigga moment that hurts everybody around because niggas were allowed to have power.
is arguing against—
This is an observation. This is not a joke. I meant what I just said. Not the N-word part. Soft A. Long G.
discipline, integrity, or accountability within our communities, or holding members accountable when they disrespect others. There's countless times where we've called out—
Am I a fan of Fuentes? No. No, I am not a fan of Fuentes. At all. No, never confuse me for a fan. No, Lando, never confuse me for a fan of Nick Fuentes. No, 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 don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, do that, don't do that, don't do that.
Shit, especially when it disrespects our ancestors. What we're rejecting is the idea that black culture is the reason why racism exists. That logic is ass backwards.
Black culture is not the reason why racism exists, but nigga slop is the reason why niggas exist. It propagates more niggas. Disrespect politics, disrespect culture, creates people that promote disrespecting the culture and doing the spectacle as a source of attention to reward bad behavior.
White supremacy didn't appear because black folks quote-unquote didn't know how to act right, and it damn sure isn't disappearing if we all magically did. And
it's certainly not disappearing when you decide to justify being racist to other people because, we've never had power like this before. It's not racism, it's just prejudice, bro.
Let's be clear, every community has its degeneracy, especially white folks. Wall Street executives snorting coke, country music festivals, NASCAR, white frat parties, spring breakers.
Freaknik! Porn sites that specialize in black men dominating white women. Porn sites that dominate in white women being dominated by black men. And, like, itty-bitty, teeny-weeny people. So, BBWs on one side, 90-pound Princess Coochie on the other. Oh, am I not supposed to say it all out? Nigga, fuck you.
Rodeos, Fred Durst, motorcycle rallies, January 6th, Eagles fans. But no one ever says those guys represent all white people, or that white respectability depends on silencing those behaviors. Only black folks are told that a few people's buffoonery condemns the whole race. That's not moral concern, that's anti-blackness.
He couldn't play the audio because it got claimed. That's what you get.
When you make the argument that
he got claimed, he got his shit claimed. That's so funny. He got his shit claimed because he used a famous clip. Hey, when you got your shit claimed? When you got your shit claimed like Chris Rock telling the famous "there's black people and there's niggas" joke, did you agree or disagree with the fact that a black man told you, "Pay up, nigga"? Did you have to open up your fucking editor when you had to go there and claim the audio and say, "I'll take the fucking mute," and you say, "Man, capitalism, how dare you, Chris Rock"? Did you say that? That's funny.
We're the real black people, not those niggas. It doesn't shield you from racism, nor does it help the community.
I'm not in your community. Once again, fuck you. And yeah, nobody ever said it would. What shields you and protects you is you actually protect yourself from niggadry. Only you can prevent random nigga synthesis. Remember, don't scuff a man's J's out in public.
All it does is affirm a racist fantasy where they are the standard and we are the ones—
They. The eponymous they.
Ones that must constantly perform to disprove inferiority. And even inside that fantasy, you're not treated as an individual. You're just the designated responsible black. The one white people think should help manage and discipline the quote-unquote ghetto inner city blacks, they've already decided are beyond saving. It doesn't grant you respect. It just assigns you a different role in the same racist hierarchy. You not liking Sexy Red is one thing. You thinking she's tacky or trashy or vulgar, cool, that's fine. You have every right not to like her. But the minute you start blaming folks like Sexy Red as the reason why we can't get ahead,
if you popularize a woman being a whore who brags openly about wanting to be a whore and create that kind of behavior as a thing to promote as a positive outlook, just like you could with somebody like fucking I'ma wear a fucking string bikini see-through to SpongeBob movie premiere, that, sir, is something I can actively point to and blame as a part of the culture. Is she rapping about being a stay-at-home mom and taking care of her community and baking pies? No, she is fucking not.
that's some shit. See? This is what's destroying our people. Not crime bills, not redlining, not mass incarceration.
If a person is recidivistic 15 times plus, it's time to put the needle in his arm. Number one. Number two, if you know your fucking rights and you don't get put in a position where you have to do dumb shit, get yourself fucking out of it, to do things like telling a white lie on behalf of your one homie, and you get that one friend and the many people around them to start remembering that they are accountable for the shit that they fucking do, then you're able to keep yourself out of fucking trouble with the law. Not that fucking hard. And show me examples of redlining that are currently happening right now in your state where you live. Show me any examples of it. And then I'm going to ask you why you have not then done the legal praxis to get the ball rolling to stop that from happening. It's because you're fucking lazy. Many of you, when it comes to politics, are lazy. It happens to everybody. Even I've been guilty of it. But the difference is that I've already done my diligence. I did my part. I served my time. What happens next is up for the rest of y'all.
Balloons and booty shorts. But here's the wildest and most disturbing irony. The people who cling to respectability politics know the double standard exists.
No, they wouldn't, because if they were useful idiots, they would understand that it is just a thing that's an infinite money glitch. They're stupid, remember? You said that they're stupid. Respectability politics is being done by the knights. And the knights are supposed to be willing contributors, so they would already know. But also, the minstrels, the jesters, they wouldn't know it. So, are they stupid or are they dumb? Were you lying then or are you lying now? As you take yet another joke from Chris Rock.
They know black people are forced to quote-unquote perform good behavior so one person's mistakes doesn't condemn the entire race. They know we get collective punishment while white people get treated as individuals.
No, they get treated as a collective too, and individuals at the same time. It comes and goes. It depends. It depends. It's bad behaviors of social environments for them to do that. They shouldn't do that, but they do. Which is retarded. But, you know, that's how they choose to do things. I think it's gay, but, you know. Pepperoni Crazy Puffs. 4 handheld pizzas with mozzarella cheese, pepperoni, and pizza sauce topped with a buttery garlic flavored drizzle, Italian herb, and Parmesan seasoning. Make that fresh. And now the price has gone back down from 20 ounces to 3 to 2 liter beverage for 4. I'm gonna check this. Nope, it's still doing it. You guys would not be able to see that. But, 1 second. Right here on this fucking app. They're trying to charge me. It'll settle in a second. Come on, camera. Focus. Come on, camera. Focus. Last camera could focus. Maybe if I turn off the overhead light. Ugh. Come on, camera. Come on, camera. Fuck, it's kind of hard. Yeah. Focus. Let me turn down the brightness. Maybe that'll help. Still difficult. No, still difficult. But okay. This right here, this 2-liter Mountain Dew beverage just went back up to $8.30. When on the app there, it said it was $4 something. It's trying to overcharge me yet again, after showing me an entirely different price than what's on the menu. Ugh! And I missed a fucking mysterious drinker proc. Fuck.
They'll even tell you plainly, look, that's just the way it is. But instead of questioning the system that makes that logic possible, instead of asking why black humanity is treated as conditional in the first place, why over 47 million people have to be collectively judged by the actions of a few, they turn the burden back on the community. They disguise it as accountability. They defend the double standard. They try to enforce it. They blame black people for the weight of that racist expectation. And that's the trap. The moment you accept the idea that the entire race lives or dies based on the behavior of the loudest, most foolish, ignorant among us, you've already agreed to an anti-black worldview. You're no longer challenging racism, you're helping enforce its rules. Respectability politics doesn't fight the system, it just tries to bargain with it. It tells us the world is anti-black, so let's contort ourselves into whatever shape offends whiteness the least, even though that shape has never protected a single black life. If we don't give them a reason to be racist, then they won't be racist. Step 1 is simple. Play into respectability politics using your platform to police other black people. You become the mouthpiece for white supremacy.
You mean like you are right now for black supremacy?
Repackaging its talking points in a quote-unquote community concern.
Okay.
Instead of challenging the system that dehumanizes us, you redirect the blame onto your own people, saying the problem isn't centuries of racism ingrained into policy and thought, it's how we carry ourselves. Regurgitate this junk, and the audience will come to you. However, that leaves us with step 2, preaching the gospel of personal responsibility. Once you've secured your socially conservative audience, the next move is to hammer home the idea that every problem black people face is a result of personal failure. Forget redlining, forget mass incarceration, housing, and medical discrimination. None of that exists in this framework. Instead, it's always about laziness, bad choices, and moral weakness. You know, personal responsibility. If step 1 was about performance, telling black folks to dress right, talk right, and act right to earn dignity, then step 2 is about internalizing failure when that performance doesn't magically end oppression. It goes from, if we act right, they'll treat us right, to, if things still don't get better after we act right, then we just didn't work hard enough. Your job is to use your platform to redirect every conversation about systemic barriers back to individual shortcomings. Use all the conservative talking points. If someone mentions housing discrimination, you pivot to, why don't they just save up to buy a house? If the cops shoot an unarmed kid in the back, you ask, well, why was he running away? Why didn't he just comply? Crime, fatherless homes. Poverty, bad financial choices. You should have gotten into crypto.
If a black child doesn't have a father in the home, who do we blame? Do we blame the child or do we blame the mother? Technically, we blame the mother and the father. Why is the father not there? Why is the mother and the father not working together for the child? Oh, so you had sex with a fucking Dusty. Well, why'd you open your legs for him? Because he said he got money. You didn't date him properly? You were impressed by fast cars and fast clothes. Damn, sis, that sounds like you got played. It's not your fault. Niggas just be like this. Do I reinforce her agency as a person? Or do I say, yeah, niggas ain't shit but hoes and tricks? If a person can't be able to buy a home because the boomers that specifically think no generation deserves anything because, like, you should just, like, save money. Think that we deserve nothing whatsoever. I should ignore the fact that this is a factor that's happening while also saying shit that I would never fucking say. Because I actually understand how the housing market works.
Structural critique becomes a sermon about discipline and morals. That's why step 2 is so important for the grift. It doesn't just shift the blame, it keeps it shifted. It traps your audience in a loop where systemic oppression is never real, but personal failure always is. It's the perfect conservative alibi. If black people fail, then it's our fault. But if we succeed, then it's despite ourselves. Look, I don't want to hear about racism or history or systemic barriers. That's a victim mentality.
It's time to stop blaming everyone else but ourselves for our lives and our actions. I damn sure can't help what someone does to me, but I control 110% of how I move forward. White man this, racism that, enough. I promise you, the second you start focusing on yourself, your goals, your dreams, tunnel vision, and move forward, the faster life will progress for you and the happier you will become.
This is where you perfect the art of anecdote over evidence.
Here's an anecdote for you to have over evidence. If I choose to put myself in an environment where I live out in the fucking woods with Star and Zulian, where's the racism going to come from? The bear that may or may not wander onto my property? The deer that may or may not wander onto my property? The sheep that may or may not ever wander onto my property, despite the fact, where the fuck is sheep going to come from around here? You can do everything you can to say society, 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 white people, white people, white people. But you are unironically making excuses for laziness. And that's not good. It is an excuse by any other fucking name, dude.
I grew up poor and made it, so why can't they? Despite data and evidence showing that all the systemic barriers still remain. Black home ownership has barely moved in decades, despite wages increasing.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with racism. It has everything to do with BlackRock owning every fucking thing, you retard.
Exclusionary zoning and land use laws still gatekeep black access, and black people still hold a disproportionately tiny share of institutional wealth and ownership across all industries. Don't worry though, a good chunk of your audience isn't really looking for stats or proof to begin with. You elevate bootstrap fairy tales as proof that inequality isn't structural, it's cultural. The genius of this step is that it reframes oppression as self-inflicted, absolving institutions of any sort of responsibility. It tells your audience that racism isn't systemic, it's just a glitch in black communities. And that's exactly the damage these talking points cause. It takes centuries of structural sabotage, predatory policing, discriminatory lending, underfunded schools, and reduces it to a matter of willpower. For black communities, you're hit with a double burden. Literally. In 1903, black American sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois proposed the idea of double consciousness. As a black person, you're forced to navigate the world twice over, once through your own lived reality, and once through the gaze of a society that pathologizes your very existence.
Also known as code switching. Why don't you just say code switching?
Respectability politics and the gospel of personal responsibility sharpen that double vision into a wound.
No, it sharpens it into a lens. It's like glasses. One side of this frame is how I am as an African American. The other side of this frame is how I fit into society as that person. Alistair John and Carl. There are two pigs inside of me. Both of them love BBW. They watch how them ass move in a circle.
Not only do you have to survive the realities of discrimination, but you're also told it's your own fault when those barriers stop you from advancing. The effect is absolutely disgusting. It erases history, isolates individuals, and weaponizes shame as a political tool. Worse,
And only the African American community experiences this. Ironically, never the Mesoamericans, never the Hispanics, never the Latinos, never the Jews, never the Irish. Historically, it's only ever been black people. Only black people have ever been oppressed. They're the only ones that are able to claim oppression. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, gotta shuck a job for that white coochie.
gives the institutions a free pass. If poverty is reduced to just quote-unquote bad choices, then governments, banks, schools, and corporations never have to answer for the systemic violence they enact. But that's your role as a bootlicker, as a knight, as a... It's your job to ensure that these talking points never stay isolated in white conservative spaces, but circulate back into black communities as quote-unquote common sense. You become the courier of white supremacy dressed up in the language of tough love.
Because it's also not possible as a person who could be a opponent but not an adversary of the victim mentality, of institutional and intentional decision making of the matrices of victimhood as it applies to black intelligentsia amongst the left wing, that it is never possible that your opponents could have a point as much as you could have a point. They're always lying, they're always wrong, it's always performative, there's never anything to describe, and you have to ignore them all. Ain't that alright, Enrique Sarkeesian?
Platform becomes less about empowerment and more about enforcement, making sure that whenever structural critique arises, it gets drowned out by lectures on hustle, morality, and self-discipline. In this way, you don't just echo the system, you fortify it. We now move on to the third and final step, the one that everyone wants: platforming outrage and cashing out. Once you've amassed an audience of conservatives and gained their attention, you have to keep them hooked, and that's by feeding them non-stop outrage. Your digital platform becomes a stage show. Every tweet, reaction video, commentary, or Fox News appearance is designed to mock, scold, or call out black communities in ways that your audience finds entertaining and engaging. Police shoot another unarmed black kid? That's not tragedy, that's content. New rap song goes viral? Hell, you found some body cam footage or some random TikTok? That's your chance to rant about quote-unquote degeneracy and quote-unquote fatherless homes. You don't even need to believe it. The outrage machine doesn't care. All it requires is consistency. Social media isn't neutral. It's designed to amplify the loudest, most polarizing takes because outrage keeps people scrolling.
You mean like yours? Right now? In this instant? In this moment? One of the worst things I hate about the black intelligentsia is like, oh, you see this is the shit that they be doing to get their attention, bro. Because of this is how you be able to keep them shucking the job forever. It's like, okay, but why does this not apply at any other time? Why does it only apply now, in this way? Oh, because you're a hypocrite? Because it actually doesn't apply like that? Because that's not how it fucking works? Damn, that's crazy.
Anger is addictive, and every platform has figured out that controversy is the most reliable fuel for engagement.
No, the most reliable fuel for engagement is sex. There are more goth girls on TikTok than there are salacious political panderers. And of those political panderers, they use the content loop as the justification. Example, My Life as an RPG. The guy that was like, okay, Toriyama needs... No, not different. Tokyo, different Toriyama. But the guy that was responsible for Final Fantasy 16 and their desire to stick historical blacks into medieval settings. Explaining that they need to shut the fuck up. They use that material as a means of getting you to click on the content, so they can then, after they're done trying to lecture you about how you're a bad person because there's not enough black people in Final Fantasy 16, to then say a bunch of bullshit about politics that you don't care about. Example: the other week for the show for Legion Miller and her desire to just basically browbeat things, presenting non-stop effervescent content for the purposes of just basically being performative. Extremely, extremely annoying. Extremely, extremely pointless. And yet, it was viral. It was accessible.
The more rage you induce, the more visibility you get. The more
exciting your content, the more eyes you get. Damn, what a crazy fucking concept, man.
visibility you get, the more your audience grows. And the bigger your audience, the bigger your paycheck. But the danger of this sensationalist slop is that it doesn't just stay online. It seeps into how entire communities are perceived. When algorithms reward these hollow, solutionless critiques of quote-unquote ghetto culture, broken families, or violent youth, those images become the shorthand for blackness in the wider public imagination. Politicians cite them to justify harsher policing. Employers use them as excuses not to hire. Teachers absorb them as biases against their own students. And worst of all, they drown out the real diversity, complexity, and humanity of black life. The spectacle of outrage becomes the dominant story, a loop of shame and scolding that reduces millions of people to the worst stereotypes for clicks and profits. What looks like content is actually cultural warfare, and every time it goes viral, it tightens the grip of white supremacy under the guise of quote-unquote honest critique. But at the end of the day, that's the whole point of a clip. If they see a black voice saying these things, it doesn't just confirm their biases, it sanctifies it. Suddenly, racist talking points don't look racist anymore. They look like truth because they're being delivered by someone who looks like the people being attacked. This is why—
And this never works in the other way for black intelligentsia. Only coons. Only coons.
Media platforms love trotting these figures out. A Fox News panel on crime doesn't hit the same without a black commentator ready to scold their own community. A conservative op-ed about culture carries more weight when it's being penned by someone black. Even liberal outlets will platform these voices under the guise of quote-unquote balance, letting their audience consume stereotypes without guilt. The cycle is complete. Your outrage content feeds algorithms, algorithms grow your audience makes you marketable to media outlets, and those outlets recycle your rhetoric into policy debates. In the end, your face becomes the mask white supremacy wears when it wants to speak with a black voice. However, if you've already made it this far to step 3, none of that should matter to you. You've already won. It's now time to cash out and enjoy the fruits of your labor. You've built a brand, secured media appearances, signed book deals, maybe even landed a podcast or a think tank fellowship. The damage to your community is irrelevant because the incentives don't reward care, they reward consistency. So what? Other black folks might call you a— who cares? You got paid at the end of the day. They didn't. You put in the work to get to where you are, and that work definitely paid off. You made a career deliberately spreading harmful, inaccurate narratives about your own people for the sake of white approval and dollars, and did a damn good job of it. But there's still one unresolved question, one that we asked at the very beginning of this video. Was any of this worth it? Was the platform, the paycheck, the fleeting applause of an audience that never truly wanted you worth the price of your self-respect?
The answer every single time, as long as there's always been nigga slop and there's always been people on Twitch behaving this way, has always been yes, dude. But it doesn't mean that it's an answer that I would answer yes to. There are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of new broadcasters every single day, if not year, because there are people that really want to become content creators. And unfortunately, for those people who really want to become content creators, the answer every single time is always a resounding yes, it's worth it. It has always been worth it for them to be somebody who's noticed than for them to be somebody who's not noticed. It has always been the case. 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 It is never not going to be the case. It will always be the case. Doesn't make it right. But let's not cope.
Because here's the truth, a seat at the table is never guaranteed. And even if you do manage to secure one, don't fool yourself, you're not getting served. You're the entertainment, you're the prop, you're the proof they point to so they don't have to change. That's the real cost of cooning, and it's a bill that always comes due. But let's actually explore this. What happens to a when Massa no longer needs them to serve them? Do we welcome them back with open arms after spending their entire career spreading harm? Even better, what about the rest of us? Or not, how do we navigate the trap of needing to play into white sensibilities without ending up like these clowns? Enough tap dancing. Time to take the shoes off.
Oh no, this can't be. It says I'm 102% African with a 2% margin of error. Why, Lord? Why, Lord, why?
Using a parody to try and talk about people who unironically will sell their own race out, including the people that they claim that they wish to integrate into. Because, you see, what you're trying to describe when you talk about racial traitors is a Benny. We've all known a Benny in our lives. Unfortunately, this isn't the Mummy. And I don't see no Billy Zane around, shirtless in my bedroom, so that I can then send him to go to Jay's bedroom and give her something to be happy about at the end of the fucking year. Stop that. You can't make black women the butt of jokes, Carl, even if they are big, round, and keep moving in a circle. That's called misogynoir.
Son, I just want to say that was an amazing speech you gave. You truly are a credit to your people.
Thank you, sir. Let's get one thing straight before we go any further. You will never get a seat at the table. Not a real one. You might get invited to stand near it, maybe even handed a plate if you're lucky, but you'll never be allowed to sit down and eat without permission. That's not how this system works. It doesn't integrate you into power, it accessorizes you. You're not there to change it, you're there to make it look changed. You're the token black used to paint the illusion of equity. Black lips used to tell white lies. Truth is, tokens get spent every single time.
And that's why y'all motherfuckers get spent like the fucking token you are to multiculturalism. Every single fucking time. You act like a token that's supposed to be responsible for trying to lecture motherfuckers that are supposed to be uppity fucking niggas like me. But what you end up being is the very same mouthpiece to the serpent that's been working your ass like a goddamn porn star for the last 10 years. It don't work on us because we're not fucking stupid like you. We are not dumb. We have a better idea and understanding of where we are, because we don't let niggas like you tell us that we are crazy when we know that you are crazy. And y'all motherfuckers are crazy.
They parade you around until your usefulness runs out. Then they toss you aside like a campaign slogan that's gone stale. The minute your image stops being profitable, the minute your words stop aligning with their script, the second you start believing you actually earned your place instead of being placed there, that's when the mask slips and you realize you never were at the table. You were the tablecloth protecting the diners. We've seen this time and time again what happens when a bootlicker fails to shine Massa's shoes well enough, or when he finds some other happy-to-be-here Negro who can do it better. We saw this with black MAGA politicians and allies who were eager to support Trump during his campaign, only to be ditched and discarded when he won. Figures like Tim Scott, Byron Donalds, and Mark Robinson all tried to curry favor with Trump, but they weren't selected for high-profile cabinet positions. Their loyalty didn't translate into lasting political power.
First time, second time, third time politicians don't get high sitting cabinet positions, you fucking retard. Please learn how politics work.
Same can be said with all of these conservative commentators on YouTube and TikTok. Social media personalities like Officer Tatum and Rob Smith were willing to get on all fours to defend and worship white conservatives and their policies, but that worship never saved them from hate crimes.
As a Christian who went to Israel, I spent 2 weeks there with the church, and we had an incredible time. We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors, and immediately after there was an adult that came by and said, "That's not a representation of who we are. You know, we love you guys are always welcome here." And I have to say, no adults gave us any grief. We had no issues whatsoever. And our experience there, it was actually an amazing experience.
This spineless Negro literally gets spat on, and his first instinct is to thank them for only spitting on him once. Rob had to find out the hard way that folks who dislike both the black and LGBTQ communities might have a problem with him being a black gay Republican.
Pillboy, I don't want to interrupt you as you're trying, to do your thing. He's being surrounded by America First groypers. You are showing the actions of people that he does not actually align with. Groypers do not represent Republicans or conservatives. They are ironic Nazis. They are ironic Nazis. They're actually doing respectability politics. They unironically are the people that are unironically doing the thing that you claim coons are doing. Stupid ass Negro. Stupid ass Negro. He's about to get butt fucked.
I was in Phoenix, Arizona for an event called America Fest, which is held by Turning Point USA. I went to this event because I saw that a lot of other conservative influencers would be there. And I had no idea that it was going to be infested with these people.
I had no idea the leopards would eat my face. Imagine spending years kissing ass just to get hate crimed at a rally. And then there's the queen of conservative tokenism herself, Candace Owens. For years, she served as the Daily Wire's black mouthpiece, their go-to for packaging bigotry as quote-unquote common sense.
And then she overstepped her boundaries, which they publicly scolded her about. People exposed this as the case example from people like Steven fucking Crowder of all people, and you then recognized, oh, actually, she did get her comeuppance. No, you didn't do that. You instead were about to tell the lie. You're about to continue telling it. You've been telling like this lie for the entire content of the video. Yeah,
As long as she stuck to the script, she was golden. But the minute she went off script, the minute she called out the Israeli state for committing a genocide, she too saw how much a spent token was really worth: unemployment. Her usefulness expired and lost her job at the Daily Wire. Their black mouthpiece no longer was singing the right notes. Crazy part is, she didn't even learn her lesson. A few weeks ago, she gave a heartfelt tribute to her dear friend Charlie Kirk. I genuinely believe she was one of the closest friends and colleagues that this hateful piece of shit had.
Except that he wasn't a hateful piece of shit. You're more of a hateful piece of shit than anyone's ever been. And I'm pretty sure it is possible that she was in fact in love with him. And was possibly jealous that she wasn't his wife. And it was instead Erica. When they hung out and knew each other for so long. We'll never know. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Which makes it even funnier when she didn't get invited to speak at his memorial. But you know,
probably because she spent a lot of time agonizing saying that he was killed by the Jews. Eye roll. I don't like when people leave out context. I really don't like when people leave out context while they already tell lies that can be disproven by just using your common sense, using your brain, and not being a fucking idiot. But again, what do I know? I'm just a dancing fucking singing clown. Ha-cha-cha-cha, ha-cha-cha-cha, ha-cha-cha-cha. Fat asses, white women. Niggas be like this, niggas be like that. Niggas be like this, niggas be like that. How much more of this shit is left? Another fucking 20 minutes. Wait, no. 10 minutes. 10 minutes and some change. Why does it feel like it's been fucking longer, man? I swear to God, one of the first things you learn when you become a video essayist is you somehow have the ability to transform time and literally create a time nexus where an hour-long piece of content feels like it took fucking 4. That's just that long man bad, baby. That's just that long man bad. Those being delivered, not here yet. The food it's not. Today? Uh-huh. The only thing I don't fucking have is alcohol, and I'm not shipping that to my house. I have to wait till she's off work. And it'll probably be shitty selections.
Know what she did get used for? To prove that he wasn't racist because he had black friends. And don't think you can just rebrand and get welcomed back in with open arms by...
Also, you do realize that when you say things like that, like, haha, you spent like a token so that somebody could use you to prove that they weren't racist. You do realize that what you're actually demonstrating there is that when you do that with white people, when you do that with any race of people, we get to say the same shit about you, man. Funny how that works.
By the very community you spent years disrespecting. It's not that easy. And before any of you start caterwauling, I thought you were supposed to be pro-black. Yes, that doesn't apply to independent thinkers. So much for the tolerant left. Let's get one thing straight, Mr. Independent Thinker. No community is obligated to embrace you after you built an entire career profiting off of lies that made their lives harder. You had no
You realize it works both ways, right? And also, should be capable of actually having people who truly have a change of heart and are able to bring themselves to understand why they are where they are. It is actually the case that if you attempt to do that in that way, you demonstrate yourself as somebody who definitely deserves to be insulted to his face.
problem demonizing struggling families, mocking victims of police violence, or gaslighting your own people on national TV. You weren't thinking independently, you were selling your integrity for engagement. And now when the checks stop coming in and your handlers move on, you want grace from the same folks you told to pull themselves up by their bootstraps? Hell no. That's called consequences. What you need to do is work harder and take some personal accountability, then maybe we'll let you back in. But what if you're not that far gone? What if you're not some morally bankrupt opportunist, and instead just a regular person with some conservative leanings? This is for the black moderates, the socially conservative black folks, the churchgoers, the we just need to do better crowd, the ones who might not be but are standing close enough to this rhetoric to sometimes fall for it when it's dressed up in pretty words. I get it, you want order, stability, and safety in our communities. We all do. You're tired of the chaos, the economic instability, the communal violence that at times can feel inescapable, the constant feeling like we're fighting uphill battles that never end. But I need you to understand, conservatism has never been the answer.
If black conservatism, which is to say conservatism, which is to say taking care of the people you actually commune with, is never the answer, then what is the answer? Black collectivism and constantly creating a ruckus? Destroying the social fabric of society because you didn't get the ability to yuck somebody's fucking yum and make infinite money off of antagonizing people because you want to treat them like an afterthought? Is that what we should do? I don't think it is, sir. I think that's some dumb shit. That comes from the person who doesn't understand how sideways this shit can really go. People are already shooting off fireworks.
It has never in almost the 300 years of this nation's existence once improved the material conditions of black people.
Because if you only ever focus on the material conditions of blacks and only blacks as a black-only person who's a separatist living in a parallel society, but you're not actually in a parallel society, you're living in modern society, you're only going to be able to grasp things on the level in which you're able to just trick them out of people. You're not actually for black people, you're not actually for black voices, you're not actually for black communion, you're not actually for black creation, you're not for black idealism, you're not for black you're not for black uplifting, and you're certainly not for black voices. You are specifically for this toxic, self-described view that thinks it is owed something it fucking isn't, when you can't even do the minimum basis of being a decent person. And then victim blaming everybody around you when you're cold on it.
Not once, Not during abolition, not during Reconstruction, not during Jim Crow, not during the war on drugs. Not now. There is no empirical data, no policy, no administration, no economic period where black conservatism resulted in measurable liberation.
Yes, it was, because there was multiple points where it was done. But then this is where you say, and then racism came, and like the Fire Nation, ransacked everything, because evil white people.
It doesn't happen because it's not designed to happen. Conservatism's entire function is to preserve existing hierarchies, not dismantle them. Regardless of how much you try to modify...
It's not to preserve existing hierarchies, it's to preserve tradition. However, you will see tradition as that type of control of liberation. What it actually is that the actual thing being preserved is the ideals. The ideals as they can apply to a person, not apply to a structure that you force upon other people. Because you decided, well, actually, when we do it, it's different. That's why you're a social retard. That's why that shit doesn't fucking work for you. You're not trying to work with people, you're not trying to help people, you're not trying to uplift people. You're trying to get yours. However that looks, whatever that means.
By your behavior or existence. Them being in charge will always result in you being in a subservient role. It doesn't matter how much money you achieve, status you obtain, or how well behaved you are. The thing that you are conserving are the things that keep them in power. So,
family tradition and a nuclear source and not having children out of wedlock does not keep white people in power. You fucking retard.
Let me ask again, what exactly is it you're trying to conserve?
The ability for me and my children, and any children that I have, and any person that I'm with, to be able to help each other, while remembering we are humans at the end of the day, and the only way we are making it out of anywhere, the hood or otherwise, is together, not apart.
It can't be the black family, as it was conservative policies that tore black families.
No, it wasn't. It was racism and bigotry, and also the crime bill, which was put together by liberals for the protection of people. I would say white people, but no, it's not even that anymore. People. Thanks, Bill Clinton. Thanks, Hillary Clinton. Also known as Sabrina Carpenter's clone. And you can't even blame white people for that, because the people who've done the most damage to the black family has been black people. Gotcha! Men and women. But mostly women. Especially the ones that chose to replace the black man with the government. Why are you fibbing? Ah, because your weight's been shifted. I'm missing another fucking proc. There we go. And this is bobbing. Curve this. Okay, more stable. It was a little bit too tall.
The same legislation that escalated surveillance, criminalized poverty, and funneled black men into prisons at historic rates. It was conservative welfare reforms that punished single mothers, cut public assistance, and destabilized entire households under the guise of responsibility. It can't be economically, as those agendas have continuously widened racial wealth gaps and stripped wealth from black communities at every turn.
And communities created by food deserts, by the violence of African Americans that then say, how dare you do this to us? Why are you punishing us for existing?
Damn sure ain't socially conservative. Black people have been the most socially progressive demographic for the past 80 years. We've been at the cornerstone of every social and civil rights movement, despite a large portion of us being deeply entrenched in traditional views of religion and Christianity. We've never been conservative. Not fiscally, not socially, Never. Rejecting conservatism is the key to advancing our community, and this doesn't mean you have to be a liberal or a Democrat. In fact, far from it. Let's be clear, I do not like the Democratic Party. Both sides of the establishment are just two sides of the same coin. They give the illusion of choice. Everything we've attributed to these tap-dancing, self-hating black conservatives can just as easily be applied to a lot of these black liberals. Democrats might tokenize you with symbolism and dangle progress over your head like a carrot on a stick, while Republicans just do it with more open contempt. Both serve the same capitalist system that keeps you tired, underpaid, over-surveilled, and underrepresented, using you as electoral props only to discard you in favor of lobbyists and donors. Neither one of these are on your side, but we need to get rid of this foolish mentality that just because the Democratic Party continues to fail us time and time again,
because they literally will always fail you, because they're not trying to serve you, they're trying to serve gay communists.
That we all need to suddenly become conservatives. That's like disarming one bomb, then immediately strapping 10 more to your chest.
No, you can't. You can choose to not be a part of the Republican Party. You can become a centrist. You can start trusting not left nor right. And when they start serving your interests, you start voting for the interests that they are applying themselves for. And when they show it with open hands, then you go along with those policies. Or rather, as it's called, using your fucking vote.
Instead of doing the bare minimum of searching for an electoral candidate to magically solve all our problems every 4 years, we
Or you could stop making video essays and become a politician and do it yourself since you know so goddamn much.
Collectively, as black Americans, need to reject blind loyalty to the two-party system and start to invest in direct action.
Except that you can't do praxis because you're going to need to have representation, and there is no other party that is bigger than the left and the right. What you need is you need the gay communists to stop being the ones that are leading the antisocial, oikophobic faction of the Democrats that currently hold power. Because when the gay communists are out of power, then you'll start getting shit done. You can't get shit done because the gay communists are in power. Da-da!
Usually on every video, I have people who try to leave these gotcha comments. Actually, Pillboy, you missed something. You forgot to explain this. Only for me to address and explain it later in the video. They don't want to sit and watch the entire video before getting their rocks off in the comments.
Except that most people do watch your content and you don't actually address it, you just ignore them. You, Paradigm Shifts, FT Signifier, A Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, and a bunch of fucking others, including Lil Ben, will do this all the fucking time. You are pedantic and it's sophistry and we don't give a fuck. Shut up. Half your fucking problems aren't even addressing the deeper issue. Like, hey, have you tried getting the gay communists to stop controlling your Democratic Party leads? Have you tried going to local elections? Have you tried getting involved in the politics directly? Don't just sit at home as inside boys and girls writing your video essays. Get your ass out on the street and actually go fucking march for something. And don't just march for it. Go to the officer, go register, go run for the fucking vote, and then go run government. None of you do. You sit at home as inside boy and girl and then get mad when people tell you to apply that lovely praxis of yours to the shit that you should be doing. And then you keep getting mad because we keep telling you to stop being a little bitch. And it don't change because you don't want it to change. Because you want to be comfortable in being annoying fucking people. And we don't care and don't want to fucking hear it. Because that's fucking annoying. It's really fucking annoying. Okay? Okay. Alright. Well, you can do the praxis to be involved in the government and not trying to make money off being an annoying asshat trying to bring for social attention. That is when we are going to care about what you have to say and about how you will lie to cover your ass anyway, because you do not want to be held accountable for a system that you are partly being responsible for bringing into focus, because you are not able to be responsible for the fucking text that you fucking give. Okay, thanks.
Which is usually why I get bullshit comments like, no solutions? So you're just complaining but providing no solutions? Well, this is for you. The only way to meaningfully improve the lives of black Americans is by changing the system shaping our lives.
Or you could disengage yourself from that system entirely and conduct yourself by your own accordance. But there is no being neutral on a moving train, Carl! Carl, you have to be a part of the gay communist party. You have to choose a side. You have to be for either the Hungry Hammer or the dyslexic fucking Pole. Please, you guys should do guys, man.
That being capitalism, the same system that depends on inequality and scarcity to function. The quote-unquote cultural problems that people like to blame, behavior choices, no.
You mean the system that is put in place by people who should have long been served out because of turn limits, no longer being able to make infinite money off of becoming lobbyists and doing insider trading? You mean that system? You mean the system that when you look at the GDP and you say, look bro, Zoomers have all this money. And I tell you, nigga, go outside and look at the fucking cost it is to go get a fucking pizza. Look the cost it is to actually even fucking use the system. Hell, the example I tried to show y'all just now. It's circular thinking. You are doing circular thought. No, I don't have to become a part of the Not Fucking Around coalition in Stone Mountain, Georgia to get shit done. I can go do what I already did. I've effected more change to my state than any of you will ever put forward in your content.
Norms are just reflections of larger structural forces, and every time you interrupt them, when resources are decommodified, when communities gain ownership, when public services are fully funded, these so-called cultural problems disappear right along with the conditions that produce them. And this is not some theory, we have decades of data to back this up. Let's start with crime. Most high violence neighborhoods, they map out almost perfectly onto areas of concentrated poverty, eviction, unemployment, and state abandonment. The violence doesn't decline just because people start quote-unquote acting right. It declines when you change the environment. We saw this in both Baltimore's Park Heights and Cherry Hills neighborhoods. The Safe Streets program cut homicides by 56% and non-fatal shootings by 34%. In New York City, Cure Violence ran similar initiatives in Bronzeville, East New York, and South Jamaica, all areas with some of the city's highest poverty and segregation rates. They saw a 14% average reduction in shootings, translating roughly to about 1,300 shootings prevented over a decade. Chicago's West Garfield Park, Inglewood, and North Lawndale neighborhoods saw significant declines when community members, not police, mediated conflicts and provided support. Across 27 predominantly black low-income neighborhoods studied nationally, 68% of outcomes showed measurable, statistically significant violence reductions. These programs didn't just preach morality, they directly addressed poverty, trauma, and instability.
Good job. Now do it everywhere else and do it without the gay communists and the violent riots. Please, thank you.
Outreach workers connected high-risk...
What, you thought we were going to have a response for it? It's not a fucking job that you get a cookie for. No one thanks you for saving society. You just do it. And you do it without trying to pick who deserves to be saved. I have to save you even while you're making things worse by being a gay communist supporter.
Young men to paid transitional jobs, GED programs, rental assistance, and emergency cash support. They provided on-call crisis counseling, responding to shootings to prevent retaliation. They walked families through trauma responses at neighborhood clinics. They gave risk residents access to stable, long-term employment, as well as resources to treatment. And as a result, the violence dropped. When violence decreases and stability increases, you start to see it affect education. Not because kids gain better values, but because their environment stops punishing them for being poor.
So, what part of that that was done in the past before wasn't possible unless it was specifically done with the help of the gay communists that then take that money, reroute it into their bank accounts, and you have nothing to show for it. Like the last time you let gay communists make a fucking mockery of Black Lives Matter.
Cincinnati's West End, Evanston, and Avondale neighborhood.
What you're describing, sir, is the result of what you're supposed to be doing, which is local politics. Local enforcement, local concern of local politics. You're making it work where you are, and it's small scale, so it functions, like the 2nd Street Clinic for Mercy Med, and our ANCAP. Carl, you deafened the microphone before you walked away. The food's here. And I'm getting ransacked while I have to go answer the door. Bath things ready. Get your bath things ready. Yeah, it just arrived. You serious? She's not going to remember, but I'm going to say thank you on behalf of the people who've sent money today. I did not have the time or the utensils to cook. However, I need to go do a thing after I do this, but again, I'm not leaving the broadcast. The broadcast will run while I have to go do my responsibilities.
For example, when schools shifted to the community schools model, they didn't lecture students about responsibility, they removed the barriers that made a healthy learning environment impossible. Schools became resource hubs, free meals, healthcare, dental care.
Meaning the things that already are supposed to happen, plus a little bit extra at a local level? Damn, that's crazy. When you start investing in the people around your place, instead of trying to say that it can never be done, it can never be succeeded, it suddenly becomes infinitely possible. Damn, that's wild. That's crazy how that works. What crazy work that is. It's almost like local outreach is better than governmental policy on a massive scale. Wowie zowie!
Trauma counseling, attendance support, social workers, transportation help, after-school programs, arts programs, family resource centers. The results were immediate. Graduation rates jumped from 51% to 88%. Absenteeism fell, and behavioral issues collapsed. Why? Not because the culture magically changed or because kids didn't want to be like rappers anymore, but because the conditions did. New York City saw the same pattern across Harlem, South Bronx, Bronzeville, and Central Brooklyn.
Democrat-controlled strongholds that have problems because they are Democrat-controlled strongholds? Doesn't sound like something that I should care about in my state, which is purple.
Community schools produced a 24% drop in chronic absenteeism, a 10% increase in credit accumulation, and sharp declines in suspensions. Oakland Unified told the same story in East Oakland and Fruitvale. Restorative justice addressed behavioral treatment, not punishment. Graduation rates rose, and students that were once... once labeled disruptive became high performers once their trauma was met with care instead of cops. And why does this magically work? Because the root problem that conservatives blame on thug culture was just a symptom. It was about hunger, housing instability, untreated health issues.
Oh man, I can't believe that Akeem broke into the Foot Locker just because he was hungry. I hope he was able to feed himself with all those J's that he stole.
Trauma and the stress of poverty. And when you address those conditions, you see performance rise. Because students...
Or maybe when people stop committing crimes, making their fucking towns into food deserts so that nobody can be able to make money because they can't be able to get a job, because no business wants to do business in their town, because when they do business in their town, they get stolen from, they get blamed, they get victim blamed, and then ultimately the whole building gets burnt down and you have to try to spend money to rebuild it again. Instead of the company saying, you know what, fuck all this shit, we're not wasting our time on this, it becomes the case that they actually say, you know, it is possible that we could be able to survive this problem if we just fucking stop letting them do it. No, that's not a choice. No, that's not a choice. Not a choice. Not a choice. Not a choice at all. Not a choice at all. Victim blaming, Carl. Victim blaming. You're victim blaming. Responsibility is not something that people are allowed to do. That's just an afterthought. It's just a mind virus, you see.
Finally have the material stability required to show up and succeed. What's powerful is how these domains reinforce one another once the material foundation changes. When families have stable housing, children experience fewer interruptions in schooling. When parents aren't drowning in financial anxiety, the household becomes calmer, and the likelihood of youth involvement in violence falls. When schools have resources and provide restorative responses, young people receive care instead of criminalization, keeping them in classrooms and out of the pipeline that destabilizes communities. When crime drops because economic survival is no longer scarce, neighborhoods become safer, local institutions strengthen, and networks of mutual support grow. Improvements in one area cause downstream improvements in the others, because they were never separate problems to begin with. They were different manifestations of the same structural root. And mind you, these conservative pundits know this. It's why you never see them talk policy or any sort of meaningful programs or initiatives.
I just demonstrated with my own talk that I talk policy as well as solutions. Even Asmongold talks policies and solutions. The problem is that for the people that you're talking about and talking to and trying to talk at, you don't want to hear what solutions they have for policy, because the solutions that you want involves gimme-dats. And they don't want to give you gimme-dats, because you don't deserve gimme-dats.
That offer hands-on-the-ground support for our communities. They know the minute you address the real concerns, the money bag goes away. When I posted the humorous teaser to this video last month, I had a lot of comments like this that tried to take the centrist approach. Maybe it's policy and culture. I mean, Pillboy, those conservatives have some points. But if you actually wanted to see these issues resolved, you'd get to the real meat of the problem. They're not doing that. That's because...
No, the real meat of the problem is that you're the fucking problem. Motherfuckers like you, motherfuckers like Pillboy, motherfuckers like Signifier, motherfuckers like the majority of BreadTube, CornBreadTube, and every single person that it matters for are sitting here eternally as inside boys and girls saying, actually, while not doing a goddamn thing to solve the problem, because you make your money off of being attention whores on the internet. The destiny problem, we'll call it. You're NIMBYs. You're collectivist NIMBYs that will actively do the unironic meme of saying it's not about the situation, it's about the way we describe the situation and how we talk about and ameliorate the situation. And then when a single person that shows that they have the can-do and where-do attitude to apply themselves pop up and show that they have a problem with how you're doing shit, you try to run them off the fucking internet. You try to turn them into a wall cow. You try to antagonize them. You try to destroy their content. You try to make them persona non grata. You try to do everything possible to shut them out, both left and right wing. You will then enrich yourselves, pull the ladder up behind yourselves, and then try to gatekeep and tone police any person possible. Because if you control the method of access, you're able to keep yourself in longevity a little bit longer. Just like an e-whore.
Then, while you do nothing, you sit there and try to talk to each other across the pond. You, a leftist, like Signifier, try to talk to yet another leftist, but an edgier debate bro leftist, like Destiny, and try to browbeat him into giving you money and attention. But you can't be bothered to show up to your own fucking shit. So then you get angry that they mock you by showing the money that you would have gotten had you not been a bitch, and you instead get mad that they donate to something like Cop City. Because you don't actually show real investment in solving the problem, you just want somebody to give you airtime. And I'm sorry, we don't do that no more. We don't give motherfuckers like you the attention. Because you don't deserve it. You deserve to be mocked. You deserve to be mocked incessantly until you learn your place. And unfortunately, your place, it is not a very nice place to be. I'll tell you that for certain. I'll tell you what, stranger. You kinda deserve to be called a slur. Because every time you do it, you actively cut yourself in the fucking ankle. You actively fuck yourself over. You actively destroy yourself. You actively destroy your arguments. And you have the audacity to sit there and say they do it to themselves when you are doing it to each other. And ruining the opportunity for any person to have it come up and demonstrate themselves as a part of the solution and not the problems. But you're unwilling to fucking do it. You're unwilling to fucking do it. Because it means you would lose access to that sweet, sweet victimhood that you ameliorate yourself as being in need to service and serve. Took one off the P. You need, not want, need, like an addiction, to try and control this attack vector, as though you had a chance to. Because that is how you make your money. You make your money by doing that frequently. You make your money by saying that you don't want to solve problems, you just want to destroy people. I make my money by having conversations, and by allowing as many people as possible. And the only time I prevent them is when they've demonstrated they have no actual desire to build on something. The same way that you will try to stop people from having the ability to speak, the second that you demonstrate that you don't want to actually help solve the problem. You just want to take up air and space. It is the case, and has been the case for a very long time, that individuals like you do not deserve to be where you are, and not deserve to have nice things, because you demonstrate an unwillingness to change for the better, and instead actively blaming everybody else for the things that you do to them as a collective, because you are not able to actually contest with a deeper problem. At the contingency of the whole. To the point that it controls everything about what you could be a part of. Because it's not about what you know, and it's not about who you know. It's about what you can be able to do while you're exploiting it while it's happening. Many of us, myself included, for the many years that we have been victim to this system of bullshit, are in fact tired of it. I'm tired of hearing somebody tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm tired of hearing somebody tell me that I'm completely unaware. I'm tired of hearing somebody tell me that it's not my time and it's not my term. I'm quite tired of hearing people tell me I don't have solutions when I have already lived the solutions. Content creator? Sure, give me plenty of advice. Love advice. But you cannot tone police, and you cannot control the youth. Because there are people right now that are more than happy to take up the space and make something of themselves and be somebody. And the only reason why they're not is because of the likes of you, Pillboy. Because of the likes of Nifty Signifier. Because of the likes of Shark03. And yes, actually, it is the case, Pillboy. You are 100% correct. Tokens do get fucking spent. So, I ask you, where are all those people, other than the ones that have basically gone to that parallel social network, which would in this case would be Nebula? What happened to those people that aren't there? I can tell you where the fuck they are. Exactly where they were left after they were spent like the token they are. With nothing good to show for themselves. It is the case that you can, in fact, achieve certain things. But these things are not going to be achievable as long as you are coping to an experience that you will not tell the truth about. The fact of the matter is that the personal experiment and the personal experience of people who have a responsibility to fixing the problem can't fix the problem because you won't let them. You actively get in their way and stop them from being able to have solutions for issues that they could then be capable of solving on the spot immediately. And it is because you do not want them to actually have the agency to solve that issue. You want them to be belabored in a forever holding pattern. And when they break the holding pattern, you have the audacity to say to them that actually you don't deserve to have rights. And you deserve nothing. While at the same time watching the Forever War continue to be a conversation had amongst and with only people who only ever see the issue one fucking way. And never the other fucking way that it's intended to be seen. I'm so sorry, you do not get to use apologetics as a justification for extensive laziness. When you know for a fact that the reason why shit is happening is because you have gone out of your way to try and control entire conversations and topics because you decided that you wanted a little bit more fucking money. That's what it is at the end of the day. You traded away your name and you gave yourself a number. And you told people to call you by that fucking number. And you told them to allow you to be the one that led the charge because it was too dangerous for everybody else. But actually what you were doing is that you were going in first to get your yucks and get your yums and pull yourself into the limelight. And then, after pulling oneself into the limelight, you decided to take all the glory for yourself and say that any person who disagrees with what you're doing, well, they're not actually here for you. They're manipulation. They are an optics cuck. They are whatever words you had to use to convince yourself of these people being something that they weren't, when truthfully they were just people that were exasperated and tired of the issues consistently repeating themselves ad nauseum, because the people that they voted in office, that they were told you should vote in office, because hey, these are the ones that actually want to help you, didn't actually fucking help you. I remember when fucking my supposed representatives for my state were supposedly calling my mother on a fucking red-eye call to try and help her with the situation that she's been in with her medical. I haven't heard shit back fucking since. I've heard more back from my healthcare agency that I'm going to be working for from home while I'm taking care of her and being paid for it like I should have been for the last 4 years, which didn't happen for 3 fucking years after being fucked over 2 years ago from 2 different jobs because one person in my family can't do right and another person was intimidated by me lifting myself up by my bootstraps that educated black elderly woman decided to accuse me of a crime that I would never seek to commit. And it had nothing to do with white people, and it had nothing to do with proximity to whiteness, and it had everything to do with somebody cannibalizing somebody in the system and actively trying to stop someone so they could keep their own position, because it was only about the survival of the fittest. Nowhere in it did it have communicative actions between people. Nowhere in it did it have anything about black harmony. Nowhere in it did it have anything about collectivism, about social issues and social order. It was quite literally the bullies of the forevermore issues of the worst of the debate bros, actively demonstrating a desire to destroy what they perceived as a threat. And then when they perceived themselves of having succeeded and won, trying to continue as business as usual, while laughing at the people that they put in the fucking poorhouse. the actions and antics of individuals such as this that would dare try to call themselves even close to a joke of the tolerant left are individuals that deserve nothing but my pure ire and spite. But in spite of that, I do not let that kind of thing stop me from doing my part. Because at the end of the day, I can point my fingers at whoever the fuck I want to as a part of the problems that I perceive to be the social issue, as the social contagion. But it still remains to the case that somebody has to do the fucking thing. Because I don't know about you, but I watched a lot of fucking Discovery Channel before it became the fucking TLC network for Honey Boo Boo. And in that time period, there's a lot of shows I watched. One of the most famous ones and enjoyable ones that I then got to shake the man who was the host of it when he gave me my fucking work box and my security PPE was Mike Rowe. And that show was called Dirty Jobs. And the theme song went, "It's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it!" And unfortunately, bro, y'all motherfuckers don't do it. You put it on everybody fucking else. You, Pokimane, the fucking WL people, most Twitch lol cows, you extend your politics as a part of your personality culture. Hi horror, bye horror. You extend your shit as an extension of your politics, where having the right politics gets you into social practice. Excuse me. And in doing so, you take all responsibility. He's hiding behind him. You put all responsibility on everybody else but yourself. And abdicate yourself from all responsibility. Because if it goes poor, hey yo, I tried my best. No, the fuck you didn't. You sat there and watched it burn. And you lit the fucking match. So that when nothing happened, you could say, man, ain't never happened again. Oh man, he white people, man. I've seen it happen with whites. I've seen it happen with blacks. I've seen it happen with self-hating biracials. I've seen it happen every way, this way to Tuesday. It is the case that some of you deserve beatings, 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 endless beatings. And the beatings continuing until morale improves, with people who have demonstrated that they understand that they have a responsibility to their fellow fucking man. You do not. You feel no accountability to your fellow man. You feel no desire and no need to actually improve for yourself and do right by others. It is instead the case that you put all the responsibility on everyone else, because, again, you're inside boys and girls. You're inside boys and girls that don't lift ne'er not a finger, not a dare, not a fuck of a finger for anybody else around you, unless it benefits you directly. It has been the case, it will be the case, it will be the case again, and it will continue to be the case until somebody finally holds people to account and makes them do their fucking job correctly. And they don't get to cope about it, and they don't get to seethe about it, and they don't get to lie about it. They actually spend their time doing what was right and what they should have done from the fucking beginning. But again, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud. I don't know how the world works. Who could Lil Bro even be, speaking of to other people like this?
Because real systemic solutions don't pay the bills. These hollow, surface-level critiques are not going to solve anything. The truth is on the...
Just like yours. Yapping on a fucking video essay is not going to actually be able to motivate somebody into doing praxis when you teach them that the actual excellence of being a part of your supposed party is to just being an annoying asshole to any and everybody around you.
Unavoidable. Fixing the system produces better outcomes than lecturing individuals ever has. Crime.
And yet you still lecture people.
declines when neighborhoods are materially supported. Education improves when students' basic needs are met. Family stability strengthens when capitalism's pressures are lifted. The system is the root. The culture is merely the echo. And every measurable improvement we have comes from addressing the former. This is what real community accountability looks like. Supporting the people who need help. Stepping in to protect our neighborhoods when the system abandons us. We talk all the time about saving our communities, about wanting safer streets, better schools, and stronger families, but this is what actually produces that. You can spend all day lecturing kids.
No, what produces it is actually giving them a strong moral founding and inspiring the fucking fire in their soul to actually ignite and push them to do it, which is exactly what was happening in the scene from Stand By Me. The fact that you would try to take that scene and say, well, I can't get help from browbeating. Actually, no, you do need your browbeating, because it helps you beating your ass beaten. You're fucked! What would you prefer? A hard, stern talking to, or getting fucked in the ass and shot in the head?
It's to avoid gangs and crime, which you should, but unless you're also engaging in steps to substantially improve the conditions that led them down these paths to begin with, you're not accomplishing anything. Mind you, like I said earlier, these are not some easy one-step fix to decades, if not centuries, of systemic neglect and design.
It actually is. The problem is that if we made it a one-part step, it would require somebody to be a tyrant. And then they would have to lord over society until people could be trusted to have the responsibility to understand it again. Because they are forced to look into the torment nexus and not look away until they fully understand that the only way this changes is if you start taking it as a responsibility to yourself. Not offshoring it because out of sight, out of mind, not my problem, not my backyard. But actively hold your face into the pain nexus and you realize you have to live here too, retard! How do you not end up by Pillboy? Listen to Single Player Carl. Ding!
But understand when problems are being addressed with actual solutions and tangible data in mind versus hollow regurgitated talking points that only serve to placate white supremacy. It's the linchpin of all the banes that continue to plague us. And so long as it exists, there will always be black folks willing to defend it out of.
Then go live in another country that isn't America. And go tell me what that looks like. I already know what it looks like, but you go ahead and you go to another country that isn't America because America is bad because capitalism and white supremacy, and you tell me what it looks like when you import infinity migrants into the country. It has no borders, and they're allowed to do crime to you, and you can't say anything because you don't actually have free speech, and you're going to jail for even commenting about it on social media.
Of ignorance, out of profit, or most times both. Just know that choosing the latter always comes with a price tag. And
no, it doesn't, because the only way it comes with a price tag is if you know you're inherently selling a lie and you're media grifting. And there are definitely people who are media grifting, and they will have their day to come due. However, it's not going to come from you calling them a fucking coon. It's going to come from you being a fucking jigaboo.
whether or not you can afford the cost afterwards is a choice that's up to you.
What a meaningless piece of content. Waste my fucking time, again. But that one needs to be refuted, because you see, the source of saying, listen, it's a game that you're playing. There is no memory card. Your entire life is going to be a simulacrum of non-stop discourse and debate. It is the case, man, that actually, no, it's fucking not. It is the case, man, that if you actually put your time in, you'll realize, actually, you can earn a lot for yourself. You can understand how to move through this world. You can also understand how to be able to collaborate with other people if you realize, actually, you have to fucking do the job. You don't want to do the job. You guys want to be lazy as fuck. Mainly because it comes beneficial. You're lazy as fuck because you don't want to do the work. I'm so angry that I can't use this remaining promo time. I still have 54 hours left and it won't let me use it because I guess there's some kind of promo being ran during the holiday season. Sorry, Twitch users. But it is the case that you keep agonizing as though you are the ones with the answers, but you're not the one with the fucking answers. You guys are the ones that are creating the fucking problem because you won't actually talk to people. You won't work with them. You actively treat them like they are retarded, and then you won't want to fucking do what needs to be done because that doesn't get you clout, that doesn't get you money, that doesn't get you loot, That doesn't build communities. That doesn't build housing. That doesn't feed empty stomachs at the fucking poorhouse. That doesn't help put a label in your hand so you can give soup to a person who has less. That doesn't help you go to a halfway so that you can get help when you're on the downtrodden turn, like a lot of us were during and after COVID. A lot of this shit comes down to the fact that you just want to talk. You just want to dance, nigga. You don't want to hear what we have to say. You just want to fucking dance. You just want to dance. You just want to hike up space. Didn't I name you Blackie? You just want to complain. You just want to be annoying. You just want to take up space. You just want to be loud. Yes, I did. I guess it takes the name that you had at the time you impregnate them. You just want to be annoying, and you just want to waste time. You don't want to be responsible for any of the things that happen. As a consequence, it's actually Blaxius. Blasius. Yeah, Blaxius. I'm dumb. You just want to be lazy and irresponsible for the shit that you actually have to be responsible for being a part of and being with. But as long as you're allowed to get away with it, man. You just want to talk. You don't want to do work. You don't want to do your job. You don't want to help. You just want to talk. And you want to absorb attention and be given a fucking award for saying what anybody with a goddamn half-functioning brain with politics or regurgitation from listening to the same talking points from all the other people that are part of the same nexus of conversation would repeat and do. And unfortunately, it does not change shit. It doesn't change shit. Because you're not actually helping apply yourselves or others to any of the things that you're doing. You're just complaining and kvetching while pushing the responsibility off on a nebulous fucking other. In your case, white supremacy, conservatism, coons, octoroons, mealy-mouthed people who are apologetic about white people, systemic racism, and every other specter you wall out the fucking closet when you want to have a handout to say, listen, I know more than you because I talked for an hour and said absolutely fucking nothing about anything. You want to see real solutions? Actually go commit and apply yourself. If even ANCAPs can be capable of doing it by actually growing a fucking food farm and then making a business like Mercy Med, where they actually solve the problem of, hey, we're on the south side of town. Black people can't afford healthcare. What do? We're going to have a clinic. They can call into that clinic. Every time, it's the S. We have a clinic. We're going to let them call into that clinic. We're going to let them get treated at that clinic for free. All they got to do is just go there. Just come in, walk through the door, and we'll do what we can. If you can't even get off your fucking ass to do that much, then we're fucked. And you guys literally won't even do that. Some of you won't even get off your ass to be involved in community benefits and community content. Some of you won't get off your asses complaining about forever problems instead of applying yourselves to the shit that you could do. Some of you won't even fucking make the content, but you want to endlessly consume content. So, at the end of the day, what are we really talking about? You ain't talking about nothing. Ergo, I turn your TV off. I change the channel. I don't listen to what you have to say. Because not a single thing that you will ever say will ever have an actual benefit to anyone in your life other than yourselves. Because it is a part of your design that you're just going to kvetch and bitch and whine and moan and complain. And say, man, nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. Never happens. When you do nothing but allow for nothing to ever fucking happen. But again, what do I know? I'm just some black guy. It's not at all like any of my takes can easily be reflected and agreed with by people who actually know what the fuck they're saying and doing and talking about. No. That would be something that would be smart. I'm just some guy who's talking who doesn't know what he's talking about, despite the fact all of these things come from what I've already done. I left politics and I left the government because I wanted to build something outside of it, and I don't want to be known for showing my butthole or my cock or bending someone else's wife over and being involved in some nigga slop to do it. Unfortunately, that is not the way that many people want to get it out of the cut. But what can one do? What can one do? I have been on this file for so fucking long. Don't wear the wheels and do the worst. Remember how we go. Trying to beat Dennis. Trying to beat double. This will still be here. I think I want this. Now, I'm gonna have to leave for an extended period of time because I have to go do a thing. But, what slop, Pip? You have heard me say it multiple times this broadcast. Now, I need to go out of the room and go handle some business. I'm gonna turn some music on, and I will leave y'all to discuss amongst yourselves. However, that doesn't mean I'm gone. Again, I'm streaming all night. You. Some of these and some of these. And then another, because I can do 3 now. Blackout, radiation suit, money, gun, something needs to have at least 4 intelligence. Getting the next step, power struggle, which requires the ghouls code and the chaos casual. Already sent them out. Switching the dark. You, and I guess. Yes, you come. And some of these, and some of these. Itchy forehead. And then one more. Number of supplies, carrying path, blah blah blah. All sales final. This one. You. Not him. And guess him. Take that from you. Go back to you. Back to you. And some of these and some of these. I still have a second file let me go manage. Okay. Boop. I'll give you a choice. You either can have R&B or you can end up getting jazz. Your choice. You have 30 seconds to choose before I choose for you. R&B, jazz. 1 R&B, 1 jazz. 1 R&B, 2 jazz. 1 R&B, 3 jazz. It appears you're getting outvoted here, Pipcat. Okay. I'll be back, chat. Okay. I have returned. I have not got any blacker when I left. I decided not to do Domino's, and I instead settled on Little Caesars. Fortunately, I don't have 2 liters. Anything happening on the timeline? No, just porn. And early fireworks. It's just rage bait. The entirety of the Twitter timeline is just rage bait. That's actually loud. My volume was not up all the way. The timeline's just rage bait. Wow. Emily Eustace got actually attractive. Not to say that she wasn't already. But it's an extreme glow up. I'm going to start a thing. I'm going to continually ask every day for Emily Yukis to let me interview her. It's gonna be a bit. Lord have mercy. Kai Snap took his ex back because she claimed that she wouldn't cheat. I mean, between the posts that are just porn, the majority of my timeline is garbage. That's funny. More porn. More porn. Brittany Venti rage baiting. That's funny. Andrew Jade openly posting, "Why did I bother human trafficking when I could have just opened a Somali daycare?" Kick streamer Missive comments on YouTuber Henry Resilient's court position reading clip. This gift states that the altercation with the unknown person was Nick, but that not with its issue stating is misleading. Nick also states in Discord calling the altercation that it was boring, sadly. Who cares? Mike Ybarra, yattering at Thomas Mahler. Here's a thread. Hey streamers, we know anyone can look good in Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2. Do you really want to show your audience you've got skill? Try no rest for the wicked. There are so many things wrong with this statement. Let's begin from the top, shall we? Diablo 4 is casual dadcore. Anybody can play Diablo 4. That's why it's boring. Meta builds that are solved because they're played in PTR and then ported over to the main game. And there's nothing that gets better than that build. Path of Exile 2, you don't have that. You instead have the problems of either playing Trade League and watching inflation break the game and no longer become fun for you, until the only thing that your exalts can buy is nothing, or you play SSF, and you have the struggle of knowing that a build can be powerful, but you actually have to play it to that position of power. Then with the Exile 1, but what extra steps? Putting these games down to mock people is not smart. It takes skill to do it without having to copy off of somebody else. That also didn't take that much work. Want to play something that's successful all the time? You can be lazy. But at the end of the day, a lot of focus. Try who knows for the wicked. Precision combat, yada 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 yada. Stop being a casual. Let's see what you're made of. Putting down other games for your game's sake doesn't really work. Let your game stand on its own 2 feet. I haven't played games in a while because I had to fire it up to check out the progress. God damn it, I can't breathe. I hate having missing teeth. Supercut. God damn it. Former Blizzard president says, I'm not sure where Diablo was going. Mike, real talk, you were put in charge of Diablo and you didn't treat it with the respect it deserved. Diablo used to mean something. D2 was an utter masterpiece and showed the whole world what Western developers could do. You okayed turning Diablo into an MTX slot machine where people can buy a horse follower for $65. So should we gamers thank you for that? Or is that a little honest critique deserved here? Some that executives stop patting themselves on the back after running the beloved franchise and accept some personal responsibility. And after all was said and done, Newton came out with this gem. So sit back and let others show how it's done. You can take other games you want, but running around putting down Exile to beg people to play your game is stupid. And that is my point. You know it's stupid as well. I get you're desperate at this point, but I'd focus on your game and not be for an Exile. I have a ton of respect for what Triple G's brought to the table. If Blizzard would have done their jobs right, it shouldn't have been possible for a tiny Australian studio to snatch ARPG crown away from them, but they sure did. And why? Because Chris Williamson is a dude similar to David Brevik. He understood the mission and got the job done. Meanwhile, who are the current visionaries at Blizzard, and what do they have to show for themselves? And no, I don't know what a developer pointing out that squeezing gamers with nasty MTX's tricks is stupid. How in the world are you justifying that when there's a $60 horse skin in Diablo? You were in charge of Blizzard when Blizzard made Diablo immortal in Diablo 4. You are responsible, and have both done irreparable damage to the Diablo franchise we used to know and love. I'm guessing why you got spooted and now you're the head of some gambling company, Mike. So please, don't lecture me on games. I probably forgot more about game design than you will ever know. I'm definitely not a designer. You can critique me all you want. Game directors should always make decisions on the games. That's not my point. I'm not here to point fingers, whine, and cry. I don't have to work anymore. You do. Just like Xbox's experience in working with you on Ori, all your future partners read this and understand why they're getting involved with. Good luck. I hope you and your team the best. You need to chill and focus on your team and your game. I hope it's successful. By the way, I think that Diablo Immortal is a fun game aside from the microtransactions. It's better than Diablo 4. Since NetEase is the actual developer, how did Blizzard manage to sink so low? I used to think you weren't responsible for any of this, but now it seems like it's not the case. Leave the man alone. He made Blizzard so much MTX money that he doesn't have to work anymore. Ah! So, here's a couple things that I can notice. And we're recording this, and it's going live on the platform. We're recording it, and it's going live on the platform. Say hi, Twitter! So, here's a couple things that I noticed with this back and forth here. Number one, I stopped playing Diablo at Diablo 3. Because Blitzchung. Period. We as gamers swore off ever giving Diablo our money after you pitched down our throat with the Chinese semen that came with denying obvious problems were happening to the legacy game, and instead your answer was to basically create an entirely secondary game to bring it onto the proper BattleNet, which I suppose was just a matter of time, but effectively also pissing off and flipping the bird to multiple people because it became office culture that, you would give exclusives to the likes of people, such as game journalists that were hated, such as the game journalist that is hated, and you would actively piss down the throat of players and developers while hoping that the nostalgia of Diablo 2 Resurrected would be enough to give goodwill. Players being threatened with bans, players being threatened to lose their account content, all because they complained that gate crashing bots were a problem, and you basically wanted to do nothing about it. But not just that, and not just what you did with legacy games, and not just what you did with Warhammer Reforged, Warcraft Reforged, but then what you did with the rest of the coverage that came from the Sour Note. Becoming Activision Blizzard King because you had to fuse with Activision when they bought and then acquired it, then having to fuse with King to then bring the mechanics that would create Diablo Immortal, and thus the incentivization that would then lead you to tell people that are part of the company, don't you dare talk about our competitors in the office. WoW is the best. There is no such thing as Final Fantasy XIV, and you're still losing to them to this day. The bad press that comes from things like OnlyFans 1 and OnlyFans 2. People DDoSing the game because they really want to fuck over somebody like Pirate Software and the people he was playing with. And now, this energy, this energy of this back and forth between either you, Habara, and I guess a little bit of you, Mahler. It's really kind of wild. But hey, Mahler is actually in the right here. You, Yabara, literally killed the soul of Diablo. For money. That's what you did. You killed it. I am telling you as a personal fan that has been a part of it for years, since it was ingrained in me by my father, you killed my desire to play the game and to ever play anything made by your company and to ever stream it on a platform. Sir, you could say that he's putting down Diablo and Exile. Realistically, it doesn't really matter that much. If it gets people to play the game, whatever. It's not really that deep. But if it helps you, Mike, shame, Thomas, shame. But let's get back to you, Mike. Where do you allow for the greatest tragedies to happen under your leadership? From you guys don't have phones to actively punishing people for basically witnessing revolutionary action happening on camera because there's an actual problem happening in Taiwan. And unfortunately, doing business with China and having to suck the Chinese semen because you have to be able to spread your marketplace there. You have to do business with China in order for your game to have Chinese service. Because there are people who are going to blame NetEase for the problem, but NetEase is not even the beginning of the issue. They actually do a lot more work than people owe them, but that's a separate issue. It is only taking you until this year to finally actually do something with Overwatch that you can actually bring some healthy competition so that Rivals actually rises to the occasion. And now there's some actual meaningful back and forth with the content. Even though your company delivered piss poor sales and piss poor coverage of shit during that time period. But that's probably not your problem. Let's blame for the things that it'd be blamed for. But if we're gonna sit here and call a spade, bro, what were you expecting to happen with this stake? What were you expecting people to actually have to say with you? Because the way that I see it as a shame. And then the commentary back and forth. The shit back and forth, man. And then saying, I don't ever have to work again because I have money. Yeah, that definitely makes us respect you, bro. Damn, that really makes us respect you. Damn, you certainly know how to talk him, bro. You certainly know how to talk him. It is developers, it is designers, it is mouthpieces, it is journalists, it is gamers, it is random chatters, it is haters like you, Mike, that make this shit hard for everybody. Period. Now, you excuse me, my woman's calling me on the line. I'm gonna go do things that I like doing. Yes, baby. Yes. I just finished recording a video. Can I have you in a bottle? Yes. Why not? I would like, if you can somehow find it, maybe some cranberry soda. If you can't find cranberry soda, I'll take cranberry juice. Yes. I mean, if you can find cherry ginger ale, I'll take that too. Well, grab that one too and see if you can find one that's cranberry. And if you can't find that, then get me 2 of those. I also want you to grab me some alcohol. Baby, I can get you the money to pay it back in your card. Well, it's not your fault that I planned on broadcasting until around about maybe 1 a.m. Where are they going? Zelina's giving her hell chat. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I agree. Well, if she's sick, I don't want her to get you and Zillion sick. Or me sick. Because I'll go take care of her. Let the divas do diva things. Okay, grab 2 grab 2 cherry ginger ales, and then go to the juice aisle and grab a cranberry bottle. Probably Cayman Jack. Cayman Jack. Yes. It's in the alcohol aisle. There should be 6 packs. They have different flavors. I don't care what flavor you grab. I would like 2 6-packs, please. 2 6-packs, please. I love you. I love you too. I can't wait till you get here. I can't wait till you get here. I'll make sure that I thank him when you get here. I love you. You see something you like? Okay. Here I thought it was me running through your head. Let me know when you pull up, okay? I'll let you know they are firing off fireworks early. Okay. Okay. I love you too. And now to post that video. The last Diablo game you ever bought was Diablo 1. So you're saying you've never played Diablo 2? Link, and now I have to wait for it to upload. The booze is on the way, chat. The booze is on the way. I did, but I'm talking about the GOG version of DE1. You couldn't buy D1 for a long time until it came out on that platform. Well, we played through it, and Hellfire this year for October. It was a good time. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm certain you could have pirated it off the internet, but I understand wanting to get a physical ownership part of it as you wished. Unfortunately, We are forced by clout to have to look at this clip of Bo Blacks with this image of why Aisha Juma is never going to give Ian a child.
Think about that a lot.
Yeah. Part of the reason why I don't want to have a child with you is because I'm terrified if we have a girl that she's gonna have all your masculine features.
Brown. Isn't that interesting? I think about that a lot.
Yeah, I have never met somebody who has such an eagle face. Like, you have a very strong brow, which is very attractive on men. To be honest, there's a lot of attractive women that have that as well, like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
But combined with me,
Mm-hmm.
I think the combination would be bad for a woman.
I think you're tripping.
Your lovely, wonderful wife just said she would never breed with you because she thinks you would give her ugly children. That nigga's gonna kill himself. That nigga's gonna kill himself. In the distance, you can hear a whoa, buddy. The constant dingle, 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 dingle of a bell going off in your hearing. SAG President Sean Astin committing to helping former child star Charlie Chase get back on his feet. Somebody better go tell Samwise Gamgee that he's about to try to help somebody who's an absolute failure case. Henry Resilient alleges in the latest video that Tips Out removed Miss Skip from OTK due to an altercation with an unnamed owner at owners meeting from the Mitch Jones incident. Interesting. Too bad nobody cares. And then it's to the point where other people are commenting on the fact that this humiliation ritual is probably because he's trying to emulate Hassan Piker. Because that's the man that Anisha gets wet for. It's pretty clear that whatever's going on inside of Ethan Joma's life, the actions and consequences brought upon him by his choice of partner. While sad, abysmal, and I wouldn't want to wish it on my worst villain, that nigga finna learn today. That nigga finna learn today. It's crime. It is a damn criminy and shame. It's a damn criminy and shame. And yet, here we are, living in this timeline where the humiliation ritual continues. If he doesn't kill himself, and if she doesn't leave him, I don't know. Although I think the funniest thing here is that it's been power leveled so far out of the way that black people used to be the worst, that Indians are going to be replaced as the most hated minority, because Somalians are about to replace them because of the Minnesota situation. Remember, kids, brush your teeth and don't eat too much candy. And you too won't have to deal with food particles going down your throat and making you choke to death. Ow. It does appear that Emily Yukis is trying to consider whether or not she's going to rebrand her account from Window the Wojak or actually rebrand it to her personal identity. Oh. Nick Fuentes is doing retarded shit. Fucking Christ. Nothing interesting happening on the platform. Nothing interesting happening on the platform. I can see that Victor Throw finds himself in that connection of Kirsch fans. Amal. More porn on my timeline, more porn on my timeline, more porn on my timeline. POV2 database changing its logo back to look like the Pornhub logo for the last 6 months have been the most devious troll move against streamers that I both love and hate. It doesn't look like the Pornhub logo though. If you're... you have to be retarded though to think that that's actually what happened to the fucking logo. But whatever. That doesn't matter. Classic fat Pikachu, classic fat Pikachu, classic fat Pikachu, classic fat Pikachu. Amal. Horrible take from fucking Defiant Elves. Minnesota daycare scandal sparks concern over election policy that allows a voter to vouch for others. Made for fraud. Are you fucking serious? Jesus fucking Christ. Mal. Michael C. Hall and Jennifer Morrison, playing brother and sister, began dating, fell in love, got engaged, got married, and then got divorced, all while continuing to play brother and sister on television. Mal. Content creator streaming IRL gets snuck up on their parent. Elon Musk piggybacking off of the opinion that Asmund Gold said on this camera. Lord have mercy. Why is it so loud? And then here we can see the femoids in the area enjoying themselves after working on a hard day's work of the Will Stancil Show. Joy and fun is returning to the internet. And it's returning in a really weird way. I ain't mad about it though. I don't give a fuck. I'm along for the ride. Can't get any more shit in here. Might as well. Consider, chat. In the future, she'll be somebody's mother. There's somebody out there right now that's looking at this being like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Not me. She's just skinny for me. Okay. We're in here. Doing variety night. No one's around whatsoever. Click on this, click on this, click on this, all this. And now, what should I do with myself? Do not want to play the Path of Exile. Do I dare begin another JRPG and then fucking forget where I am? Is there anything worth getting in the Steam store? Fuck. The answer would appear to be no. There's been the same 15 games on sale, and I do not want to play Peak. And everything that's on deep discount, with the exception of Darksiders 3, does not interest me. Survival Sim. That one's much closer. Survival Sim, Planet Zoo. Already got a copy of Fallout 76, which I haven't started yet. Vane. The Altars. Grim Dawn's on an extreme sale. RPG features complex character development, 100 unique items, crafting choices, just no consequence. Buying the definitive edition is $22.53 from a pack that costs normally $56.92. No, not liking it. What about Hell Clock? It's been on sale for $13.99. Forge powerful builds with endless loot in this relentless combination of roguelike and ARPG. Blast through dungeons and unleash human powers in this dark fantasy twist on Brazil's War of Tornadoes. Nah. Not feeling it. However, how are most of you doing tonight? So the subject, do you plan to finish Unbeatable or are you done with it? I will finish it. But much like other things, with the exception of Expedition 33, I'm going to take my time with it so that I don't rage quit out of frustration and annoyance. You can check your wish list. Check my wish list. You mean my notifications? If there was supposed to be a gift there, I don't see it. But in terms of my wish list, I don't think anything's changed within the last few days. Technically, Sonic Rumble's supposed to come off of here. Phantom X is supposed to come off of here. Infinity Nikki was put on here by me as a joke, but it can come off of here. Brew Protocol Star Resonance can probably come off of here. Retail Melby No Guy can come off of here. Hades can come off of here because I don't think I'm ever going to play it. I'm not interested in it. Motor Doom, Strice and Dice, Odenfall, Void Stranger, Son of Kuni, House of Necrosis, Guy in the Dungeon, Fallen Aces. I care not for Fallen Aces, I just want to play Mouse. Between those two. I like the idea of Cat Quest, but I feel like the bundle's too expensive. ActRaiser Renaissance appears to me like it is very, 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 very lackluster. Well, let me see some gameplay first. Vittings and co-host for the Victim Radio. Victim Radio, RFH, and Dan Baltic, Courtship Dating. Might as well follow this, why not? It really is Fat Pikachu. All this for the 30th anniversary. Goddamn. Okay, ActRaiser Renaissance. Is it really just the redux of the game?
Welcome to GameSack. On September 23rd, 2021, ActRaiser Renaissance was announced during the Nintendo Direct broadcast. It was also mentioned that it's available right now. So I was super excited. I had to download it right away. I mean, it looks really colorful and it's 2D. What could go wrong? Well, I'll talk about that game in a few minutes. But first, let's take a quick look back at the original. ActRaiser was an incredible game when it came out in late 1991. It was a very early title for the still new Super Nintendo. You know what? It's still an incredible game to play these days. You control a statue that's brought to life by an angel to rid the land of monsters.
No, not Angel, God. It is literally God.
Where the difficulty seems high, but if you die it's because you haven't learned that particular area or the enemy yet, never because of the controls. Make your way to the boss and defeat him to finish the stage. Then you're taken to the sim part of the game. This is a god game where you guide your people in building their town. You need to clear out areas with your divine powers to make room for them to build and expand. While this is happening, monsters keep spawning from various spots. You can fly around and shoot them as the angel with your little bow and arrow. Now, this all sounds really boring, but for some reason it is absolutely not. I really enjoy it. Eventually, the townspeople will seal these spots up and worship you. Praise be. Eventually, a massive hole will open, and you'll have to go into a new area and finally rid the town of monsters forever. This is another side-scrolling action stage for you to play. Once you finish this, it's on to the next area where, again, you fight an action stage first. Then you do the town thing again. The graphics in this game are nice, especially for such an early title. It has great artwork and really nice scrolling. The music is something else. Everyone was talking about it when this game was released because it sounded like an orchestra, and people could not believe the sound that was coming from a cartridge game. I mean, holy crap, it's an orchestra inside my Super Nintendo! The game's composer was Yuzo Koshiro, who is already known by gamers for Revenge of Shinobi and Streets of Rage 1.
Yes, sir.
Oddly, his name wasn't on ActRaiser's title screen, so it was a while before I learned that he did the music. And I think everyone can agree that he did a great job. This is just an all-around amazing game, and I love playing the professional mode that unlocks after beating the game proper. This is a must in any Super Nintendo fan's collection.
So tell me about how dogshit the remake is. Or is it actually good and has new stages? Because if it's just a redux of the first game, I don't want it.
great game that was. ActRaiser 2 would go on to remove the simulation mode, and it would be, well, a slower game all around. But
Because ActRaiser 2 was not ActRaiser, it was fucking Beastman.
ActRaiser Renaissance is available for the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, Steam, and I guess mobile devices too, but who cares? I picked up the Switch version because I thought it was an exclusive game since it was announced on the Nintendo Direct, so I proceeded to immediately download it. Please keep in mind that I am an absolute idiot. Soon I found out it was available on other platforms. Well, that sucks for me, but the game doesn't have any polygons or anything complex like that, so the Switch shouldn't struggle, right? Yeah, I'll be talking about that soon. Anyway, I just couldn't help myself. I had to get it. This is a remake of the original game, but they added a lot of stuff. It starts out innocently enough in the Sky Castle, like the first game where you input your name and get ready to descend to the opening stage. Then you're on your way down, getting ready to play some reimagined ActRaiser in 1080p glory. Wait, these graphics are pre-rendered? Yeah, they're pre-rendered, just like Donkey Kong Country was on the Super NES. Not just the characters and enemies, but it looks like the backgrounds are as well. Wow. I haven't seen a game with pre-rendered graphics since the mid to late 90s anyway. What an interesting and odd choice. Probably not the best choice, as honestly the game looks kind of,
dated.
Like ass. It looks like ass. And not good ass. But of course, that's not where my frown ends. Oh no. I immediately noticed that the scrolling stutters all over the place. Are you telling me that the Nintendo Switch can't even scroll 2D graphics properly? I heard someone on Twitter say that it's a 2.5D game, but no, it's completely 2D. The fault obviously lies with the developer, who is known as Sonic Powered. More like underpowered. It's very distracting, and honestly, it's just unacceptable in this day and age. Hell, this wasn't even acceptable back in the 16-bit era. Here we are, 30 years later, and they churn out a product that performs worse? I've heard that the version on Steam has similar stuttering issues with the scrolling, though I haven't been able to confirm that myself. The PlayStation 4 version is smoother, but still choppy. Yes, I bought it a second time just to check this out. It repeats every 5th frame, kind of like the Alex Kidd in Miracle World remake. The Switch version repeats every 3rd frame or so in comparison. Playing the PS4 version on the PlayStation 5, it still repeats every 5th frame for the same juddery motion. But buried in the options screen is the environmental effects, which you can disable. On the Switch, this brings the scrolling speed up to PlayStation 4 and 5 versions exactly, which is 50 frames per second. Turning off the environmental effects on the PS4 or PS5 offers exactly no increase in the scrolling frame rate.
Wow.
According to my friend John Linneman over at Digital Foundry, the game is made in Unity, and it's a camera issue that's super easy to fix. I just hope that they do it.
Unity! Oh my god! Oh, what a way to kill my fucking interest in a video game. Holy shit! Alright then. That's not getting purchased, and that's coming off my fucking list. Goodbye. Big Varys, Mother Magic, Schedule 1, Heat Click, Sea of Fear, Every Day We Fight, First Dwarf, Asuka, Winterboro. This is probably going to need to be a pit of content, because I have to put this together simply because they bashed this game. In the future. In the future. Generation Exile, Shadow Labyrinth, Neo 2, Aloft, Into the Dead or Darkest Days, and Oratoria, The Last Song, Batten Gaitos 1 and 2 Remaster, Painkiller, Residence of Fate, End of Eternity, Hades 2, not gonna play Hades 2, Eco, Octopath Traveler, it's passed me by, not interested in it or its follow-up, Mandragoria, Whispers of the Witch Tree, Demon School, Sword of the Necromancer Resurrection, Sonic Shadow Generations, Star Ocean Second Story, Final Fantasy 16, Megaton Musashi Wired. This is a spectacle fighter, right? I'm a little bit rich for my blood right now. I do have No Rest for the Wicked on here, but it's definitely too rich for my blood. Same with Titan Quest 2. Dragon Dogma's Remains, but no. I I feel like I could have maybe had fun playing Night Rain, but I have no one to play it with. Witchfire. I don't remember putting Witchfire on here. First-person dark fantasy RPG shooter, playing as a wicked sinner turned witch hunter in his final mission to reach salvation. Is it just Doom? This appears just to be Doom. Players that play the game in early unlock during early access get the Striga Stake Gun. Striga will be available in the early game as a token of appreciation for all players that purchase the game during early access. After the .01 launch, non-EA players will have the opportunity to unlock it as a late-game weapon. Single-player RPG shooter from the minds behind Painkiller Bulletstorm. So they're still doing stuff. Embark from perilous adventures, vanquishing foes to enhance your powers and arsenal, scavenge valuable resources, and turn to your sanctuary, push your luck by fulfilling familiars. Powerful guardians, Weege. Skill and knowledge, essential resistance wind, which fire fueled army. If you die, return to the battlefield for a one-time chance to reclaim what you lost, or attack again with a new plan. Explore vast immense biomes, choose your battlefield to confront the forces. Each completed encounter strengthens you and your arsenal through the roguelike system called Organa. Thousands of ways, butcher prayer and dominate the witch. Laying wicked sinners, transform into prayers, undead assassins sustained by witchfire, flowing through the veins. The base operations known as the Hexer Money. You can choose from wide selection of sanctioned weapons, spells, and artifacts to build your own prayer. Seek position, extract your looted items, or if you feel confident, confront the with familiar to unlock new areas and powerful items or upgrades. Piece together a story from the past to save the future. Ships crashing on verge of land, okay, artifacts tip the scale in the war between the Torch and the Witches. During EA undergoes changes with new areas, enemies, weapons, tools of destruction. Help us shape the game to reach its full potential. Don't know this person. Don't remember this person. Don't remember this person. Kasag has it. Horror has it. No, wait, this is who wants it. Horror wants it. Struggler wants it. Kasag wants it. Adrian has it. Alex has it. Marcus has it. And I don't know who Talrose is. Maybe. You have the same problem with Night Rain. Looks fun, but you have no one to play it with. See, I want to play games with people. I get tired of asking and people just passing up and or forgetting or just saying they don't wanna. It kills all motivation. So I have to remind myself that if I can't do it by myself, I have to decide if it's going to be a thing where it's like I wait and I wait and I wait. Borderlands 4 is on here so that when this game becomes actually cheap in like 2-3 years, I can pick it up. I don't think I care about Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, even though I think it looks cool. Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, is for fun, but that's extremely expensive. So that's when I have more money to burn. Kazan the First Berserker is definitely a game I want to play because it's DNF related. Lunar Remastered Collection, that's basically buying what? 2 games in one? 3 games in one? It is 2. Silver Star Story Complete and Eternal Blue Complete. I feel like it needs to get a little bit more of a discount. Metaphor Revamp Dalzio is probably going to get in my collection at some point, but not right now. I don't feel like buying anything that's on the list. Don't care about cuff busts. Dwarven Realms. Dwarven Realms. What was Dwarven Realms?
hack and slash, mixed reviews, face endless hordes of mobs and unleash chaotic abilities to meet the screen, dive into the large area of any 3D ARPG, wield epic monsters, create a build, shape a world of endless possibilities, and action-packed ARB experience similar to Exile 2. The game has no DLC, but it has different seasons. Not a very complex menu. What your reviews look like. They ask for a £25 a month subscription via Discord in-game, but do not disclose this on the Steam store. See this here. They are circumventing the Steam ecosystem with this, and also circumvent having in-app purchases badge on the store page. This is dishonest and anti-consumer behavior. This game throws a fatal error at you after level 10, which you can achieve in the first change. €5 for no fucking reason. Good time killer, the devs listen to the players surprisingly, and there's a ton of content updated continuously. Randomly changed the graphic of the game, which now looks horrible to play. The screenshots of the game look nothing like the game at all, please be warned. I played a total of 7 minutes, and at first I was extremely confused because the art style in the game was a lot different than the one in the trailer and in the reviews online. The shader they added is awful, and honestly I wish I did read reviews before because I had never wanted a refund faster. On top of that, it's clear that areas used to have an art or placeholder that was now filled with AI-generated images. Immediately freezes on my freaking game or a small stutter here or there, or two in the tutorial section. Voice modulators for the narration of the game that makes it feel extra cheap. Lots of extra issues that read glitch flags extremely fast. And I'm sure that back in the day it was an amazing game, hence the reason I purchased it in the first place. But in its current state, I don't even want it in my backlog to collect dust. I could go on about the issues, but if I were you, I would read some of the other people that have a couple of hours in the game that also left a negative review before buying. Oh my! This is probably the most informative and actually descriptive fucking... Nothing happened to it. I have too many JRPGs that I purchased, and my rule is that I cannot buy and start playing more JRPGs until I finish the JRPGs that I have running. And I don't want to start one and then end up losing my place in it, because then I'm going to be further behind with the ones that I already started doing for content. Technically, the only reason I didn't play more of Expedition 33 was because of all the fucking content I had to fucking cover. Atlas? What is Atlas? Anyways, as I was saying, this is probably the most informative fucking review I have ever seen on Steam. This is, unironically, the most informative I have ever seen a person be when describing something that they're talking about, and that they have as a problem because of the platform. I have never seen a person do that. I want to give him a point reward. Take my money. Take it. It's yours. I applaud a person for doing fucking work. That is actually so fucking informative. Out of my list. And then of course there's this. Yeah, you want those games, right? So here you go. Let's see you clear them. Cute and comical stickman characters arrive for you to enjoy the games that you've seen on the fake ads that you'd want to play. Play a variety of minigames fully, thoroughly, and enjoyably to your heart's content. And see if you can be able to complete them. And I know it has a sequel. And I think it has an extreme version. Amal. My sister actually wants this game. I should try doing something nice for my sister. I need to remind myself to do that later. I get that starting with rating JRPGs is basically a hobby, but I was talking about how it appeared and then passed so quickly. Well, you see, Metaphor was the gamer choice for the journos to say that, wow, I can't believe that it's just like Persona, but it has Be Gay Do Crimes written into the lore of the game. It was basically chosen as the media darling favorite, and people pretty much played it, exhausted it, and forgot about it forever. Not a lot of longevity, that game. Which is wild, because it's Sega Atlas, and it's like, wow, anything Game Journos touch just goes to dog water. Deserved.
They wouldn't shut the fuck up about it and had nothing to say, anything at all about the actual content of the game. Just kept talking about the story, but nobody talked about the gameplay. Which is funny because they're the ones completely notorious for basically hating game loops. Which in itself is wild. They love to talk about how much a game can do, but they refuse to actually consume it for that content. Ow. Ow. Need to wash my hair better. Need to get that salicylic acid they fucking talk about. The baby grew up. The babies are ready to be born. I don't know how many babies this is going to get me to. This is an intelligence officer. Thomas Blackius. Jordan Blackius. Another 10-penny baby. Another ghoul baby. You'd think that you'd give them some actual radioactive features if you're going to make them children of the ghoul. But I suppose they didn't think that far about the skin. So. Getting revelation. No. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're already at 80. Get now my room and that out. Don't you worry, I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna fix that. This is Guardian. This is water purification. You guys don't hear. Should be completely non-stafed. Watch my hair. Destroy the room. Bring up the garden. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, garden's ready. Where the hell did it go? There he is. Level 6. Yes. Okay. So, tier 2. Tier 2. Rush you. Probably should not have overspent there. Oh well. Still can't open. So probably another domicile here. Reason why I shouldn't have overspent. Still knocked up? These ones ready. Penny. Penny. The old man is really just all over the goddamn facility, honestly. I'm actually surprised that so many people took to him. Truthfully, a baronomic statistical anomaly that will probably cause mutations if it was an actual IRL life training trial. Anyways. One series you're going to try to get back into is Monster Hunter. Try to give Wilds a pass. I think Wilds can be a good game. It's just that it requires having everybody actually being on, because most of the fun isn't from doing the hunts with the other players, it's with doing hunts with each other. But because of the nature of how hard it is to actually get started with the, quote, story of the game, and for it to, quote, unlock and become truly playable, it feels like tedium, which is actually crazy and wild that that's what that feels like. But it is, in fact, tedium. It was up here somewhere. It actually unironically feels like tedium. Trying to get everybody in, trying to get everybody in the same place, trying to play the game at the same time, the same progress, like you're exploring the story together. Like, it is not at all like that whatsoever. Which actually makes it hard to actually play with other people. Because if you've done the base story, and then you jump in with whatever the title update content is, you're just going to be behind, just like if you would have been in World. And then eventually when it gets its DLC, it'll be like, okay, will we be able to finally jump in properly, or are we just going to have to play through the campaign again and then get to the point where you get to the new DLC campaign, and then it'll be streamlined for there? The problem is the ability to jump in, jump out. Because, like, you can jump in when the mission's happening, but I can't, like, cross into an overworld. And then it's like, I'm here, you're here, the monster's here, we have to all be connected in the same game session. And obviously there's a bit of it where it's going to be the lobby together and everybody else together in that lobby, in that same instance, at that point in time. But it's the whole, you cannot do it this way, it has to be done this way, that causes a lot of that to be monotonous. Just truthfully monotonous. And thus makes it unenjoyable and makes it an annoying experience. Because you feel like you're leaving people behind because of the way that the game functions in this manner. And that makes it then feel like you're not getting the true experience and the true bang for the buck that you want to the rest of the content that is available and offered. Gotta celebrate it when it's still open. And there are a couple adults running around too. Gotta get them open. Gotta get them open and droping and get patroping. When they goping and hoping because they noping all about what they want. Can you, roaches, please choose a room that has people in it? It's such an interesting dilemma to have, too. Because it's like, I buy the JRPGs so that I have something to play. But then, I don't end up playing all of them. Because of the nature that, if I were to play the games the way that I do the games I do on camera, I would probably exhaust myself from the boredom of it. Because if I played the games like that, I would not play anything else until completion. But obviously, there's plenty of different things that I want to have. Are we finally done with Catastrophe? Thank Christ. If I was to do it that way, I would never move from one game to another. But then, of course, people ask me to do the content, or somebody asks to come with an idea that I have for something, and then if it does work out, it never happens on camera, and if it doesn't work out off camera, or is something that I'm doing on camera, like I get to a point in the Exile League where I might want to swap and do some other content, it's all of the necessary problems that come with doing it. And then, of course, it's the whole nature of, there are people that don't necessarily want to see me sit here and veg out and play the video, and want to watch me do the thing and do the content at the same time, and it's like, I can't have that for both. And I don't sit out and I don't do recordings of play sessions, because I think that's gay. I think it should be broadcasted. I think it should be live. And people should be able to watch it, and play along, and enter in with this shit. But it's like, that's not necessarily what people want. Even if what they're going to end up with is basically a podcast of me playing the game and also responding to topics, as is the norm. But then it's like disengagement, because usually the things that I'm playing are things that most people like avoid playing. Like, they don't often get looked at. I want to upgrade. I need 2,000. So then it becomes a cycle of I don't do it because simply I don't see people asking for it. But then again, none of you ask me to do things like play fucking shooters, so that's at least a blessing. But, you know, it becomes all the holding patterns of, if I play it on camera, I'm going to end up having to be forced to play it. I want to play it if I'm interested in playing it. I could play multiple of these games, pick them up, put them down, and do whatever, but I also want to be able to enjoy them at my own leisure, so I do the ones that I want to when I have time and that I'm interested in. As well as the ones that I already own that are free and or I would not pay much. Which, a $30 EA buy-in to Exile 2 is more than within the budget, because that's endless entertainment. I can do that when literally there's nothing to do at 2 a.m. in the fucking morning. But, he was in here. But, the alternative, with what I'm doing with Wander, Stars, and Unbeatable, and anything else that's on request, if it weren't requested from content, for a person who paid for it and or requested it to be played, or for my own intention of completing it, either to write a review for it or to have the opinion that I experienced it so that I can describe it to other people, then it wouldn't happen. What a dilemma. What a dilemma. I hate that I have this kind of brain, but it's what it is. Yes, the self-writing mounts are sometimes necessary and required in certain places, but at least you are able to actually automate them so that they will go wherever you need to go without necessary input. But it is to the case that you have to learn how to navigate the Metroid Prime-like maps. The fact that they're like Metroidvania actually is helpful, because now the verticality that would have come in a world where it's just like, haha, figure it out, bitch! It's more like, set, go, collect while you're on the go, get all the stuff as necessary, and then in the places where, like in the plains, where you do have to soar over the mountain ranges, over like Area 4, to get to the Nightflower pollen area, as well as the other necessary places outside of the nests of certain large creatures. with the inclusion of enemies like Ray Dow and whatnot, and other predators of the zone, especially the Dogashima Heights in the upper zones, they at least give you like the reward of exploration to figure out where they are. But that's like it. That's like one of the few places I can think of where you actually have to manually look over and glide to the zone to go get what you're looking for. But once you've noticed it, that level of investment doesn't happen again for the entirety of the rest of the zones. Which is for the better. As I'm certain they spent a lot of that time with the plain zone, and not with the other ones. I don't remember having the problem in the forest, I don't remember having that problem in the oil slick, I don't remember having that problem inside of the final dungeon, inside of the tree leading to the place with the thing. None whatsoever. Like, all the transitions, all the period and points to get to, with, like, maybe, like, one specific zone inside of Dragon's Rest, if that's what it's called, if I remember. The place where you first come across the Guardians. It all feels flowing. So it's not like it has bad movement, and certainly the classes are better than they've ever been before. The fact that it plays like a literal fucking character action game, where even if you're playing a ranged class, you can tell when your button has been pressed, you can see when you can go to the next command, you can be able to properly time your command based on practice. All this shit and more is made better in Wilds. But oh my god, you better hope that the guy you're playing with or the people that you're playing with are at the point where they can actually play with you, because then you'll be waiting forever for them to sync up. If they're all the way at the beginning, you might as well make a new character. And certainly there are plenty of people who don't want to have to do that. Because half the reason that you're supposed to have a jump in, jump out asynchronous game is that once people have gotten past the quote story and in the real game, as we're waiting for master rank and high rank to have new content, as it was the case before TU1 and TU2 and TU3, when we finally hit the quote real game, you're going to notice that people are going to either really commit and nut up until they buck, or they're going to fall off and do whatever. Because, like, the people who will have learned how to use the guard techniques and are not just, like, spamming defense and whatnot, they'll be good. And everyone else, they'll have literally moved on to something else. Because the game asks not that much of you for you to get back what you want. If you want to play an evasion class that only has to worry about dodging, then you play those classes that worry about dodging, and you master your ins and your outs. If you're playing a class that asks you for some level of perfection, like Greatsword, or with the one evasion class that does matter for it, which would be Kinsect Blade, then you better hope you have fucking fun, bro. Because if you can't be able to get the power that enables you to be able to fight back well, you're not going to like half the shit that's going to happen to your character. I guess I let them storm all the way to the thing, and then they stopped them here. They're stealing my food. They're stealing my food. But yeah, you have all these properly made systems that are designed to allow people to properly be able to enjoy the game and get along with it. But it's like the same issue that comes with any type of asynchromatic group play with other people, where the easier system for this level of drag in and drop would be Helldivers 2. The fact that they have not mastered this with Monster Hunter is a little bit concerning for me, because it really does control my interest with playing it. The same way it does with Helldivers 2 and the many choices of, please pay us money to unlock the war bonds. I'm really not happy with the war bond situation concerning the one thing, but, you know, I have to kind of learn to accept that for what it is. But I'm not happy about it. I don't think anybody's happy about it. because it feels like I'm being punished for not having been a person who got one of the first pieces of the first launch of the Killzone faction. So it's like, we didn't really learn the lesson that it was over expensive, and then we charged people who were given the second part of the set as a reward, when it should have been that if you received any part of it, you should have been given it for free, since you were basically locked away from getting that receipt. But on the issue of, like, the falling off of Wilds, because I was like, I'm super happy to play a flagship. Half the reason I was excited to play the flagship was to play the flagship with everyone. And then it's like, well, I've got work, and I don't want to, and I'm doing this with this, and I want to play with these people, but these guys don't want to play on camera, and these people do, and this guy's behind because of this and this and this and this and this happened, because they made plans with him, and I'm like, fuck it! So, that's why I've arrived at my position. That's ultimately how I ended up arriving at my position. Some games make this easier, such as the case of Once Human, but for what it's worth, it is what it is. I can't say more than that. It is what it is. 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 If I go in more into detail, I will possibly make myself slightly angry explaining the situation, or explaining my viewpoint. Which, while my viewpoint itself would sound explosively angry, it's completely sensible. It just comes with the caveat consequence of that, well, I don't want to put people on the spot about it. So, it is what it is. 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 And I can't say more than that. I can't say more than that. Certainly, half of that, not really people's fault. I am in a privileged position where I am allowed the ability to play video games all day, every day, if I wish to, in reason with my job. And yet, some of the things that I play openly and frequently and often, can't do it. For one reason or another. It's gonna take these guys some time to mature. I wonder where Star is. Is she outside? No, she's just now heading my way because she was distracted in Walmart. I only have one water treatment plant. This is your fault for leveling this up, Carl! I had to wait to get my money back. But yeah, to stem the tide, that's why I like roguelikes. They don't ask for you to have a serious commitment. You can put them up and put them down whenever you want. Which is half the reason why most people play them. Except the ones that I choose to play are the ones that I choose to play. A mixture of grand strategy and what have not.
Together we stand, divided we fall. While I had them in packs out of them all. I feel like I missed a message somewhere. Yes, Master Wolf. Many of the people that I know play and enjoy grand strategy games, but unfortunately, grand strategy is not my bag. Why does it street fuck up? Why is that so goddamn loud? Goddamn. Was it really that quiet because I didn't have my shit turned all the way up on my fucking headset? Quick mission. Get a theme recipe. I suppose I have some games that you could qualify as like long form grand strategy, but they're really not that complex when you really look at them and think about them. That's a lot of kids. A lot of unstaffed positions. Boom. Gotta slowly feed these motherfuckers. It's 10:30. I hope she gets here before midnight. I wanna be around in the moonlight while it's dark outside. Da 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 da. Although I suppose I do have other ones that are not massive JRPGs. If I play a Western RPG, it's probably not the same. And it'd probably have to be Helix 2 if I have to think about it. But then again, that technically is another one that would end up taking a lot of time. But I have to choose something because I can't just sit here playing Fallout Shelter all night. Just because I am finding myself annoyed with the fact that, unironically, Maharu Urki, despite being a Tier 1 0 unique for a two-hander,
It's so painful to get the shit to work faster. Oh my god, it needs so much skill speed and attack speed to overcome. I need to get a roll on attack speed for the gloves, and then I need to get a roll for resistance, and then I have to slam them together, and then put together another fucking resistance. And then from there I gotta put that 3 line together to make the fucking item. Although I guess that means that if I'm gonna do something, it's gonna become Strength Stacking Yarn Creeper. Either that or Blood Mage. Maybe Blood Mage. Because then if I get the spear, I get to completely obsolete the temple run. Yeah. It's either that or I try a new Amazon build I've never tried before. One of the two. Don't have Kadiro, don't have Trample Toe. Didn't get a copy of Plague Finger. Because I don't want to play a lame-ass Pathfinder build. I find that boring shit to be fucking gay. Rather play a different kind of poison. And ironically enough, I've only been in this file all stream. I haven't even gone to the second file because I had that many more rooms to manage. To the experiment vault, which is very much behind the actual vault. More fireworks. Special set of any third dwellers. What? That look like another update. 3K caps! And the fact that you get this in every single season room while you're doing it is crazy. However, I'm not paying for a season pass upgrade. Paying for what is effectively an idle game to get exclusive content when you really shouldn't be selling additional nickels and dimes inside of an idle game is criminal. And I have different other idle clicker games, but they're a lot more unironically technical. Especially clicker heroes, too. They're back, and they block the stuff. Institute Jumper. Baseline Doctor. Shotgun. Rodana. You came back with the Expert. Red Rocket. Got a collection from the containers. So, the first page is completely done. Second page is almost done. Third page is getting worked on. Fourth page is getting worked on. Right, this is a new recruit. Show me how to make them feel fine. Show me, money, how you got me so blind. Lovely, she hit it in time. I'll be showing them, I'll be blowing them all away in my mind. Woo-hoo-hoo. Unlock the nuclear reactor. fully upgraded. Want a handman with a pen with a fully overrated. Hit him on the back and be excited. Why do you want to get it on the photo shoot? Pose. Let's go reactor here. So you want to upgrade? And we begin the opening of the launch boxes. I heard the proc. Too bad I'm not going to get to it in time. Boom, 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 boom. Add the ghoul. See, I never heard the proc. Just on this alone, it's like dopamine. And you don't need to sell people fucking things like this. You just make it a simple goddamn idle game. Plays much better than fucking 76, I'll tell you that much. You go into the item wing. Just like today's outfits. Rather casual. Another scribe road. You, right away. It's like a less intensive Adventure Capitalist. But avoid playing Adventure Communist. Adventure Communist is not fun. Adventure Capitalist is fun. Plus, the upkeep does things to my brains. Looks fine. Equip dwellers with guns. Click with ponies. Lots of people on a coffee break. She's not here yet. There's something wrong with this video. Send the tweet as is. Rusty pistol, combat armor. That finishes this. Sell 83 weapons or outfits. Are you dead yet? Can you fall over now, mister? Please fall over, Mr. Alien. Thank you.
Ooh, suffering bad scores. There is another proc, but I don't care. My baby's calling me. Yes, baby. Okay. Okay, Zelene, I'm coming. You don't have to scream now at me. Okay, I gotta step outside. Well, Star's here. I'm gonna take her some of the pizza that I bought, and I'll be right back, Chad. And while I'm away, can you tell her hi so that I can include her? Also, here's more jazz.
nuts. Shit, nuts. And the stuff that I asked for. Yippee, yip, yip, yippee. Lights. What? I did not get stuff for you to share with me. No, mother, not get stuff for you to share with me. I don't think you drink cherry ginger ale. God. Okay. It is 45 minutes till midnight, boys. Itchy, 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 itchy. We are starting the timer. $44 now. Hello, hi, hello, hello, hi. Should be... Boom. 43 minutes, boys. 43 fucking minutes. Let's see what's on the timeline. Let's see what's on the timeline. Let us see what's on the timeline. Let's see what's on the timeline. I wanna run. More porn. It's always more porn. I know I follow a lot of not safe for work artists, but there's no way that every single fucking post because of that is gonna be porn for every single fucking post, man. I've already seen it. Is my timeline looping or what? Huh. Bell Buddy doing Bell Buddy jokes. If you are reading this, you may be way too obsessed over banner image changes and have GDS. Happy New Year from Ember. People funded your game for years. Being concerned about where their money was isn't obsession, it's basic accountability. Finish the damn game. Wow. 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 Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. What a fucking choice. This is definitely a decision. So, Mark Kern, in the lack of his infinite wisdom, that is porn, in the lack of his infinite wisdom, he decided, he made a banner referring to the fact that people were paying attention to the fact he took his current development game out of his game bio, trying to claim and cling on to his former employment at Blizzard, and decided to say that people wanting to know where their money went is obsession. Let's put this in the context of the recording now. Crumbs, Mark Kern, man who took money, open campaign, probably still running campaign actually, even though he turned off the ability for you to give him money for it on his game page. You are currently developing Ember. You find yourself constantly involved in the culture war because you literally spend all your time tweeting. You've got an account called Victims who records and shows and documents the inside of your Discord, where people are asking you for updates and timeline posts, have called you out for you basically stealing money from them. And you decided to waste your time where you could have done, I don't know, work on the game. And you instead decided that because people noticed that you did something, you decided to post this onto either your website or onto your personal product, somewhere where your game is featured, and you're accusing people of being obsessed about the fact that you are being held accountable for basically scamming and continuing to scam them over a video game. Wow, you need to get sued, bro. Oh my god. Kern, you need to get sued now. Holy, anything but working on your game, bro. Holy. This is in the context of the recording now. Crumbs, Mark Kern, man who took money, open campaign, probably still running campaign actually, even though he turned off the ability for you to give him money for it on his game page. You are currently developing Ember. You find yourself constantly involved in the culture war because you literally spend all your time tweeting. You've got an account called Victims who records and shows and documents the inside of your Discord, where people are asking you for updates and timeline posts, have called you out for you basically stealing money from them. And you decided to waste your time where you could have done, I don't know, work on the game. And you instead decided that because people noticed that you did something, you decided to post this onto either your website or onto your personal product, somewhere where your game is featured, and you're accusing people of being obsessed about the fact that you are being held accountable for basically scamming and continuing to scam them over a video game. Wow, you need to get sued, bro. Oh my god. Kern, you need to get sued now. Holy, anything but working on your game, bro. Holy. Let's put this in the context of the recording now. Crumbs, Mark Kern, man who took money, open campaign, probably still running campaign actually, even though he turned off the ability for you to give him money for it on his game page. You are currently... Damn, those recordings are actually loud. Was that the problem the entire time? Is it just I had to move the microphone fucking closer? Although the gain's up to wazoo. Try to turn that down a little bit. Kern has to get sued for this, man. Someone has to take him to court. Someone has to sue him. Someone has to sue him. Oh, that got some kick to it. Oh, lot. Ooh. That's got some kick to it. And now we put on the music appropriate choice. MTV has officially shut down its 24/7 music channels worldwide after 44 years of running. Man. Anne Hathaway posts a classy picture. The victim Grum's account has now covered it. Amal. Other people have picked up on the fact that he is doing what he's doing. They are posting that Avengers December 18th, 2026 is going to be the arrival of Avengers Doomsday. Interesting. still a fun thing. Still nothing but porn. They're really going in on him. Jesus Christ. FQC was surprised. Liquid decided to get edgy with it. Says the wall jokes probably wouldn't have landed in another era. The joke Liquid made to make that joke another year. And this year, last year, and he would have gotten rolled for it. Not really this time. I don't care. Down bad comments. Eyes up here, Jimmy. What are your intentions with my daughter? Fat women are crying because of funny posts on the internet, but I cannot post them because it's all covered with porn! God damn it. Is she completely spray painted? Yes, she is. What the fuck is Vupertrat? Ew. VoopChat. Turn any PNG into an A-tuber. Just upload a PNG, set points, and even customize your physics. VTubers, PNG tubers, P-tubers, now everything tubers. All welcome with our community. Perhaps the music is fitting. This right here. This is the death. This is the death of VTubing right here. This right here, this burnt peanut shit. This is the death of VTubing. This is the Skinwalker era. This is the Skinwalker era of attempting to make content on the internet. You can't tell me that you have people that think that it should just be that simple. Doesn't mean that you can't find ways to make an avatar for yourself. Not saying that you gotta spend a bunch of dumbass fucking money. But you effectively turned the process of making the annoying orange into something that will be taken advantage of by people like the burnt peanut. And then we'll have to deal with people trying to call themselves something that is effectively just a gag for them. The music is fitting. The music is fitting. Disgusting. Sin. Why does it always happen to things you like? Because you do things like ask questions like, why am I playing music about the end of the world when it's 24 minutes till midnight to a new year? Pain. And more of the timeline's porn. There's no way the alcohol is going to make me unsleepy. But I guess I have 24 minutes, 23 minutes to decide what I'm going to do with myself after midnight. Well, there's all the other people who think exactly the same thing that I think. I can't believe people are mad at them for a funny feature like this. It's not the existence of the feature, it's the kind of people it's built to, like it's built for use to. Who will use it to mock you because they hate you, and at some point VTubers are going to get fed up with the medium being made more accessible to people who actively hate them. Yeah. That's pretty much the problem. Making this into a way for people who clearly don't like it getting access to it is just stupid. And then, out of nowhere, comes an account that says, you can live in the world where everybody hates you. Screen grab from your account. But I'm not suggesting that against you. So they're effectively telling him that they could just mute and block. Well, then where does the engagement come from? How do you block an account yet to exist? I love how people are just acting stupid, even though they know he can literally explain why it rubs people the wrong way. It's rubbing people the wrong way because people who use this feature are not going to use it in good faith and are going to use it to harass people because that's the group, the person that they're honoring and are choosing to do is attracting. Soon we'll have to invent a new slur. A post assuming the worst. It could be an entry for people who are genuinely interested, but assumptions about certain types of people. Geez, the world doesn't have yet to be. There's no one denying so many have anxiety based on the view of the world. Lighten up. Plenty of free models they could be using already. This specifically doesn't do anything to help people that are interested in getting in. It's just gonna flood the space with shit-looking models. It's not like there's a recent event in the history in the past month of a bad actor using the medium to shit all over people in it, and his fans harassing people for defending themselves. No, not at all. So yes, the burnt penification is something that other people have seen as well. Yep. Well, VTubers, it's time for you to start lowering the rent prices. You better start calling them new slurs. You might unironically have to start calling them annoying oranges. Naira decided to make another account, so bitch and moan. There's another post that explains the viewpoint. New frontier in VTubing tech. Who asked for this? Nobody. This is why gatekeeping exists. Because when you hand out VTuber tech to every random or normie skinwalker with a transparent PNG of their breakfast cereal or a fucking acorn, you flood the space with zero-effort slop that drowns out actual artists and riggers who spent hundreds of hours learning live 2D, building proper models, earning their debut, and ending up with folks who aren't fine with the current state of VTubing, wanting to change it from the inside. I think you can lose me from flooding out and drowning out artists and riggers, and exactly when you start with learning live 2D, building models, earning their debut, and ending up with people who blah 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 blah. Because here's the problem with it. You could legitimately have somebody put in the effort and make something unique with the platform that it actually ends up being a pretty good rig and a pretty good character. Like the work that Will He has done drawing me, if I wanted to make a transition and become a PNG tuber, it is the case that I can do that. Easy. It would just be a series of pictures. It would just be a series of pictures animated between frames of talking. But when you make it into a thing about people who rig it the right way, and not seeing it as people who are going to do it as a lark, they're going to do it as a bit to make fun of people, and or claim they're just like the burnt peanut, conflating it doesn't really help. Everything tubers sounds cute until your timeline is 90% bouncing almond and energy drink cans with webcam face tracking, doing the same through expressions while begging for sums. I don't know, it screams lazy. Lowering the bar to the floor doesn't democratize VTubing, it turns it in a TikTok reaction span with extra steps. You want to be a VTuber, commission art, learn rigging, put in the work like everyone else had to, otherwise you're a PNG with a webcam filter, not a VTuber. The gate stays closed for a reason. I think if a person can put together a rig, whether it be a 2D, a 3D, or a PNG, I think it matters that it's made with love. The thing, the way a person uses it, is to act as a way to get into the system to do exactly that. To be lazy and pay for subs because they don't want the real body in camera, but they're also basically doing all the things that supposed VTubers shouldn't do. Like, you say you have a model, but then you're putting your body out on the internet. I think that's grifting. That brings the medium down. Because it's caveats, right? I understand why they'd want to bar everything, but caveats. Because I can see the take as well, but this is just basically harassing people. Because VTube Studio and Droid are already free, and there are hundreds of models out there that anybody can download and then customize and make into their own. The gate that you want to try and keep up actually barely exists as is, but it's the fact of they have to actually get into the culture. That's the problem. Because people being called annoying orange likes, unironically, is the best way to describe it. This is what's gonna happen. 100%. Watch whatever. Because I think the culture vultures are the biggest problem. But people are going to pretend that they don't understand the point. Cinna discovers that her viewers are going to be revealed that she has autism because she found out she might have it. Yeah, women having autism. What else is fucking new? LOL Cow of the Year Awards beginning at January 1st at midnight. For the first time, the July 2025 will be officially supported using customized ranking choice voting page. Thousands of farmers determining who deserves each award. Videos for each LOL Cow of the Year nominee will be coming up soon. Technically, I can participate in that. But, whatever. CBS News Minnesota blows up Nick Shirley's fraud story by showing security camera footage of children there the same day that Shirley was there.
ABC Learning Center in Minneapolis.
They have to learn ABC and numbers.
Director Ahmed Hassan gave WCCO a tour after finding his daycare in the national spotlight.
All right, we've arrived.
And his staff were concerned about recent items in the videos. This woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that hour. A few learning care interns. Here's Curly America. Who's on YouTube with many of those calls attended.
We're gonna come.
They turned over attendance records to comply with the Department of Homeland Security. Hassan says they turned over attendance records to comply with the Department of Homeland Security request. They're now waiting to hear back. CBS News is reviewing records related to the same daycares. All but 2 have active licenses. And Aaron, while the active places have violations related to safety or staff training, there's no recorded evidence.
The problem is that the amount of children that are in the building compared to the actual fraud of it does not show the amount of children that should be in that building.
This is ABC Learning Center in Minneapolis.
Not the B. Video is evidence of fraud, not exoneration. True. It does. How? They have 5 or 6 kids, supposed to have 40. That's why they're receiving about $1 million in taxpayer money for 40 kids, not less than that. People fighting. Another day on Twitter. Normal, regular stuff. In the speed and haste to try and stop it, they are demonstrating that they cannot imagine an apple. That's sad, man. It should be illegal to be that retarded. The P3 celebration continues in classic Persona style. We can't wait to share all the exciting products planned throughout the year with you guys. I can tell you right now, Atlas West, ain't nobody celebrating everything past Persona 3. Motherfuckers act like they don't know about Persona 2. Or Revelations Persona. No world. Oh, worse, and then you're fucking celebrating it by using music from the most recent game, dude. Do you have a title for both games? They do. Eternal Punishment, Innocent Sin. Okay, cool. Based. Now, if only you actually had made a port for fucking 2 and 1. They've included PlayStation Portable, which is crazy. No make a paper for the games, please. There are people indeed asking for the PlayStation 1 remix, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Tess went out tonight, and she brought her titties with her. Jesus Christ. And it's, of course, in a string.